All right, we'll be on the record in case number 2007-00134, Commonwealth of Kentucky before the Public Service Commission in the matter of the application of Kentucky American Water Company for a certificate of convenience and necessity authorizing the construction of Kentucky River Station 2, associated facilities, and transmission main. My name is Mark David Goss. I'm chairman of this commission, and seated to my right is John W. Clay, vice chair of the commission. As was stated at the original substantive hearing held in this case back in November, Commissioner Caroline Clark has abstained from participating in the proceedings in this case and will abstain from participating in the ultimate decision rendered by the commission in the case. I think everyone recognizes that, but just want to make the record clear as to why Commissioner Clark is not here today. This matter is before the commission today for a supplemental hearing to consider additional, to wit, new evidence regarding alternative means of expanding Kentucky American Water Company's water supply that may aid the commission in evaluating Kentucky American's application for a certificate of public convenience and necessity to construct new water treatment and transmission facilities at Pool 3 on the Kentucky River. By way of brief history, and I do want to take just a minute and do this so the record is clear, a prior commission in 1997 in case number 93-435 directed Kentucky American Water Company to take appropriate and necessary measures to obtain an adequate source of supply for the entirety of its distribution system, considering maximum consumption through the year 2020. 10 years of discussion and study ensued involving many of the parties presently before the commission today and probably others who are not here today and who are not parties. Finally, on March the 30th, 2007, Kentucky American Water Company applied for a certificate of public convenience and necessity to construct a 20 million gallon per day water treatment facility on Pool 3 of the Kentucky River in Owen County with approximately 30 miles of 42-inch water transmission main to connect the facility to Kentucky American's existing distribution system. If constructed, the main would traverse 4 central Kentucky counties, Owen, Franklin, Scott, and Fayette, and connect with Kentucky American's existing distribution system in Fayette County at the intersection of Ironworks Pike and Newtown Pike. The total estimated cost of the project is $160 million. And as the Commission understands it from the prior hearing, Kentucky American has obtained most all the permits necessary to construct the facilities. Now, on November the 26th through the 28th of this past year, 2007, this Commission conducted a hearing on Kentucky American's application. On December 21st, 2007, the Commission reopened the record of the proceeding to request certain information from various parties about public-private partnership efforts to address Central Kentucky water supply issues. On January the 11th, 2008, the Lexington-Fayette Urban County government filed an emergency motion in which it requested the Commission to hold the then existing procedural schedule in abeyance for 30 days to permit the submission and examination of additional proposals for addressing these issues. On January the 16th, 2008, the Commission granted LFUCG's motion and established a schedule for the submission and consideration of additional evidence. On February the 12th, 2008, the Attorney General, Louisville Water Company, and Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions filed additional evidence. On or about February the 25th, 2008, KAWC, LWC, and CAUSE requested a hearing on this additional evidence. On February the 27th of this year, the Commission ordered that a hearing be held in this matter today and established rules to govern that hearing, and an order of yesterday, March the 4th, 2008, somewhat further refined the rules governing this hearing. Now, generally, those rules contained in those two orders are as follows. With regard to opening statements, each party has the option of making an opening statement. This statement shall not exceed more than 5 minutes in length, and the parties will present any opening statement which they might wish to give in the following order: Louisville Water Company, Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions, followed by LFUCG, Kentucky River Authority, KIUC, Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, the Attorney General, and KAWC. With regard to the presentation of additional witnesses or presentation of witnesses regarding this additional evidence that we'll hear about today, Louisville Water Company and Cause has, as I stated previously, have filed additional evidence, and this evidence is in the form of written testimony. They will present their witnesses in the following order. First, Louisville Water Company, followed by Cause. And these witnesses are limited to verifying their written testimonies and are not permitted to summarize their testimony on direct. Now, the witnesses in the order of their scheduled appearance are Gregory Heitzman, Edward Wetzel, and Martin Solomon. Now, with regard to the presentation of rebuttal witnesses, in our order of January the 16th of this year, we provided that parties not presenting additional evidence would be allowed the opportunity to present at hearing verbal rebuttal testimony. Kentucky American is the only party that has indicated its intent to present rebuttal witnesses, and it has filed with the Commission a list of potential rebuttal witnesses and a brief description of their expected testimony. These rebuttal witnesses are Linda Bridwell, Richard Svinland, Harold Walker III, and Michael Miller. Now, with regard to cross-examination of witnesses, we will go in the following order. Kentucky American, Louisville Water, the Attorney General, Bluegrass Water Supply District, Cause, KIUC, Kentucky River Authority, LFUCG, followed by the Commission staff. Now, with regard to closing statements, in order to try to move the hearing along and understanding that we'll be receiving briefs in the next 15 days or so, there will be no closing statements. And as I said, as regarding briefs, those briefs will be due no later than March the 20th, and this filing date was should be known by the parties and was set in our original January the 16th, 2008 order. Now, I'm sure that's probably going to cause some problems with regard to transcripts, but that's, quite frankly, your all's problem and not the Commission's problem. And I don't mean to be flippant when I say that, but we need to get this case decided one way or the other. And depending upon the length of the hearing, it's possible that Ms. Sewell can get you an expedited transcript. If you don't want to do that, then you can contract to have your own transcript done in an expedited fashion. And if you don't want to do that or can't afford that, then I have checked with the IT boys back in the back, and we can have you a video tape of this hearing when, Mr. Woocher, by the end of the day, or by the end of the hearing, or maybe the day after?
By the day after the hearing.
Okay. So if push comes to shove, you can get a video of the hearing proceedings and prepare your brief from that. I wouldn't expect that would cause any problem. There are several options that are available to everybody. Now, let me emphasize a couple of things. First of all, the purpose of this hearing is to address the additional or new evidence received from Louisville Water and the Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions, and all cross-examination questions and rebuttal testimony shall be so limited. I do not intend for this hearing to replow old ground. To the extent possible, we're going to limit this to the new evidence that has been, or additional evidence that's been submitted, certainly to the degree that something that was submitted in the prior hearing has a bearing on this new or additional evidence that would be permitted. But I would like for counsel to try to be as respectful of that rule as possible, and I know you all will. I'm going to try to run the hearing in such a fashion to that if I feel like that we're straying beyond that, I'm going to let you know about it, and I've asked Mr. Woocher to aid me in that regard. Otherwise, if we don't do that, folks, we'll be here another 4 or 5 days replowing ground that we've already plowed, so let's try not to do that. Now, with regard to issues, let me review those briefly so everyone will understand what the Commission believes the issues to be. First of all, whether pursuant to KRS 278.020 and the regulations that have been promulgated thereunder, the application for certificate of public convenience and necessity demonstrates that, number one, there is a need for the proposed 20 million gallon per day facility and the 30 miles of transmission main that go along with it, and two, whether such construction will result in a wasteful investment or wasteful duplication of facilities by Kentucky American Water, and three, whether such construction under the existing and foreseeable circumstances is reasonable. With regard to burden of proof, let me remind the parties and the public that this case does not involve a choice between competing alternatives, that is, alternatives offered by Kentucky American and Louisville Water. Rather, since it filed the application, the focus must be on Kentucky American's proposal. However, when evaluating its proposal, this commission must examine other available alternatives to determine the reasonableness of the options selected by Kentucky American. And among the criteria which are germane to reasonableness are cost, route, and source of supply, and there are possibly others. Now, before we go any further, Council, let me go ahead and take appearances of council. Let's go ahead and we'll just go from left to right. Mr. Turner, would you like to start the ball rolling?
Thank you, Your Honor. A.W. Turner, Jr., in-house counsel with Kentucky American Water, and with me, and primarily taking the lead in this case, will be Lindsey Ingram, Jr. and Lindsey Ingram, III, with the Lexington law firm of Stolkeen, Parks and Open.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Mr. Ingram, nice to see you. Mr. Salent, nice to see you. Would you identify yourself formally, sir?
Yes, sir. My name is John Salent. I'm with the law firm of Dinsmore and Scholl. With me today as co-counsel are Tip Depp, also with the same law firm, and Barbara Dickens, who is in-house counsel to the Louisville Water Company. And we provided the court reporter with our addresses. All right.
Nice to see you all. Mr. Howard, Mr. Spinard, nice to see you. Would you all formally identify yourselves, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. David Edward Spinard, Dennis G. Howard II for Jack Conway, Attorney General, 1024 Capitol Center Drive, Suite 200, Frankfort, Kentucky, 40601.
Okay. I think I saw Mr. Fitzgerald back there somewhere. Good morning, Mr. Fitzgerald. Would you make your appearance, please?
Absolutely. Tom Fitzgerald on behalf of the interveners, Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions, 213 St. Clair Street, Suite 200 here in Frankfort.
Thank you. Bluegrass Water Supply Commission.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Damon Talley, representing Bluegrass Water Supply.
Good morning, Mr. Talley. KIUC.
I'm David Van of the law firm Dane Clerks and Lowry on behalf of the Kentucky Industrial Utility Customers. Our address is 3657th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202.
All right. Thank you. For Kentucky River Authority.
Jack Hughes, 124 West High Street, Frankfort, for KRA.
All right. Mr. Barbary, did I see you back there somewhere, LFUCG?
David Barbary on behalf of the Lexington State Urban County Government, Department of Law, 11th floor, 200 East Main Street, Lexington, Kentucky, 40507.
All right. Other than commission staff, have I left any intervenors out? All right. For the PSC staff.
On behalf of Commission staff, Gerald Wucher, Virginia Gregg, and Todd Holster.
Okay, now, as the parties and the public are probably aware, this commission previously held public hearings in this filing back last fall. We had public hearings here in Frankfort, we had one in Lexington, and we had one in Owenton. And as such, the public was told at that time that that would be their opportunity to address the commission with regard to this issue from a verbal standpoint, and we're going to observe that that same procedure today. So there will be no formal or informal public comment, public verbal comment. However, the briefs, as I said, are due the 20th of March, and the record has continued to be open up to now and will be up to the close of business on March the 20th for the public to file any additional written comment or electronic comments that they might wish to file. So I just want to let everybody know that we will continue to receive written or electronic comments up to March the 20th. Gentlemen, are there any outstanding motions that the commission needs to consider before we begin taking testimony, or any housekeeping matters that the commission needs to consider? All right, hearing none, then we will go ahead and begin taking testimony. Let me also make one or two other further housekeeping statements. There are quite a few people in the hearing room this morning, and most everybody carries a cell phone nowadays. If you have a cell phone, I would ask you to either turn it off or turn it on vibrate or silent, so that we don't get in the middle of a hearing and a bunch of phones start ringing and have to interrupt the hearing. So if you do get a phone call during the hearing, that's just fine. You're free to get up and go outside and take your call and come back in. There are restrooms on this floor, I think ladies to the right and gentlemen to the left. There's always someone manning the reception desk out front, and if you need anything whatsoever, if you forget where the bathrooms are or want a cup of coffee or anything like that, just let those folks out there know, and they will make sure to direct you to the appropriate place. We also have, I think, 3 rooms set aside, although they're not marked. We have 3 rooms down here close to the hearing room set aside for the parties in case they want to eat a sandwich at lunch, or they want to interview a witness or consult with a client. So just ask folks out front which rooms are available. Got anything? Okay. I believe, according to the procedural order, Mr. Salent, that we were going to take Mr. Heitzman's testimony first. So would you go ahead and call him forward?
Yes, sir, I can do that. I don't have a problem with it necessarily. The commission then is determining that it does not wish to hear public or opening statements before we move to...
I completely forgot opening statements. Yes. No, I said earlier that I'm going to do opening statements, optional opening statements, so let's do that right now. Thank you for reminding me. Let's go ahead, since Kentucky American has the burden of proof, and we'll start with... Actually, I'm about to violate my own rule. Louisville Water, Mr. Salent, you're to do the first opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. You know this is a rare opportunity for council to speak, and I'll be short. The Louisville Water Company does understand that this is a substantial question which confronts the commission, and we hope that our participation in these proceedings has been helpful to the commission as it addresses that question. The chairman accurately, we think, summarized the standard, both from a substantive and what I think is a procedural viewpoint that will be applied to the application of Kentucky American. And the Louisville Water Company does understand that it is not its application that is under scrutiny, but it is not made an application, and its proposal, if you will, is not under scrutiny. Sometimes that proposal has been referred to as Mr. Heitzman's idea. It is Mr. Heitzman's idea. As an aside, I should say that the Louisville Water Company believes that it's a good idea, and it is such a good idea. I would make 2 points about it. Number one, we think, the Louisville Water Company thinks, illustrates why Mr. Heitzman last year was appointed president of the Louisville Water Company, and number two, that idea has become the proposal of the Louisville Water Company. And that proposal is backed up by the substantial experience and expertise of the Louisville Water Company gathered over 150 years of providing water, both wholesale and retail, to literally, over that period of time, millions of customers at reasonable rates, and we might note rates that, generally speaking, have been lower and we think therefore more reasonable than those provided by the Kentucky American Water Company. And let me emphasize this too. We do believe that Mr. Heitzman's idea is an idea which will become reality. The Louisville Water Company proposal will become reality, and it will result in better service and better rates for water to the folks of Central Kentucky. Since our last hearing, as Mr. Heitzman explains in his testimony, the Louisville Water Company has come forward with evidence of both an interim solution to the water needs of Central Kentucky and a long-term solution. The interim solution buys the Louisville Water Company time to get the full pipeline built from Louisville to Lexington by 2012. And I want to be clear about this, and this is perhaps the most important thing that I will say, and that is that the Louisville Water Company will have a pipeline to Frankfurt. There is going to be a Louisville Water Company pipeline to Frankfurt. There is no question about that. That is the policy of the Louisville Water Company. It will happen. That pipeline will terminate just miles from the facility or the proposed facilities of the Kentucky American Water Company. The only question is not whether that pipeline will get to Frankfurt. The question is how large it will be, whether or not it's going to be large enough to accommodate all the needs of central Kentucky, or it's going to be a little bit smaller. I think what we're talking about the difference between a 36-inch pipeline and a 28-inch pipeline. But there will be a pipeline, a Louisville Water Company pipeline to Lexington, no matter what this commission decides. That is the policy.
You mean to Frankfurt?
Excuse me, to Frankfurt, sir. Yes, sir. Now, the record does not reflect that Kentucky American, we believe, has meaningfully or seriously investigated the alternatives that the Louisville Water Company has identified in its supplemental testimony. It has not talked to us over the last 9 years, since 1999, we believe, about any of these alternatives, and certainly not recently. And we believe that is their burden, and we think that is a reasonable burden. In other words, Kentucky American should have called the Louisville Water Company to talk about the solution and the alternatives, interim and long-term, that the Louisville Water Company has proposed. And Mr. Heitzman summarized it in his testimony. By July of 2008, up to 2 million gallons daily will be available from Versailles. By July 2009, up to 5 million gallons daily will be available from Versailles. By July 2010, up to 10 million gallons daily will be available from Versailles, Frankfurt, and the Louisville Water Company combined. And additional supplies will be secured through the installation of crest gates and an improved Dam 9, which crest gates, we understand, are budgeted to be installed. And finally, by July 2012, up to 25 to 30 million gallons daily available through the Louisville pipeline. Additional reserve supplies may be available to Kentucky American from other regional pool water providers or increased storage at Pool 9 as needed. And that is in the testimony of Mr. Heitzman. And we think that additional testimony, that additional evidence that we've put in his testimony is the kind of thing that the Kentucky American folks should have investigated and should be talking to us about, and they haven't done so. As I said, that is their burden, to investigate these alternatives. Kentucky American has not done so. That is a reasonable burden that the law imposes upon Kentucky American, because in a competitive marketplace, they would have seriously and aggressively shouldered that burden. Because in a competitive marketplace, the failure to consider and to adopt least cost alternatives would result in the shareholders of Kentucky American bearing the cost of this proposal and not the ratepayers, as competitors rushed in to provide cheaper water and therefore impose the cost of those facilities upon Kentucky American shareholders and not the ratepayers. So that is why the law is reasonable in that regard.
Your 5 minutes is almost up.
Yes, sir, and I'm just about finished. We do not think the denial of the Kentucky American application is a bad thing. The Louisville Water Company has proposed an interim and a long-term solution which we think is better, both in terms of source of supply and rates. Moreover, we think in this post-9/11 world, we think it's a good idea to have a water grid which basically links Louisville, Shelbyville, Frankfurt, Lexington, Louisville, and central Kentucky should the unthinkable ever happen again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Slint. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Just pick me up standing here.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to sit because that'll encourage me to talk more. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Clay, having been vaccinated with a Victrola needle, being brief is not my stock and trade, but I will try to be very brief. I appreciate, as do I think most of the parties, at least, the additional time that was given for the supplementing of the record. Since that time, it has become abundantly clear through the testimony of Dr. Solomon, through the additional documentary evidence that has been provided by Louisville Water Company, that the realistic water needs of Kentucky American's customers can be met in a fashion that is incremental, scaled, flexible, and at a much lower cost to the ratepayers than the proposed Pool 3 project. through a combination of demand management, leak detection, and a meaningful conservation program, which was ordered fully, I think, 14 or 15 years ago and is yet to be implemented by Kentucky American, and through augmentation of the available treated and raw water supply from Versailles, from Louisville Water Company, and from the crest gates that are planned for Pool 9. It is apparent that the short and mid and long-term needs of Kentucky American can be met without reliance on a single extremely expensive capital project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Barber, you wish to make an opening statement?
Your Honor, I do not have an opening statement.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Hughes, I think you're next.
I have no statement, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bain? Okay, Mr. Talley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. Disappointed, but not surprised. That's but some of the reactions that my members of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission and that I myself had after receiving the new testimony filed in this case. From opening statement, I want to talk about disappointed but not surprised, deja vu, frustration, reality, and expectation. Coming over here this
You
morning.
do all that in 5 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay, have at it.
Coming over here, I was thinking of a real-life example, and the best one I can think about is the Kentucky-Tennessee football game every year. My whole life, I get excited about it. Believe the coach and all the pregame hype that we're going to win, and then after hopefully a close loss, disappointed, but not surprised at the outcome. Well, when the commission ordered back on January the 16th for the parties to file with the commission any new evidence regarding alternative means of expanding Kentucky American's water supply that may aid the commission in its evaluation of the Kentucky American's application. We were excited and hopeful that maybe there was a better plan than the Pool 3 project. Hope rings eternal in the Bluegrass, and but after we got the evidence in, read it, it sounded great. But then, when we started reading about it, deja vu. In reality, the new evidence submitted by the Louisville Water Company is primarily a status report of what's happened, what they've been doing to implement their idea, their proposal from before, and a list of old ideas. So that's where the deja vu came in. The Bluegrass Water Supply Commission says, hey, we've studied these ideas for the last 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 years and more. And they've been rejected, some by BWSC, some by Kentucky American, and some by both of us. The Frankfurt connection, we believe, after cross-examination today and further scrutiny, that it will show that the Frankfurt connection is just not what it appears to be in the testimony. That was the first project that BWSC sought after as an interim step before we were going to build the Pool 3 project. We were going to build a water line to Frankfurt and get 5 MGD a day from Frankfurt. As it turns out, we could only get 1, so we dropped that idea. The Versailles connection, BWSA looked at that. We even paid for a study, and that study from GRW is in the record, and it's that same study that Louisville is relying upon in its new evidence. The study was done in 2005, I believe. The Georgetown connection. BWSC did not have to pay for a study for that because we had members from Frankfurt, from Georgetown, and Kentucky America who were sitting on our board and attending all our meetings. We knew that water could not be wheeled from Frankfurt to Georgetown and then on to the Kentucky America system. So then frustration is how some of us felt. BWSC has been criticized, and rightfully so, over the years for chasing rabbits. Every new idea that came along, we were diverted from our goal of solving the water supply shortage in central Kentucky because we thought there might be a cheaper solution, a better idea, a perfect solution. We kept looking, and each time we came back to the Pool 3 because it was a good solution, it was a great solution, and it's the best solution. The reality is that when you look at the evidence, there's still a fatal flaw. There's no entity that has stepped forward since November to pay for the water line from Shelbyville to Frankfort and then on to Lexington. Now, Mr. Salent said, and I'm looking forward to that testimony, where that someone is going to build it from Shelbyville to Frankfort, because just a few minutes ago, until a few minutes ago, I thought it was going to end, that Louisville Water Company was going to end it in Shelbyville. But we'll listen to the evidence this morning. And the reality is that the regional water treatment plant that Kentucky America has proposed for Pool 3 and the other facilities in its Pool 3 project that's before the Commission is the best solution for solving the long-term water supply shortage and the water treatment plant capacity deficit of Kentucky America, its customers, and the entire central Kentucky area. Expectation. We expect that cross-examination of the witnesses that are presented here today and the testimony that's presented will illuminate the flaws in the new evidence that's tendered by Louisville Water Company. And at the end of the day, in our briefs, we will be requesting the PSC to approve the project, the Pool 3 project that Kentucky America has proposed.
Okay, Mr. Talley, thank you. Mr. Spinard, do you wish to make an opening?
Yes. Good morning. May it please the Commission, Commission staff, and other parties to this proceeding. The Kentucky American Water Company is seeking authorization to increase its treatment capacity from 65 million gallons a day to at least 85 million gallons a day. The capital investment alone is massive. It stands to increase the average residential monthly bill by over $9. The impact on central Kentucky water planning is equally as massive. We are at a crossroads in terms of regional water planning, and the ultimate decision regarding Kentucky American water supply needs will irrevocably impact other utilities and thousands of people who will ultimately depend upon Kentucky American. The significance of the impact on central Kentuckians may also be measured by the opposition to the Pool 3 plan and by remembering opposition to the Louisville Pipeline Plan. The latter opposition should not be considered extinct. We commend the Commission for its commitment to a well-developed record and in order to provide an informed decision. The Office of the Attorney General is still listening, and the Attorney General will consider all evidence in the record, including evidence that we hear today. This project, as with all other certificate proceedings, places the burden upon the applicant to demonstrate that it is the least cost reasonable solution. The solution must protect the ratepayers. The Attorney General is not convinced that Kentucky American Water Company's application, as filed, is in the public interest. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ingram?
I'm going to pass to Mr. Turner, Your Honor.
Mr. Turner?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, thank you for this opportunity to be able to talk to you about our proposal to solve the water supply problem in the Bluegrass region. We urge you to issue an order approving our application in this case. You're going to hear lots of testimony in the coming hours. Eventually, you'll hear calls make the remarkable claim that there's no need. No other party here that accepts that position, whether they've been active in this case or not. That position is inconsistent with previous Commission orders and is completely in conflict with every study that any party has commissioned in this decades-long debate. We will show that contrary to those claims, we have thoroughly prepared for and studied all the alternative solutions, including the Louisville ones, contrary to Mr. Salent's earlier statement, and we are prepared to address it in the fastest manner at the lowest cost. Louisville will present initially 2 witnesses to you, one internal and one outside consultant. We will demonstrate that the former's testimony includes nothing of substance in this debate. Unfortunately, some members of the press have characterized his testimony as presenting a, quote, contract, end quote, to you. We will show that this is a gross mischaracterization. They have nothing but a handful of non-binding resolutions from some governmental bodies. There are no obligations, there are no required commitments, and there is no agreement for anything except a feasibility study. Where are the details? The best word I can think of to describe Louisville's proposal continues to be superficial. If you just barely scratch the surface of it, all you find underneath is a dream. all the questions that were raised in the first hearing about Louisville's proposal are still looming. There is still no hydraulic or engineering study showing that their proposal is feasible. There's no credible timeline and absolutely no recognition whatsoever of the potential for opposition to the line, especially in Woodford County, from another citizens group. And significantly still no reservation of treatment plant capacity, while all the while they are trying to find more and more and more wholesale customers to serve out of this very same line. Contrast that with our detailed application, where we have treatment plant, booster station, line designed, we have permits in hand, we have bids waiting to be accepted. You should be wondering, where are the details? Do they really have anything beyond a dream? Turning to their financial consultant, we will demonstrate that his new numbers are based on a series of incorrect assumptions and underestimates of a whole host of costs. The calculations for the interest rates for financing loans show a major misunderstanding of the law in the area. We will show that the idea of 100% public financing is not possible. Contrast all of Louisville's estimates of cost with our bids in hand, ready to be accepted. And all of this to what end? Well, maybe it'll rain very nicely for the next 10 years. Or maybe we'll go into a drought and visitors to the area will wonder why we call our brown fields bluegrass. According to the record in this case, our burden is to show that we need the plant, that the project is not wasteful or duplicative, and that our proposal is reasonable. And the last of these seems to be where most of the focus has come in this case. So allow me to refer you to one of your own orders in a recent electric transmission line case where you said, as you did earlier in your opening statement, Mr. Chairman, that the burden on us is to show that our proposal is reasonable. And the evidence here is overwhelming, not only that our proposal is reasonable, but that it is indeed the best proposal. And Louisville conceded at the end of the November hearing that our proposal is a reasonable alternative for solving the problem. Under the new analysis, our proposal is still less expensive than Louisville's. After the hearings this week, we'll demonstrate that we have met our burden, and we therefore urge you to issue a decision promptly approving our application in this case. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Turner. All right, did I leave anyone out in terms of an opening statement, or? All right. I presume you don't want to make one, do you, Mr. Wutcher?
No, sir, staff.
I'll be glad to listen to it,
remain
Your Honor.
silent.
You'd be glad to listen to it? All right, Mr. Salent, would you go ahead, sir, and call Mr. Heitzman around?
Yes, sir. Mr. Heitzman?
Raise your right hand, Mr. Heitzman. Would you stand, please? You solemnly swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Mr. Salent, why don't you go ahead and qualify him, and then we'll turn him over for cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Heitzman, would you state your name, please?
My name is Gregory Charles Heitzman.
And have you called testimony to be pre-filed in this case?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections, deletions, or modifications to make to that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Have those copies been handed out?
Yes, they have that. Mr. Heitzman, can you tell me what has necessitated the additions, corrections, the additions? All right, let me try to get this question out. Can you tell us, please, the reasons for which you have modified or amended your testimony? Yes. The corrections, deletions, or modifications.
I received on February 26th a letter from Georgetown Municipal Water and Sewer Service, which I believe that copy has been handed out.
We can do it right now.
This was a letter addressed to me from General Manager Billy Jenkins, and everybody get a copy of it, but essentially what it asks for is a correction of the record, and so what I want to do is make an amendment of which has been handed out to everybody. If I can call everyone here and the chair to page 4 of my pre-filed testimony.
Mr. Heisman, why don't you wait just 1 second?
Okay.
Let's give everybody about 1 minute to read this letter, and then it's hard to read it and listen to what you're saying too. So let's everybody read it just a second. Okay, everybody should have had time to read it. Go ahead then, Mr. Heisman, with your explanation.
I'll call everybody's attention to the second paragraph. It, quote, in the pre-filed testimony, I said Frankfurt can also provide, and then parentheses, through an existing interconnection with Georgetown, an additional 2 million gallons a day of water to Kentucky American by this time. And the commissioners are obviously concerned about their ability. They say that as the system is now designed, it is not capable of transferring 2 million gallons a day from Frankfurt. So for the benefit of everyone here today, is the original proposal identified an option that by July of 2010, 2 million gallons a day can come from Frankfurt to Georgetown, and then through existing interconnections between Georgetown and Kentucky American, there would be that ability to wheel water or flow water from Frankfurt to Georgetown to Kentucky American. So back to this testimony, which we've corrected and adjusted. I'm going to call everyone's attention to page 4 of the handout, and it'll begin on line number 6. There's a paragraph that says second, but there's strikeouts right through. The best way to handle this situation is to adjust that and do a strikeout of the sentence that says Frankfurt can also provide through existing interconnections with Georgetown an additional 2 million gallons a day of water to Kentucky American by this time. Please see the attached letter, et cetera, all the way to the end of that paragraph. So in light of this submittal from Georgetown, we would strike that from the pre-filed submittal. And then what we did, because this was a 2 million gallon per day increment, what we did is go through the remaining paragraphs. If you go down, you can see the strikeouts in line 15. We had provided a range, in this case, of 3 to 5, so now that would be 3 million gallons a day. And then 10 to 12 would be 10, and then in line 19, with this additional 10 to 12, it would be 10. So everywhere where there's a range of either 3 to 5 or 10 to 12, it'll be reduced by 2 million gallons a day because of this letter from Georgetown. So essentially, in summarizing the table, which is on the next page at the bottom of page 5, we laid out a table of a time frame. So by July of 2008, there's 2 million gallons a day available from Versailles. By July of 2009, instead of 7, there would be 5 million gallons a day available from Versailles. And then turn to the top of page 6, by July of 2010, there would be available 10 million gallons a day instead of 12 from the combination of Versailles and Frankfurt once the pipeline is connected between Louisville and Frankfurt. So essentially, the testimony is modified. Instead of a range of 10 to 12 being available by 2010, it will be 10 million gallons a day available by the year 2010. So that is the only correction that I have in pre-filed testimony.
Mr. Chairman, just so that the record is clear, we have provided all parties in the room and the court reporter, and I believe the commission itself, with a copy of Mr. Heitzman's testimony reflecting the modifications that he has just described.
I don't normally do this, but since the changes are several and substantial in terms of the prior testimony, let's go ahead, Mr. Slynn, and make this exhibit number 1 to this supplemental hearing for Louisville Water Company, along with the Billy Jenkins letter of February 26, 2008. Is there any objection to that?
No objection.
Will the letter be Exhibit 2?
No, it'll be collective exhibit number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Heitzman, we're here today to ask you the questions that are set forth in your pre-filed testimony as reflected in collective exhibit number 1. Would your questions be the same as they are in that exhibit 1?
Yes.
Mr. Heitzman is available for cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ingram? Mr. Turner, who's going to cross?
I would like to pass that to Mr. Turner, but I think you'll kick it back, Your Honor, so
Okay.
I'll try with this revelation that we've had here early. Good morning, Mr. Heitzman.
Good morning.
Let me show you a copy of the executive leadership team minute meetings of December 3, 2007, which I will ask to be marked applicant's hearing exhibit number 1.
Why don't we mark it, you're probably correct, but let's mark it KAWC exhibit number 1.
Certainly. Mr. Heitzman, let me direct your attention to close to the bottom of the first page under the heading PSC hearing. 2 sentences there. Greg Heitzman and Barbara Dickens discussed some lessons learned in the PSC hearing last week. Is that correct?
Yes.
The second sentence, Barbara emphasized the need to adhere to document retention / destruction schedules. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are or is the destruction schedule of Louisville Water Company?
I do not know that offhand. I'll be glad to get that. Barbara is here. I can consult with her to get that exact schedule. There's, depending on the type of documents, there are different schedules that are required depending on the type of the document. But it varies over years.
Mr. Ingram, ask you a question. What is ELT?
Executive leadership team. It's my understanding that is a group of executives at Louisville Water Company that meet periodically.
And that's correct.
Am I correct?
Yes. It's our senior executives, and we meet once a week.
Thank you.
Mr. Ingram, would you like me to follow up with that schedule for you?
No, sir. On page 2 at line 15 of your original and I think also new testimony, you have indicated...
Mr. Stringer, do you wish to admit this as an exhibit?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
I don't mean to put you through that formally, but I want to make sure that there's no objection to it. Okay, let it be entered in as KAWC exhibit number 1.
No
objection to its introduction, but we reserve the right to question its relevance.
Okay.
Mr. Ringer, I'm sorry, point me to where you are.
Sure. Page 2 of your testimony, line 15, you state that Louisville Water Company has continued working to identify alternative measures that Kentucky American could implement to alleviate its additional 10 million gallons per day need in 2010. Is that correct?
Yes.
You understand, do you not, that the need you are talking about in 2010 is a treatment plant deficit? Don't you?
Yes, I would agree with that. It's a treatment deficit or a source deficit because the deficit does not necessarily have to come from treatment. So I would characterize it, in my understanding, as it's a source deficit to be able to meet the peak requirements of Kentucky American's water demand.
Do you know what Kentucky American's rated treatment plant capability is?
My understanding is it's the combined two treatment plants from previous testimony is 65 million gallons a day between the two plants.
Do you know what the expected peak day in 2010 is?
My understanding is that is in the range of 73 to 75 million gallons per day on a max day from a demand perspective.
Resulting in a treatment plant deficit of 10.33 million gallons per day in the year 2010, am I correct?
I don't remember that exact number, but I know that that number is what has been previously provided as
I'll
testimony.
represent to you that's in the schedule attached to Ms. Bridwell's testimony filed in this case. Now, so your alternative measures are designed to alleviate the treatment plant deficit that Kentucky American has. Is that correct?
On an interim basis by the year 2010. In that context, yes.
One of the solutions that you have proposed for that treatment plant deficit is 2 million gallons a day from the city of Versailles. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in support of that assertion on your part, you refer to the GRW letter dated April 14, 2006. Am I right?
Yes.
As well as the letter as you described as Exhibit 1 from the mayor of the city of Versailles?
Yes.
What is it in your Exhibit 1, being the letter from the mayor of Versailles dated January 17, 2008, that mentions the potential for Versailles to supply water to Kentucky American Water Company?
I can get a copy of that letter in front of me. My recollection is that it is a letter.
We're bringing you a copy of your testimony, sir.
Essentially, this letter authorizes, as I read it, the city, municipal utilities to proceed with possible negotiations for partnering with the Louisville Water Company and the Frankfurt Plant Board to assist in providing an interim solution to the water shortfall for Central Kentucky.
Does this letter say that the city of Versailles can provide 2 million gallons of water a day to anybody?
This letter does not.
Let me direct your attention to the GRW letter of April 14, 2006, attached to your testimony as Exhibit 2. As I read this letter, Mr. Heitzman, and you'll have to help me because I'm not an engineer, obviously, GRW modeled 3 scenarios for the city of Versailles. 2 million gallons a day on one hand, 3 million gallons a day on the second, an additional 5 million gallons a day as a third scenario on top of their normal production. Am I right?
Yes.
And in order for Versailles to deliver 2 million gallons of water a day in addition to its normal production, there is a discussion about the hydraulic gradient and the differences required between Versailles and Kentucky American. Am I right?
Yes.
The hydraulic gradient for Versailles is at the potential delivery point is 1,110 feet. Am I right?
Yes.
And the letter indicates that according to the, I assume, '06 costs, it would cost the city of Versailles $158,850 to get this additional 2 million gallons of water a day up to the gradient level of its system. Am I right?
In order to be able to deliver the water, my understanding is to be able to deliver the water to the grade that is needed for Kentucky American.
Well, sir, will you tell me where you understand that from this letter?
When I read the letter and read what is here, the $158,000 would be the cost to upgrade their pumping station and their controls and the piping associated to be able to deliver that 2 million gallon a day capacity for an estimated $158,000. And that would provide the grade that could be provided to Kentucky American, the hydraulic grade.
Look at the first paragraph, or I'm sorry, the last paragraph on the first page, Mr. Heitzman.
Okay.
And it is the second from the last sentence that begins, "This report is based upon providing the requested demands at the metering point and does not address exactly how KAWC or the BWSC would achieve this additional pressure boost." Does that suggest to you that the $158,000 in improvements is required for Versailles to get the water to the metering point?
Yes.
But not into Kentucky American's system?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
In other words,
Now, is this, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
my understanding from this letter, what we can assume, is that additional boost for pumping gets it to, as you said, to that metering point, and then based upon the hydraulic grade and the demands that Kentucky American has, they could either take that water or they could boost that pressure in addition at that delivery point to take it into their customers. No different than it's requiring booster pumping from the Pool 3 plant to be able to deliver it 31 miles down into Lexington.
Does Louisville Water Company have a commitment from anyone to pay the $158,850?
No.
Do you know what Kentucky American's hydraulic gradient is at this potential metering point?
Offhand, I do not.
If I represented to you that the difference in the hydraulic gradient between the metering point and Kentucky American system was 85 feet, would you accept that?
That sounds like a reasonable number.
Has anybody projected the cost of moving the water from the metering point up to Kentucky American's gradient level?
No, but I will give you an opinion that if in my professional engineering opinion, that it's a very small cost to move 2 million gallons a day at a grade of 85 feet. That is not a significant cost, and in my judgment would be measured in the neighborhood of less than $100,000.
Well, it's costing the city of Versailles $158,000 to move the water to its gradient point at the metering place, isn't it?
Right.
Gradient level.
Including the piping extension. So without doing the detailed design, I would expect that for under $100,000, that additional 85 feet of grade can be easily overcome.
No one is committed to pay that additional money, have they?
No, what I would assume is the benefiting party, in this case Kentucky American, would pay for the cost of the improvements that are required by Versailles, as well as the improvements that are required within Kentucky American system to take that 2 million gallons a day.
Do you know whether or not those projected costs have been included in the Beck analysis filed for this hearing?
No, they have not. For the Commissioner's sake, the point I want to make is for less than $250,000, a 2 million gallon per day increment is available on an emergency contingency basis. Right now, the water can flow with the existing grades from Kentucky American to Versailles. With the addition of pumping and piping, a small amount of piping, you can reverse that flow as well and have the benefits of water going both ways in the pipeline for interdependence during an emergency situation. And it frees up that 2 million gallons a day. So regardless of what happens here, that's a smart move on both parties' part. There is reserve capacity of 5 million gallons a day with for sales, you certainly want to take advantage of that when the piping systems are already interconnected.
Your interim measures assume an additional 3 million gallons a day from the city of Versailles, don't they?
Yes.
Would that be the 3 million gallons per day scenario that was modeled by GRW and mentioned in its letter of April 14, 2006?
Yes.
Together, then, you're talking about 5 million gallons of water a day from Versailles, are you not?
Yes, a total.
With respect to the modeling of the 3 million gallon per day scenario, which is addressed at the bottom of page 2 of the letter and goes for the first third of the letter on page 3, isn't the statement made that in order to deliver 3 million gallons of water per day, line velocities are going to get in the 5 to 7 foot per second range, and this needs to be addressed?
May I ask where in that letter?
Sure, top of page 3, Mr.
Okay.
Salent.
I was at the bottom. I've got it. Yes, it does say the velocities in the above-mentioned mains increased to 5 to 7 feet per second. As stated above, these velocities will need to be addressed if the 3 MGD purchase by the BWSC is intended to be a normal operating situation.
Does the letter also say in the next paragraph on page 3 that several thousand feet of water main are necessary to be added to provide Sycamore Estates with water?
Yes.
Does the letter also say that in order to consider this option, the city of Versailles needs to consider the amount of water required as a result of the expected growth in its new pressure zone?
Yes.
And it might need to reduce the amount of water available to Kentucky American as this growth occurs?
Yes. And that's why I want to make it clear that this is characterized as an interim emergency solution until a larger source of supply is provided. So this is a good step, again, regardless of which solution, because it can be implemented so quickly and so cost-effectively, benefiting both parties.
Is there any commitment on the part of Versailles to do this?
What we have is a letter from the mayor, as you referenced earlier, that authorizes the Louisville Water Company and the Frankfurt Plant Board and Versailles to all enter into negotiations to be able to assemble that interim solution proposal to meet the needs for Central Kentucky for July of 2010.
Is the answer to my question no?
At this time, the answer is no.
Thank you. Is there a difference between your concept of getting 5 million gallons of water a day from Versailles and the 5 million gallon per day scenario modeled by GRW?
No, our proposal is built upon the foundation of what GRW had provided back in 2006. We met with the operator at Versailles, Bruce Southworth, and he confirmed that the supply is available and that he is more than willing to be able to provide that on an interim basis over a 3 to 5 year period because of the reserve capacity that he has. He has built a 10 million gallon per day treatment plant, and currently he's using on a max day about 4.5, so that frees up that 5 MGD that's readily available. And I don't think anybody's disputing that there would need to be other improvements, but our position would be that the benefiting party on that interim measure would pay that, and these improvements are not measured in millions of dollars, they're measured in hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Let me direct your attention to the paragraph on page 3 of the letter that is under the 5 million gallon per day scenario, and it's the second paragraph that begins in an attempt. You see that paragraph?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. I think it is the 5th sentence down that I want to read to you, Mr. Heitzman. If an additional 5 million gallons per day in demand were given to the BWSC, the plant would be operating at capacity, leaving no room for expansion within Versailles or even daily maintenance at the water plant. Additional concerns with this would be meeting the required one-day storage volume for the distribution system. Next paragraph. Given the above, the City of Versailles should strongly consider the many improvements that would be needed to the system and the extensive associated costs before agreeing to a 5 million gallon per day rate. Let me direct your attention to the last sentence on that page. It would further appear that a 5 million gallon per day purchase by BWSC would be impracticable within the limiting factor being the capacity of the Versailles water treatment plant. Did I read those correctly?
Yes.
Am I correct that Versailles' max day to date is 5.88 million gallons? Do you know that?
I do not know that. My understanding in conversations with Mr. Southworth, it is less than 5 million gallons a day.
Mr. Southworth's testimony of record in this case?
No.
Mr. Heitzman, what I'm asking to be delivered to you is identified as the Versailles Water System Permit Number 0258. And if I may, Your Honor, ask that it be marked KAWC Hearing Exhibit Number 2.
Okay.
I might say, Your Honor, I am aware of yesterday's order asking the parties to mark their exhibits, number them in advance. That always creates some difficulty for parties because I'm never sure the order in which I'm going to use exhibits, and I apologize for not having done that in advance. Mr. Heitzman, do you have KAWC's Exhibit 2 in front of you?
Yes.
Does this permit authorize the City of Sales in Condition L1 to withdraw an amount less or equal to 10 million gallons per day?
Yes.
Let me direct your attention to page 3 of the permit, beginning with condition T-8. And what I'm going to ask you about are conditions T-8 through T-13. And they are restrictions on the withdrawal rights of Versailles as the flow in the Kentucky River decreases, are they not?
Yes.
For purposes of the record and the parties' understanding, the first condition is if the flow in the Kentucky River is at 136 CFS, or cubic feet per second, then their withdrawals from Versailles shall not exceed 3.5 million gallons per day, right?
Yes.
That's less than half of what they were previously authorized by the permit, correct?
Yes.
Then if the water level of the pool is at or below crest of any pool in the river, Versailles can only withdraw 3.2 million gallons. Is that correct?
Yes.
The additional restriction is if the level of any pool in the river is 1 foot below the crest, they can only get 2.9 million gallons of water a day out of the river, correct?
According to this exhibit, yes.
In like fashion, if the water level of any pool is 2 feet below a crest, they can only withdraw 2.6 million gallons.
According to this record, yes.
And then if the water level of the pool is 3 feet below a crest, only 2.3 million.
Yes.
And lastly, if the water level of any pool is 4 feet below the crest, the withdrawal limit shall not exceed 2.1 million gallons. Is that correct?
Yes.
In attempting to persuade individuals that the City of Versailles has 5 million gallons a day to deliver to Kentucky American, did you conduct any investigation to determine whether or not its source of supply would be sufficient to do that?
No. We would have to meet with the Kentucky Division of Water related to their permit withdrawal requirements.
Would it surprise you to know, and I will prove it in rebuttal testimony, Mr. Heitzman, that there were a very limited number of days in the year 2007 that Versailles could deliver 2-3 million gallons of water a day from its source of supply to Kentucky American without violating its permit?
I don't have a comment on that.
You wouldn't be surprised to hear that?
Excuse me, Mr. Ingram, the child in the back, I'm a father and I love to hear children, but we're trying to run a hearing here, and I would ask that the child be removed or quieted down, please.
Could you?
Yeah, let's do that question over.
I'll withdraw the question.
Okay.
I would like to move for the introduction of the evidence as Kentucky Americans Exhibit Number 2, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection?
No, I'd like to know when the permit was issued, and it appears to be undated. I'd like to know when what presented is on the
Hey, Joe, if you would go to that mic in the middle.
I'm sorry,
when you speak to-
I need to
I heard
clarify.
you, but,
Okay.
no.
Well, Mr. Ingram, he's wanting to, I think he's wanting you maybe to lay a little more foundation for it. Are you able to do that?
I do not know the date the permit was issued, but what I can tell you is that it is the response that we got, Kentucky American got very recently to the Division of Water for the current permit for sales. I'll represent to you certainly the current permit.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that representation, but that doesn't address the concern that I have. Let me explain a little further. The permits are typically, at least for a number of the other water programs, are issued on a 5-year cycle. We now have in place a valve system on the Kentucky River that allows the movement of water even when water is not above the crest of the various dams from one pool to the next. And I certainly want to know when this permit was issued and whether or not the calculation of minimum yield under various flow conditions took into account the existence of the valves and the valve plan that has been adopted by the Kentucky River Authority.
Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to interrupt your thought process, but the concern we would have with this, Mr. Heitzman has indicated that he's not familiar with the document, he's not seen it. Mr. Ingram has indicated that there is going to be some rebuttal testimony with respect to this. Perhaps the appropriate time would be to lay foundation at that time.
Well, I mean, just because Mr. Heisman might not be familiar with it doesn't mean that it's not permissible. If it is a public record and Mr. Ingram has represented that it is, then it certainly would be admissible regardless of Mr. Heisman's prior knowledge of it. I guess to some degree I agree with Mr. Fitzgerald as to there does not appear to be an issue date or an effective date or anything of that nature. Mr. Ingram, how difficult would it be for you to get some sort of certification from the folks across town as to the issue date of this permit? Would that be fairly easy to do, you think? Or
I certainly can do that in the alternative. It's my understanding that Ms. Bridwell will testify that this permit was issued in 2006 to the City of Versailles.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, the other thing that in our discussions with Mr. Southworth, I know that he's upgraded his treatment plant, and all this occurred about at the same time in 2006. They have a 10 million gallon per day treatment plant, so what we want to find out is that the permit that is of record as of today as a result of that treatment, the new treatment plant that's been expanded, or whether it predates the treatment plant as well, and then also whether they have requested for the ability to withdraw more than currently their current withdrawal rates.
I have represented to the Commission that this is the permit that currently the City of Versailles has.
Well, it says withdrawal 10 million gallons a day. I mean,
yes.
I mean, I can read that much, but why don't we do this? Are there any other objections other than Mr. Fitzgerald's objection? Mr. Spinard, do you have a concern?
I want to clarify is that there's an issue as to, I think there's perhaps an issue as to authenticity. The representation of council is that this is the current permit. That's an issue, I believe, that's separate from the issue of the quality of this evidence. So I guess the key is, the concern is this if they're saying this is the current permit, perhaps they could just get a certification of records from the records manager. In terms of the quality of the evidence, I'm trying to understand if that's the nature of the objection, if they're just objecting to the quality, because I see those as two different issues.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Spinard's points are well taken. I will withdraw the objection if council will provide at some appropriate time between now and when the briefs are due a certification that in fact this is the official permit and the complete permit that has been issued. And I'll explore with Ms. Bridwell on her rebuttal her knowledge of whether in fact this permit has taken into consideration the opportunities to augment supply within that pool. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. So, Mr. Ingram, if you would endeavor to try to get a little more, maybe a certification or something with regard to permit number 0258 from the division. Did this come from the Division of Water?
It did indeed. It did indeed.
I'll go ahead and accept this exhibit number 2 into evidence, and it's subject to your agreement to supplement the record before the 20th. Well, let's supplement it. Well, let's treat it as a data request in terms of time. Within 10 days from today, let's go ahead and offer additional certification. And if Mr. Fitzgerald or some other party has a problem with the authenticity or any other problem for that matter with the exhibit, then that can be argued in the briefs.
Mr. Heitzman, do I understand the correction that you made to your testimony early to be that you now no longer propose as some interim measure the delivery of any water from the Frankfurt water treatment plant?
No.
Do you still propose 2 million gallons of water a day can be delivered from the Frankfurt water treatment plant?
Not until the pipeline is connected between the Louisville Water Company and the Frankfurt Plant Board on the west side of the Kentucky River.
Maybe I didn't make myself clear, but I sure tried to.
Maybe I failed to understand your question.
We'll see. I think my question was, since you modified your testimony this morning at the suggestion of the folks from Georgetown,
Yes.
do you propose any interim relief for Central Kentucky by the delivery of any water from the Frankfurt treatment plant?
Yes.
Okay. From the treatment plant, not the Frankfurt system.
From the treatment plant.
How much water do you propose that the city of Frankfurt can deliver to Central Kentucky?
5 million gallons a day.
Let me show you minutes of the meeting of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission dated September 19, 2005, which I will ask be marked Kentucky Americans Exhibit Number 3. Do you have that in front of you, Mr. Heitzman?
Yes.
Would you confirm that on page 2, 2 representatives of the Frankfurt Electric and Water Plant Board are represented as being present at this meeting, specifically David Billings and Warner Keynes?
Yes.
Look at page 3, please, under Administrative Guidelines Committee. And I'll ask you if I correctly read the last part of that paragraph. While agreement in principle has been reached with the Frankfurt EWPB, and that's Electric Water Plant Board, that it could sell to BWSC 1 million gallons per day on a peak usage day, no written agreement has yet been developed. The FEWPB could sell more water to the BWSC on most days, but would not commit to a quantity larger than 1 million gallons per day based on the June-July 2005 water demands from its existing retail and wholesale customers. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Your Honor, please, I'd like to move the introduction of these minutes as Kentucky Americans Exhibit Number 3.
Any objection? Hearing none, the exhibit will be accepted into the record as KWC Exhibit 3.
Your Honor, at this point, I would like to have distributed to the witness and other parties what I will mark or identify as Kentucky Americans Exhibit Number 4. Mr. Heitzman, let me direct your attention, please, to page 1 of what is described as the minutes of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission of January 22nd, 2007. Was David Billings, a commissioner from the city of Frankfort, indicated as being present at this meeting?
Yes, I do see it. I see his name, yes.
Let me direct your attention to page 2, please. About two-thirds of the way down the list of others present. Do the minutes indicate that Jim Smith from Louisville Water Company was present?
Yes.
What position does Mr. Smith have with the Louisville Water Company?
He is manager of infrastructure planning.
Direct your attention to page 5. The first sentence on that page indicate that the program manager's report from O'Brien and Gear is attached as Appendix B to the minutes.
Yes.
Would you go to the program manager's agenda dated January 22nd, 2007, please, which is attached, and I'll direct your attention to page 2 of 5.
Okay.
And the bullet point FPB water treatment plant evaluation. Do you see that bullet point, Mr. Heitzman?
Yes.
Let me read to you the first two paragraphs of the O'Brien and Gear report.
Let me check this. Okay.
Frankfort Plant Board, in cooperation with BWSC, retained GRW engineers to evaluate the existing Frankfort Plant Board water treatment plant for the possibility to meet the short-term needs of Kentucky American Water. The study also looked at expanding Frankfort Plant Board's capacity to meet the needs of BWSC or to meet the partial needs of both KAW and BWSC. Next paragraph. In summary, the report by GRW engineers indicates that the historical raw water pumping demands during peak days and the 3-day running annual average has approached 16 million gallons per day on a few occasions, and was recommended that the 16 million gallon per day demand be used as the critical present-day peak demand. As a result, there is no reliable treatment plant capacity available for BWSC without substantial improvements to expand the water treatment plant and distribution system in the range of $17 million to $32 million. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you have any commitment from the mayor of Frankfort or the Frankfort Electric and Water Plant Board to expand their treatment plant?
No.
I would like to move the introduction of Kentucky Americans Exhibit 4 into evidence, please, Your Honor.
Any objection? Hearing none, the exhibit will be admitted into the record, Mr. Ingram.
At this point, Your Honor, I would like to have distributed what I'll call Kentucky Americans Exhibit number 6.
Five.
Five, I believe.
Five, I'm sorry.
All right. Mr. Ingram, do you mind if we, do the parties mind if we go ahead and take our morning break? We're at 10:30 and the reporter's been going for more than an hour and a half. Let's take a 10-minute break then. We'll come back at 20 minutes till the hour. Okay, we will be back on the record in case number 2007-00134. Let the record reflect that all parties are present and represented by counsel. Go ahead and read across, Mr. Ingram.
Mr. Heitzman, do you have in front of you what I actually marked as Kentucky American Water Company's Exhibit number 5?
Yes, sir.
And it is described as the permit to withdraw public water issued to Frankfurt, permit number 0024, am I correct?
Yes.
Likewise correct if you look at conditions L7, 8, 9, and 10, that the maximum withdrawal permitted per day by Frankfurt from the Kentucky River during those months is 15 million gallons per day.
Yes.
And the other months of the year, it's 10 million gallons a day or 14 million gallons a day.
Yes.
I'd like to move the introduction of Kentucky Americans Exhibit number 5, please, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection?
Your Honor, the same concern regarding the authentication, that it is the current and complete copy of the permit. These tempo permits, it's important to have the entire permit so that we have the context of it, and if counsel will provide that and the certification so that we know what the vintage is of it, I have no objection. I would hope Ms. Bridwell will be able to talk regarding whether or not this has considered the valve plan also when she comes up for rebuttal.
You're welcome to ask her that.
Okay. So with that stipulation.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Any other comment by any counsel? We endeavor to do that as well for this exhibit. Mr. Ingram?
Yes, I will, Your Honor.
All right. We'll go ahead then and admit it subject to receipt of that additional foundation.
I'd like to have distributed at this point what will be marked as Kentucky Americans Exhibit number 6, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Heitzman, Kentucky Americans Exhibit number 6 indicates on the first page that it is the minutes of the Board of Water Works regular meeting of December 13, 2007. Is that correct?
Yes.
The Board of Water Works would be the Board of Louisville Water Company.
Yes, sir.
Let me direct your attention, please, to page 7 of this document. And particularly the second sentence on that page. And I'll read it. Demands during the summer of 2007 and future demand projections indicate a 30-inch line will be necessary to serve future growth in Jefferson County and growth in the service areas of our wholesale customers in Shelby and Spencer counties. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Is it fair for me to summarize this particular paragraph by saying at this meeting your board revised the size of the pipeline that you intend to build from your treatment plant to the Jefferson County line from a 24-inch line to a 30-inch line
Yes.
at an increased projected cost from $5 million to $8,288,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, is this 30-inch line to Jefferson County what I will, for lack of a better word, call the backbone of your proposal before this commission?
Yes.
And it is designed to serve future growth in Jefferson County and your wholesale customers in Shelby and Spencer counties?
Yes.
I move the admission of Kentucky Americans Exhibit Number 6, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any objection? Hearing none, the exhibit, KWC Exhibit Number 6 will be admitted into the record.
Mr. Heitzman, am I correct in my memory from your testimony that you said Kentucky American Water Company has not conducted a safe yield analysis of pool number 3?
Yes, that is my understanding.
I'd like to have distributed, please, Kentucky Americans Exhibit Number 7. Mr. Heitzman, I will represent to you that what I have here is a series of pages that I want to draw your attention to from what has been called in this proceeding the Gannett-Fleming study. As you can see from the first page, it's called a water supply study dated March 2007. Have you reviewed this document at any time in the past?
Not that I recall.
I'll represent to you that it has been filed in this proceeding in response to staff first series of data requests, item number 6. I have included numerical pages italicized I, and let me direct your attention to the third page and ask you if I'm correct that the title of Appendix A is Estimation of Safe Yield Lock 2 on the Kentucky River.
Yes.
Direct your attention to what is the next page, number 23 from the study. The last sentence of the first paragraph. An evaluation of the safe yield of Kentucky River at Lock 2 is provided in Appendix A. Did I read that correctly?
I've jumped back.
All right.
I'm sure you're correct.
Well, I would like your verification.
Give me back.
Page 23.
Okay.
It is the last sentence in the first paragraph.
Well, I've got it. So an evaluation of the safe yield of the Kentucky River at Lock 2 is provided in Appendix A. Yes.
I'm sure it comes as no surprise to you that I've attached Appendix A.
Yes.
Let me direct your attention, if you'll thumb through Appendix A, to page A-4. And under the bold heading, Safe Yield at Lock 2, am I correct that the first sentence is the USGS estimates of daily river flow at Lock 2 were analyzed to estimate the safe yield of the Kentucky River at Pool 3 for this period of record?
Yes. That's what it says.
Let's flip through the graphs which I included for completeness to the last page, which is A-9. Under the heading Summary, Mr. Heitzman, the first sentence, based on USGS gauging station data, it appears that Pool 3 has a safe yield significantly greater than 30 million gallons per day. Am I correct?
Yes.
Just as a matter of interest, the last sentence of that paragraph is, another important consideration is the fact that the water withdrawn from Pool 3 will be treated and pumped upstream to Lexington and other users, and then returned to the Kentucky River upstream of Pool 3 as treated wastewater minus consumptive use. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you satisfied now, Mr. Heitzman, that there is a safe yield analysis of Pool 3 of the Kentucky River?
No.
Why not?
I'm looking at this, and it looks like on page A-4, and I haven't had the time to read all through this, is that there was a study done of the safe yield at Lock 2. And if I understand the locks and the dams and nomenclature correctly, that Lock 2 would also be the location of dam number 2, so my cursory review looks like it is a safe yield study that was done for pool number 2, and then it uses the data from pool number 2 and the lock at 2 and the gauging stations at number 2 to provide an estimate of the safe yield for pool number 3. I think it is it's an indicator, but I don't, again, I'll be glad to study this, but I don't see the data here that specifically collects the data, the monitoring, et cetera, for pool 3 where the intake is proposed.
Do you dispute in any way, shape, or form Gannett Fleming's conclusion in the last sentence on page A9? And I'll read it. Based upon the information reviewed, Pool 3 of the Kentucky River has a safe yield in excess of 30 million gallons a day.
I can't agree with that because I haven't studied the data.
You have no information to disagree with it, do you, Mr. Heitzman?
No, not at this time.
Thank you. When did you receive the letter that you have introduced in evidence initially here from Georgetown indicating that their distribution system was not capable of transferring 2 million gallons of water a day to Kentucky American Water Company?
I believe it was last Friday.
The letter is dated February the 26th, 2008. Am I correct?
Yes. I may have,
I'm sorry?
I may have a copy. Just a second. I may have a copy where it's stamped received. No, I can't place my hands on it, but my recollection is we received it last week.
At the time you wrote your original testimony for this second hearing, had you or anybody from Louisville Water Company at your direction made any investigation to determine whether or not the Georgetown City municipal system could deliver more water from Frankfort to Lexington?
I'm still thinking about the receive date, and it's stamped on here. So could you, we received it on February 27th for the record. Could you restate your question? I apologize.
The time you drafted your testimony for filing for this hearing,
Yes.
had you or anybody from Louisville Water Company at your direction made an investigation to determine whether or not Georgetown could deliver 2 million gallons of water a day to Lexington from Frankfort?
A member of my staff, Jim Smith, has had ongoing discussions with Billy Jenkins at Georgetown in order to be able to evaluate the capacity of their system.
Did Mr. Smith ever report to you in words and phrases like this? Yes, Greg, Georgetown has said they can deliver 2 million gallons of water a day from Frankfort to Lexington.
No, he did not. But he did advise me that the interconnections do exist, and the capacity of those interconnections has a 2 million gallon per day capacity because of the 3 existing interconnections. So the subtle difference is, as you're pointing out, is between Georgetown committing to that versus the ability to flow the water through from Frankfort to Georgetown to Kentucky American. So it's physically possible to move the water. What I read from this letter is that Georgetown at this time, because of their capacity at Royal Springs, is not willing to make that commitment for that flow-through capacity.
Their source has anything to do with it, but I'm going to quit with you. Did you ask Georgetown in advance of filing your testimony in this case, if your representation that they could wheel 2 million gallons of water a day from Frankfort to Lexington was correct and accurate?
No, I did not.
Lastly, Mr. Heitzman, I want to show you what I'll ask to be marked as Kentucky American Water's Exhibit Number 8.
Did we admit 7, Connie?
No, but I would certainly move to do that.
Okay, is there any objection? All right, let it be put in the record then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor, please, this is a 2-page letter, and I might wait a minute and let everyone read it.
Okay, that's probably a good idea. Mr. Ingram, let me inquire, I've got 3 pages, and the 3rd page looks like is a signature page maybe of another letter, or?
That is the way it came to me, and I have no explanation for that. The first 2 pages seem to be a complete letter. The only thing I might suggest is that perhaps the author of this letter sent a different page to different people. I have no explanation, but I didn't want to reconstruct what I had.
Looks like Mr. Heitzman is CC'd on it. Maybe he knows.
He CC'd on both pages, and
Yeah.
it'd be my intention to ask him
Okay.
about that if you
All
don't
right.
mind. Mr. Heitzman, this appears to be a letter dated February 11, 2008, from the mayor of Louisville, Kentucky, to the mayor of the Lexington Fayette Urban County Government, does it not?
Yes.
It shows on page 2 that you received a copy.
Yes, I did.
As the chairman pointed out, the way I got it, there's a 3rd page that looks like it could be a part of the same letter, but it likewise shows a copy to you. Do you have an explanation why there are 2 pages with 2 signatures of the mayor of Louisville? Do you know?
No, I don't. I could go back and look at our records, and I think we could clear that up.
Did you assist, or someone from Louisville Water Company assist the mayor of Louisville in drafting this letter?
Yes, we provided the information to the mayor's office in the drafting of the letter.
You direct your attention to the 2nd page. The third paragraph, the last sentence. With the agreement of the utilities involved, Louisville Water Company can pump water to Frankfort, which in turn can provide 3 million gallons of water per day through Georgetown to KEWC's infrastructure in Lexington. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
In view of the letter from Georgetown stating that their system will not permit them to wheel water, do you feel obliged to correct the information you gave to the mayor of Louisville?
Yes, I think in light of the Georgetown letter, that paragraph needs to be corrected.
And would you recommend to the mayor of Louisville that it likewise be corrected by him to the mayor of Lexington?
Yes, that would.
And any other public dissemination of this erroneous information?
I think what we would do is recommend it to our mayor's office to correct the letter to Mayor Newberry to correct the information, and then we would, any of the parties that were copied or involved, we would follow up and get that same copy of information that would become a public record.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Let me direct your attention to the next paragraph, which is paragraph 4. The second part of it. For sales, municipal utility officials have discussed an alternative that can provide Lexington with 5 million gallons a day in supplemental water with minimal infrastructure costs. Did you provide that information to the mayor of Louisville?
Let me follow you. Which paragraph on the page?
It is the 4th one.
Yes, we did provide that information.
Do you consider that to be correct in view of the statement that you and I discussed earlier from the GRW report attached to your testimony as exhibit number 2, that, and I quote, it would further appear that a 5 million gallon per day purchase by BWSC would be impracticable, with the limiting factor being the capacity of the Versailles water treatment plant?
I believe this is still a correct statement. In addition to the 3 million gallons a day from the regional pipeline, the Louisville Water Company and Versailles have discussed an alternative that can provide Lexington the 5 million gallons a day supplemental water. I still believe that from my perspective, that is possible with the infrastructure investments to be made between Versailles to the delivery point to Kentucky American.
Certainly GRW disagrees with your opinion, does it not?
No, I wouldn't characterize it that way.
Well, they say it's impractical, with the limiting factor being the capacity of the Versailles water treatment plant. Do you agree with me that Versailles would have to add capacity to its treatment plant?
Oh, no, not at all. I do not.
What is the current treatment plant capacity of Versailles?
10 million gallons a day.
You reserve 15% of your capacity for future use, right?
That's right.
That would leave 8.5 usable for the city of Versailles?
I want to characterize this as an interim solution. It's not a long-term solution. And the point I want to make to everyone is the interconnection between Versailles and Kentucky American at this point is available to be able to use, and Versailles is committed to that. And through a partnership, they would provide up to that 5 million gallons a day, not on a long-term basis. They're not prepared to enter into a 10, 15, or 20-year agreement. They are prepared to provide a short-term interim solution, and the incremental investment that would be required to provide that 5 million gallons a day is very feasible.
At the risk of the chairman accusing me of being redundant, do you have a commitment from the city of Versailles that it can provide 5 million gallons of water a day to Kentucky American Water Company?
Not at this time.
I have no further questions, Mr. Heitzman. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll go then to Mr. Fitzgerald. I think you're next. You have questions?
Yes,
Mr. Depp or Mr. Salant, would you give Mr. Fitzgerald a seat?
We're doing that, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, it seems like Vice Chairman's having to keep me on the right track today. I think I've looked at the wrong thing on my pre-hearing sheet, Mr. Fitzgerald. It looks like the order of cross-examination that I announced at the beginning of the hearing that was in the procedural schedule I guess it would fall to the Attorney General next. I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go back to the cheap seats and I'll be back later. I'm just kidding.
I'm very sorry about
Don't you apologize. That's
Mr. Spinard, do you have cross-examination?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Heitzman.
Good morning.
I want to discuss the interim measures that you describe in your pre-filed supplemental testimony. In the November 2007 public hearing, you identified a project, I'm going to refer to that as the Louisville Water Company project, to supply central Kentucky. And that had essentially a component that would bring water from Louisville through I-64 corridor to Lexington. In the November 2007 public hearing, were the interim measures of water supply from Versailles and water supply from Frankfort, were they part of that proposal that you discussed in your 2007 testimony?
No, at that time I was not aware of the GRW study and the availability of the 2 to 5 million gallon per day capacity. So at that time, we were proposing, and as part of that November proposal, was that we would provide water on the west side to Frankfort that frees up capacity at their existing water treatment plant that they could then in turn send to central Kentucky, either through the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission or straight to Kentucky American.
Okay, now in terms of the city of Versailles, would a project to supply additional water from the city of Versailles be part of the permanent facilities for moving water from Louisville via Frankfort to Kentucky American?
I would characterize it in this way. It is an interim solution. The investments that could be made make sense in the event of any type of emergency to be able to wheel water in both directions. So I think they're permitted in that context. In my judgment, on behalf of the information I've received from Versailles, they did not want to make a long-term commitment, long-term in the context of anything greater than 5 years. So their commit would be on an interim basis so they can continue to reserve that capacity for the growth of their own customer base.
With that in mind, would the usefulness of the city of Versailles project upon the completion of a permanent interconnection facility for water from the Louisville Water Company, would that continue to be useful?
In my opinion, it would, but as the growth of Versailles over time uses that capacity, there will be a diminishing return over 10, 15 to 20 years. But again, all that's done on a max day perspective, and we never know when there's an emergency event, a main break or other natural disaster that would interrupt supplies. So you get the usefulness over a much longer period of time if you have that interconnectability that water can go 3 to 5 MMD in both directions. So there's benefit to customers both ways regardless.
Okay. Now, in terms of the city of Frankfort, you indicate that it's possible for Frankfort to supply additional water. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, would this project to supply additional water from the city of Frankfort be part of the permanent facilities for moving water from Louisville via Frankfort to Kentucky American?
Yes.
Okay. I realize that you are not an attorney, and I'm not going to ask you for any legal conclusions. However, I want to ask you some questions regarding your understanding of some utility concepts. In terms of your general understanding, one of the primary reasons for a certificate process is the goal of preventing overinvestment in facilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of Kentucky American's proposal, this project is not to replace a treatment facility. The construction of the water treatment plant is to increase or expand Kentucky American Water Company's total treatment capacity. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
and I believe we had some discussion earlier today, is it your understanding that Kentucky American Water Company's current total treatment capacity is 65 million gallons a day?
That is my understanding.
Okay. And Kentucky American Water Company seeks to increase that amount by at least 20 million gallons a day.
Yes, that is my understanding.
Now, with regard to the increase, do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Kentucky American Water Company needs to increase its treatment capacity.
No. And may I provide an explanation?
Yes, please.
To provide the incremental source of 20 MGD, it can come from multiple sources. It could come from an existing reserve capacity that would be available through adjacent communities, or in this case from the local water company where there is reserve capacity. Therefore, in that case, there would not be the need to expand treatment plant capacity because finished water is available from other sources. That's the distinction.
Okay, that's fine. I want to go over a couple of hypothetical scenarios. You've mentioned Pool 9 in your pre-filed supplemental testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
Under the assumption that the safe yield of Pool 9 was sufficient to supply Kentucky American with enough raw water, would you expect Kentucky American to first consider expanding its treatment facility for its treatment capacity for its Pool 9 facility?
Absolutely.
And one term that is used from time to time is footprint. And the notion is, all other things being equal, the expansion of an existing facility can reduce or eliminate the need for acquiring additional land, for example. Is that your understanding of the term footprint?
In that context, yes.
Okay. Do you agree or disagree that the site selection and location of facilities are significant considerations for water projects?
Yes.
So let's assume for the moment that Pool 9 is not sufficient and will not be sufficient in the near term, say the next 10 years. Now, without regard to the source of supply, do you agree or disagree with the following statement? In order to increase its treatment capacity, Kentucky American Water Company will need access to a water supply from a source of supply other than Pool 9 of the Kentucky River. And at any stage when I read a question, if you don't understand it or would like for me to repeat it, just tell me.
And my response to that would be in the context of the existing conditions. That is my understanding. In other words, without the improvements that are currently taking place on dam number 9, the valve operating plan, and the potential to add the crest gate. With those improvements, it would allow an additional storage of water on pool number 9 that would allow an additional source of supply at that location. And then I would point out that in the drinking water industry, what we have found is there are ways to be able to improve the efficiency of an existing treatment plant with new technology that does not require you to add footprint, physical property space. So as an example, if a filter has a rated capacity of 2 or 3 gallons per minute per square foot, it could be expanded. The division of water would allow up to 5 gallons per minute per square foot. And by adding that advanced technology, you can do it inside an existing building footprint and an existing land footprint by the use of advanced treatment technology. So there's some significant opportunity that if you can secure an additional source, an increment of source at Pool 9, whether that's 5 or 10 million gallons per day, that it may be very efficient to be able to upgrade a plant using advanced technology for treatment.
So in terms of the notion, it is a legitimate goal to minimize the footprint of a project.
It would be a legitimate goal to, I wouldn't say minimize, to optimize the size of a footprint, because you do have to take into consideration factors other than the water treatment plant capacity itself.
Okay.
buffer zones and planning and zoning, future expansion capability, et cetera, all have to come into play.
So if I understand it, it may not be the ultimate goal, but it's certainly a material consideration.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to use another hypothetical. If there was a facility, a transmission main of another utility with sufficient excess capacity to supply Kentucky American's needs, and that facility ran by Kentucky American's Kentucky River Treatment Facility, then would you expect Kentucky American to first consider gaining access to water through this transmission main before building a separate additional treatment facility?
In the context of, what do you mean by ran by or run by?
I mean, physically, if there was a line that ran next door, on the property next door to Kentucky American's treatment facility, and it had excess capacity to supply Kentucky American's needs, would you expect Kentucky American to consider gaining access to that water through essentially tapping on or hooking on to that transmission main before Kentucky American considered building a separate additional treatment facility?
Yes, I would agree with that, and further, I would say that if there's an increment of capacity in the vicinity of the entire service area footprint of Kentucky American, that there may be an opportunity to be able to take advantage of that increment of supply or that reserve capacity for the benefit of its ratepayers.
Now, approximately a decade ago, through an August 21st, 1997 order, and while the order speaks for itself, and I believe Mr. Chairman referenced it a little bit earlier today, the Public Service Commission made the determination that there is a water supply deficit in Pool 9. And I'm going to read from page 5 of that order. This is the second sentence of the first full paragraph on page 5. The evidence submitted in this case provides estimates of the total annual water supply deficit in Pool 9 ranging from 1.688 billion gallons to 6.553 billion gallons for Kentucky American's planning period. And will you accept that reading subject to check, or would you like to see the order?
I would accept what you're reading. What I don't know is the date of that, did that ruling consider the capacity going into Pool 9 with a valve operating plan or the ability to add the crest gate for Pool 9 for additional storage? And so what I don't know is in the context in which that ruling was provided.
Okay, and that's the next question. Do you have an opinion? If you have an opinion, do you believe that Pool 9 of the Kentucky River could, through the year 2030, provide an adequate source of water supply for the Kentucky American Water Company?
My opinion from the documents that I've read, I've met with Steve Reeder with Kentucky River Authority. I've met with Dr. Lyndall Ormsby, who did an extensive amount of modeling on the Kentucky River, and I would conclude that at Pool 9, with the addition of the crest gate on dam number 9, that there's the ability to provide a significant additional increment. And I would characterize it this way, is that if a 4-foot crest gate is added, my understanding is that an additional 900,000 gallons of water, 900 million gallons of water would be available, and therefore that would, over a 90-day period, provide a 10 MGD supply. Over a 120-day period, it would provide a 5 million gallon a day supply. So I wouldn't characterize what I've learned that would meet the entire projected need of Kentucky American, but could meet a substantial portion of that in the range of 5 to 10 million gallons per day.
Okay, with that in mind, do you believe that the Kentucky American Water Company needs to look for a source of supply other than Pool 9?
Yes, ultimately it will. And it can look in a similar fashion to Pool 10 because there's also proposed improvements on dam number 10. And as dam 10 is replaced, there will be flow-through capability on that dam as well that can supplement pool number 9. So with the, over time, with the upgrades of the locks and dams, with the ability for crest gates and flow-through valves for a number of the dams from dam number 8 on up to 14, there is the ability to provide incremental source, but it will, as demonstrated, that's going to be over a longer period of time. So looking, in my judgment, looking at the planning period of where there is now, there is an interim availability of supply from Pool 9, but based upon what I know, not a permanent solution that could be made available for Kentucky American by the year 2010.
So if there were a permanent solution on the Kentucky River available to the Kentucky American Water Company, would that, at least through the year 2030, would that eliminate the need for both the Kentucky American project in its application as well as the Louisville Water Company proposal?
If there was a substantiated solution to provide that 20 million gallons a day, that is correct, and I believe that was the general prevailing thought 9 years ago when Lexington adopted their ordinances, the assumption that improvements would be made on locks and dams, the dam series from 8 up to 14, that would allow that supply to be made available for Kentucky American, and then that would provide a lower cost solution than either the Pool 3 plant or a pipeline proposal from Louisville.
Okay. Roughly a decade ago, the facility to be built for the interconnection of the Kentucky American Water Company, the Louisville Water Company, was going to run from approximately Louisville Water Company's facilities in eastern Jefferson County near Interstate 64 and the Gene Snyder to Lexington. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And today, is my understanding correct? One of the things that has changed since the November 2007 hearing is that regardless of what Kentucky American Water Company plans to do, the Louisville Water Company will be extending facilities to Frankfort, Kentucky.
Yes.
So is my understanding correct? The Louisville Water Company believes basically that the additional cost of upsizing and extending the Louisville Water Company facilities for interconnection with the Kentucky American Water Company offers the opportunity for access to water at a lower total cost than the total cost of the water if Kentucky American Water Company builds its own facilities on Pool 3 of the Kentucky River.
Yes. And the reason, can I elaborate?
Yes, sir.
The reason is the Louisville Water Company has proposed to finance the portion of the line from Louisville the Louisville Water Company has proposed to finance the line from Louisville and eastern Jefferson County to Shelbyville, and a 36-inch line and pumping station storage that's estimated to be $35 million. That's part of the testimony. So that's a significant change, whereas previously Kentucky American was financing the line into Jefferson County. The second component that we've been able to develop over the last several months, 6 months, is the partnership with the Shelby County providers and Frankfort. And so they would also share in costs associated with delivery of capacity through Shelby County. So I generally characterize this breaking this project into 3 lengths, from Louisville to Shelbyville, Shelbyville to Frankfort, Frankfort, then over to Lexington. So by being able to take advantage of a larger customer base, being able to make an investment in this line, we ultimately reduce the cost for providing water to the Kentucky American ratepayers at a substantially less total cost, capital and operating, than the Pool 3 alternative.
Okay. In addition to the Louisville Water Company facility that will extend to Frankfort, there are existing facilities on the east side of Frankfort that will need to be upgraded, or additional facilities that will need to be built. Is that correct?
Yes.
These are the facilities necessary for the segment you described beginning on line 12 of page 7 of your most recent pre-filed testimony. Is that correct?
Tell me the page number again.
page 7, beginning at line 12, and what I'm identifying is what I think that a few moments ago you characterized as the third segment, and that's the segment that runs from Frankfort to Lexington.
That is correct.
At the moment, do we know who will build, operate, and own the facilities of this third segment?
No, I would, as we provided in previous testimony and this, is that it certainly could be the Kentucky American Water Company because they would be a benefiting party. It could also be other entities that would be authorized to own and operate a water transmission main, such as the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, City of Lexington, Kentucky River Authority, Kentucky Infrastructure Authority, et cetera. So it could be a number of entities that could finance that portion, no different than what Kentucky American has proposed as a partnership to own or to actually design, build, and then construct this section of line. And I want to make the point here because essentially that section of line that goes through Fayette and Scott as well as Franklin County and Woodford County in those areas is an extension of the line that would be necessary to connect Frankfort to Lexington. So it's virtually the same path in the same direction.
Okay. Well, from your testimony, you do describe several possible routes. Is that correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? The Louisville Water Company proposal necessarily depends on the actions of at least one other party.
That's correct.
Without reference to the current legal status of the agreement, the Louisville Water Company and the Kentucky American Water Company entered into an agreement in 1998. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as the record readily demonstrates, prior to LWC and KWC entering into that agreement, there was a significant amount of discussion between the utilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? After the year 1999, the primary means through which Kentucky American Water Company obtained information regarding the Louisville Water Company's willingness and ability to supply water to Central Kentucky was through the O'Brien and Gear study performed for what is now Bluegrass Water Supply Commission.
I'd adjust that a little bit. I would say that I think it's both through the combination of the study by O'Brien and Gear, but I would characterize it more through the deliberations and their attendance at the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission meetings. So our direct contact after 1999 came from the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission directly through their chairman or through O'Brien and Gear, their project manager. I'd characterize it as both.
Okay. During the November proceeding, there was a fair amount of discussion concerning several concepts associated with cost of water with the Louisville Water Company. And while we're not going to rehash that, I do want to at least ask a few questions to get on the same page. Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? In the event that the need in Central Kentucky increase, excuse me for a second. In the event that the need in Central Kentucky increases to a need to have reliable access to 30 million gallons a day by the year 2030, the Louisville Water Company would need to take action to expand its treatment capacity. This is for a Louisville Water Company solution.
And who was that statement provided by?
Well, this is a statement that I'm asking whether or not you agree or disagree with the following statement.
Okay.
In the event that there is a need in Central Kentucky to have reliable access to 30 million gallons a day by the year 2030, the Louisville Water Company would need to take action to expand its treatment capacity.
No. And the reason I say that, this is part of the previous record, but we have currently 35 million gallons a day. of reserve capacity. And as part of the testimony, we have plans to add additional capacity in our 5-year capital program. And we've committed, as part of our proposal, the ability to always maintain 15%. So we have that reserve capacity existing today and continue to maintain that 15% reserve in accordance with Division of Water standards.
Okay. Is it the position of the Louisville Water Company that any contract or agreement for wholesale water service to Central Kentucky will include a reserve ratio through which a minimum daily purchase is specified and there will be a corresponding maximum day purchase amount?
There is in the proposal, there is a 2-to-1 ratio, reserve ratio. There's not a maximum. There's a physical maximum with the capacity of the pipe itself, but there is not a stated maximum. In fact, we provide a provision there that if that 2-to-1 capacity ratio is exceeded, that there will be the water will be provided, and there's 2 scenarios of how to deal with that, whether it's always maintain the 2-to-1 ratio or pay essentially a demand charge or a peaking factor charge for a 24-month period. So really the maximum capacity is set by the size of the line itself.
So since November, there has not been any change in the 2-to-1 reserve ratio that the Louisville Water Company is using in formulating its proposal?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Even if Kentucky American Water Company can identify a need for approximately 20 million gallons a day by the year 2030, it does not mean that Kentucky American Water Company will need to reserve 20 million gallons of capacity on day one.
There's a lot of knots in there, but I think the answer to that is correct. Restate it for me.
Let me try to restate that then. Even if Kentucky American can identify a need for approximately 20 million gallons a day by the year 2030, Kentucky American does not necessarily need to reserve 20 million gallons of capacity on day one.
That is correct. We have built in our proposals and in working with O'Brien and Gear as well as Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, we recognize that one of the advantages of a pipeline solution with the design capacity is I use the term scalable and flexible, so it can grow over time so that you don't have to commit all of the capital up front, a commitment for both the operating expenses as well as the capital expenses, and you can grow that based upon the demand over time. So clearly in the year 2010 there's not a 20 mg demand needed, so the advantage of the Louisville proposal gives Kentucky American and the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission the ability to grow that supply over time up to the design capacity of the pipe.
But in terms of how the reserve ratio functions, is the reserve ratio a means to prevent or reduce the risk of an overbuilt transmission facility?
The reason that we put the 2-to-1 ratio in there is that's our standard wholesale customer class is roughly at 2-to-1, and so we felt that by putting a 2-to-1 proposal together, we pull all of our wholesale customers together in a common rate class, behaving in a similar fashion, and the more customers you can get into a common rate class, the more beneficial it is for all customers. So in this case, existing wholesale customers would win because of the economy of scale, as well as Kentucky American's customers would win. And so that was the main driver for that. But it also serves as a useful way for a water system to manage their water demand more effectively, especially during a drought, by utilizing storage, utilizing conservation, demand-side management, and certainly encourages leak detection. So by placing a 2-to-1 factor on that use, which is an average, it will clearly require the users of that to stay within that boundary. Otherwise, they will pay a higher peaking factor. So it's a much more efficient use of capital if you keep the peaking factors at 2-to-1 or less.
Well, do you agree, with that said, do you agree or disagree with the following statement, that the selection of the reserve ratio will impact the sizing of the transmission main?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the Louisville Water Company has some concerns about the ability of Pool 3 of the Kentucky River to provide Kentucky American Water Company with a reliable supply of water?
I can't go as far as stating that because I haven't seen the study on Pool 3. We talked earlier today about information that Gannon Fleming did for Pool 2, and there is documented evidence that was presented before related to the flow at dam number 2 as well as dam number 4. So there appears to be an adequate water supply on pool number 3, but I haven't seen the detailed report of the safety yield analysis for Pool 3 specifically itself. Now, the other thing that I'd like to add is that when we met with Mr. Reeder with the Kentucky River Authority, he had indicated that all the dams on the Kentucky River were being reviewed by a consulting engineer for their stability and reliability. And I provided information in my testimony that it seems prudent that before you would make a $160 million investment on Pool 3, that you would assure that dam number 3 is stable and reliable. And so I've provided comment to the fact that we don't want to move forward on such a large project until that study has been completed. And my understanding is that would be completed within the coming months or weeks.
Okay, so that meeting that you had with the representative of the Kentucky River Authority is since the November 2007 hearing, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in terms of Pool 3, to your knowledge, and if you have an opinion, do you believe that the Kentucky River Authority will maintain the lock and dam facilities which impound Pool 3?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Again, to your knowledge, and if you have an opinion, do you believe that the Kentucky River Authority will install crest gates on Dam 9?
Yes.
And the same question with regard, let me just repeat the question. To your knowledge, and if you have an opinion, do you believe that the Kentucky River Authority will install crest gates on Dam 10?
My understanding on Dam 10 is, like 9, it will be designed to accommodate the crest gate, so that is an option that is available. I don't specifically recall Mr. Reeder telling me that in the affirmative that the crest gate will be installed on dam number 10, but that it could be. It's still awaiting all the final design and review by the Corps of Engineers and funding, et cetera. So the ultimate schedule, investment, and scope of the work for Dam 10, from my understanding, is that has not been determined and will not be determined within the next year. So I feel much more confident with the information related to dam number 9 and Pool 9, less confident with the accuracy of the information associated with dam number 10. We'd have to follow up and get that communication from Mr. Reeder or a representative from the Kentucky River Authority.
Okay. With that said, do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Regardless of the activities of the Kentucky River Authority, water from the Ohio River, and this is without regard to the point of withdrawal, water from the Ohio River will have to be used in order to meet the future water supply needs of central Kentucky.
Yes. But in fairness, we have to define when that future is.
Fair enough. Since the November 2007 hearing, the Louisville Water Company has begun work on a project that overall may well include transmission facilities to the city of Frankfort. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and at this stage I'm going to distribute what I asked to be marked as OAG Exhibit Number 1. And after it's distributed, I'm going to provide the foundation, but I'll note as a preliminary matter, I did
Dennis. Mr. Spinard, I was Well, you got it marked already. Okay, OAG Exhibit 1, thank you.
Mr. Heisman, do you have OAG Exhibit 1 in front of you?
Yes.
And in terms of identifying the map or foundation authenticity, it's a map that's entitled in the upper right-hand corner, I-64 corridor map. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in the lower left-hand corner, there's a Louisville Water Company symbol and a date of 3/8/07. Do you see that as well?
Yes.
Okay. We received this map from an individual who stopped by our office to talk to us, and we asked the Louisville Water Company if this was the map, and by correspondence dated June 27, 2007, we received a letter from your Vice President and General Counsel, Barbara K. Dickens, and she indicates that this map was produced by the Louisville Water Company. Do you, and counsel for Louisville Water Company, do you have any concerns about the authenticity in terms of, I mean, you all produced this map, is that correct?
Yes. We produced it back on March 8th, about a year ago in 2007.
Okay. Now, it shows a variety of segments of a transmission facility that would run from the Louisville Water Company along the I-64 corridor. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. There is slightly above that line some additional red broken marks, and they're described as future cross-country transmission. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. For the moment, ignoring the size of those lines, is it correct that there are already pathways, existing easements that run north of the I-64 corridor, a significant portion that existing easements extending from Jefferson County to Franklin County?
I don't want to characterize as easements. I would expect that the majority of that pipeline is installed in public right-of-way, either local or state right-of-way, and then some portion of it is in easements. Essentially, you're referring to the US 60 corridor, and there already is an existing interconnection of piping where water can go from the Louisville Water Company to the West Shelby Water District, which is interconnected with Shelbyville, which is interconnected with the US 60 Water District, which is touching and interconnecting to Frankfort. So, to your point, it is possible for a drop of water to go from Louisville all the way to Frankfort, or a drop of water to go from Frankfort all the way to Louisville with the appropriate pumping. And so that corridor is a state road, US 60, and a portion of it would be in right-of-way, a portion of it would be in easements.
Now, with regard to this what we've just talked about and identified, since November, you've made the decision to go from Louisville to Frankfort. Could you explain why you're going to use the I-64 corridor as opposed to using the existing water corridor that's a little bit north of the I-64 corridor?
When we looked at this, a lot of this my comments go back to our work with Kentucky American and Linda Bridwell and others at looking at the routes going through Shelby County. So this is going back to work that was done from 1996 to 1998. We looked back then at a number of the different routes. US 60 was one of those that was considered, along with the I-64 corridor, along with the natural gas easement that goes through Shelby County. And we ultimately concluded at that time that at least out to Shelbyville, that the best corridor was the Interstate 64 corridor. and part of that is driven by cost. You're following an existing corridor along the interstate. You don't have access to everything from restaurants to hotels to driveways. And so when you look at from a cost factor, it's more cost effective to go through an area that has not been disturbed. So it's primarily driven by cost that we chose the I-64 corridor. The second factor was generally in Shelby County, growth is emanating from Simpsonville, which is up on US 60, and Shelbyville, and it's growing south. So the growth corridor is more aligned with Interstate 64. And then again, in the context of this map, it was presented and made for water suppliers in Shelby County to let them know that as they upsize their existing facilities, the 6 and the 8-inch lines, that they should look at that future cross-country transmission main to upsize that to either a 12 or a 16-inch. And in fact, over the past 10 years, that's exactly what they've been doing. So in the bigger picture, ultimately, you would get a large transmission facility in Interstate 64, and then have backup capacity of interconnectability between these water districts along US 60, so you get the best of both worlds.
Isolating for just a moment the issue of opposition to a facility, and if you have an opinion, do you have an opinion about whether you would have greater opposition that, let me back up and let me rephrase that question. We're going to isolate just the issue of opposition. Do you believe that there would be any difference in terms of opposition to a Louisville facility for transmitting water from Louisville to Lexington if you went along the I-60, or excuse me, the Highway 60 corridor as opposed to the I-64 corridor? This is just opposition to the project.
I'm going to characterize my familiarity with the opposition, that issue in Shelby County. I'm not aware of any opposition. This has been highly publicized over the past year with a number of newspaper articles, and what we have consistently proposed is the I-64 corridor on the north side of Interstate 64. And to date, through Shelby County, we have not received any opposition. We also have not received any opposition from those in Franklin County. Now, relatively speaking, you may have a different set of constituencies along the Interstate 64 route versus the US 60 route. And so one constituency might be businesses, for example, on the US 60 route, whereas along the I-64 route, there may be property owners, farm owners, for example. So I can't offer an opinion as to the relative opposition between the two. When I look at the bigger picture without that information, where we want to be 20 years out, we want a 12 to 16-inch corridor down US 60 and a 24, 30, or 36-inch corridor along Interstate 64. And as businesses expand and grow, as sewer capacities expand and grow, they're going to go along that Interstate 64 corridor. It's already where the transportation route is. It's where the railroad is. It is where the AT&T fiber optic is. So in a broader planning perspective, but assuming opposition is a neutral factor, the Interstate 64 corridor, in my opinion, is still the preferred route over US 60.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Heitzman. And at this stage, we have no further cross-examination.
Okay, Mr. Talley, I think you're next. Do you have questions?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I move for the admission of OAG Exhibit 1.
Any objection? All right, thank you, Mr. Spinardi. You'll be entered into the record then.
Good morning, Mr. Heitzman.
Morning.
As I understand your prior testimony, the Louisville Water Company is in very sound financial condition, correct?
Yes.
Do you understand the term debt service coverage or bond coverage?
Yes.
As I understand it, and you can correct me if my interpretation is different than yours, your debt service coverage, you as a governmental entity that is, or a company owned by a city, sells bonds from time to time, correct?
That's right.
And one of the covenants you make with the bondholders, current bondholders and future bondholders, is that you will maintain your net revenues in such a way that the net revenues will be a multiple or 1 point or 1.5 or 1.3 or 2 times the maximum annual debt service payments. Is that correct?
I would need to look that up, but that sounds familiar. We can verify that for you.
But let's go with that working understanding that if your debt service payment, for instance, is $1 million a year, the maximum debt service payment, and your net revenues are $2 million, then you have a coverage ratio of 2 times or 2.0. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I know in some of the materials that Louisville Water Company has filed in this record was a document pertaining to a presentation that the Louisville Water Company made to the rating agencies before you issued your 2006 bonds. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
And I believe in that document you stated that the Louisville Water Company maintains a debt service coverage of of at least 2.0.
That's right.
Okay. Now, do you know if, and in some years it's been over 3.
3.5.
Right. That was my understanding as well. Now, do you know what the minimum debt service coverage is required by your bond resolutions?
Before I testify, I would need to look that up, and my chief financial officer, he may be on break, but I could get that information for you and provide it.
In my review, and I would like you to do that, but in my review of the documents that you filed with the commission, I believe it is 1.3. Sometime, and
I'll be glad.
during the break, maybe you can confer with him.
That sounds familiar, but I don't want to at 1.3, and it's.
Well, I understand. I don't want to misrepresent it because there might be some changes, or you may have increased it over the time. But in any event, Louisville Water Company tries to maintain a minimum debt service coverage of 2.0.
Yes, as a goal.
As a goal, and that's what you advise the rating agencies.
Yes.
Do you have Kentucky American Water Company Exhibit 8, which is the letter from Mayor Abramson to Mayor Newberry?
Yes.
Please look at that if you would.
I have it.
Okay, let's go to page 2. I don't think Mr. Ingram asked you about this, but this is something that caught my attention. On February the 11th of this year, incidentally the same date of your testimony, correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that was the date you filed your testimony in advance of this hearing.
Yes.
Correct. At the top of that, the very first paragraph, it says the 24-inch diameter pipeline can provide more than 10 million gallons of water a day to communities in Shelby, Franklin, Spencer, Scott, and Woodford counties served by the 5 utilities. Now, I know you can't speak for the mayor, but the 24-inch pipeline, I thought you were going to build a 36-inch pipeline.
The proposal that we have to serve Shelby and Franklin County is a 24-inch line. That's what we're currently evaluating, and that will move forward regardless of what happens with this hearing, with the outcome of this hearing and proceedings. What happens is it provides a link into Frankfort, and by providing the 10 million gallon of capacity into Frankfurt's system, it will then free up treatment plant capacity that they would have to then be able to send that to other water suppliers in central Kentucky where they are connected, for example, Georgetown. Now, if the Louisville pipeline proposal is accepted by Kentucky American or others that is out there, this line would be increased. It could be increased to 30-inch. It could be increased to 36-inch. In my proposal, I'm recommending that it would be 36-inch based upon the water demand that Kentucky American has presented. If there's a larger water demand than 20 to 25 MGD, it could be increased to 42 inches, as an example. So the intent here in this, and again, I can't speak for the mayor, but what we advised him is that there is an existing plan to build a 24-inch line between Shelbyville over to Frankfort.
But there is no plan to build a 42-inch line to Frankfort.
Only if the proposal that we have offered would be accepted.
Then would you build a 42 or a 36?
It would just depend on the demand side. So, for example, if, for the benefit of everyone here, if some of these interim solutions are made available, especially the crest gates on dam number 9, and that can provide a reliable 5 to 10 MGD, then you may not need to build a 42-inch line. So we'd have to do the sizing of all the participants in the partnership to then ultimately determine is the final size a 36-inch or would it be a 42-inch. Based upon a 20-year planning horizon at this point, I don't see the need to go beyond a 42-inch.
So it's either going to be a 24, a 30, a 36, or 42.
All depending on how much water is needed by the customers that would connect to it.
From Shelbyville.
Between
well,
Shelby-
it will really include in Jefferson County, your own customers in Jefferson County.
Well, that's correct. What we would do is, and then we would size accordingly. So what we, as mentioned earlier, there was an exhibit that showed that we went to our board and recommended the increase of the size of the line to a 36-inch based upon what we know. Again, if there's additional demand needed, the portion in Jefferson County can be increased from 36 to 42.
Now, I feel like I am missing some information because I thought I heard your attorney in opening statement this morning state, let me get my notes here, there will be a Louisville Water Company pipeline to Frankfort. Did he make that statement?
Yes.
And I also thought I heard the Attorney General, David Spinard, make similar statements to that there will be a Louisville Water Company pipeline to Frankfort.
I believe you did.
Okay. Now, where in your testimony that you filed on February the 11th does it say that the Louisville Water Company is going to build, own, and operate a water line to Frankfort?
What we're going to do is the Water Company is going to build to Shelbyville. And between Shelbyville and Frankfort, we will create a partnership of the Shelby County water providers and Louisville, as well as Frankfort, to pool our resources to be able to make that second leg of the three-leg connection between Shelbyville and Frankfort. So it would be not just the Louisville Water Company, it would be in partnership with the city of Shelbyville, West Shelby, North Shelby, US 60 Water District, the fiscal court of Shelby County, as well as the Frankfort Plant Board.
I believe I heard you to say then that we will create a partnership. Was that what you said?
That is our intent.
Now, do you have your pre-file testimony dated February the 11th in front of you?
Yes.
Not the amended testimony of this morning, but the pre-file testimony. Do you have that?
I've got the amended. If we're going to be referencing lines, I may ask for assistance from my attorney to get the original. That way we're reading the same line.
Let me see if I can find it in today's version.
Okay.
It has to do with this partnership that you're talking about. Originally, it looks like it's still at the bottom of page 6. The bottom of page 6. Now, let me look. I don't think you've made any changes to this paragraph. Okay.
That's correct.
Line 17. Are you there?
Yes.
It says simultaneously with Louisville Water Company's progress, Louisville Water Company has joined in a partnership. Let's just stop right there. has there been a written partnership agreement reached with Louisville Water Company and any of these communities?
At this time, there is not a signed agreement. There is an intent and authorization by all the parties to pursue such an agreement.
Understand that, well, we'll just read it. Has joined any partnership with the Frankfurt Plant Board. Is there a written agreement with Louisville Water Company and the Frankfurt Plant Board at this time?
No.
North Shelby Water Company. Is there a written agreement between Louisville Water Company and North Shelby Water Company?
For this particular project, no, but we do have a contract. There are written agreements.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
And North Shelby, but
yeah, you supply them
in the context of this proposal, at this time, no.
Is there a written partnership agreement or any agreement with respect to the proposal in front of the Commission between Louisville Water Company and the West Shelby Water District?
Not at this time.
How about between the Louisville Water Company and the Shelbyville Water and Sewer, or the City of Shelbyville?
Not at this time.
Then at the top of page 7, US 60 Water District. Is there a written agreement between the Louisville Water Company and the US 60 Water District pertaining to this partnership proposal at this time?
No.
Have I left out Frankfurt? Oh, that was the first one, you're right. I was trying to, yes.
So for clarification for the commissioners, is we have a working group following a very similar model of Bluegrass Water Supply Consortium and then Commission. We're evaluating the governance structures that would allow us to enter into such agreement that will then allow us to build in partnership this line between Shelbyville and Frankfurt.
Right, but as of this time, there are no written agreements between any of the parties or among all the parties pertaining to this proposed partnership agreement.
Yes, that is correct.
Now, in your pre-file testimony, and I'm trying to find the page, you referred to, and I'm talking about the February 11th pre-file testimony, you referred to requests for proposals for engineering services to do a feasibility study for the water line between Shelbyville and Frankfurt. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe it's on page 7 of the new one.
That's correct.
Yes.
It's in line 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah, it says, line 3, the Shelby Franklin Water Management Group has accepted proposals for engineering services associated with the Shelby County and Franklin County portions of the Louisville pipeline. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I believe attached as Exhibit 7 is the request for proposals that were sent to qualified engineering firms.
Yes.
I believe you received those proposals according to this testimony.
That's right.
Has the Shelby Franklin Water Management Group acted upon those proposals at this time?
Not at this point. We have a recommendation from our committee for a specific firm, but we have not entered into a contract at this time.
So as of this date, there has not been any feasibility or design study commenced with respect to the Shelbyville to the Frankfurt portion of this, we'll call it the Louisville pipeline.
Yes, I'm glad you point that out. For the Jefferson County portion, yes, we are under contract with Camp Dresser McKee engineers. They're well underway with that design portion. But for the specific portion between Shelbyville over to Frankfurt, what we have is a proposal that we're evaluating. And once we enter into contract, that process would begin.
You brought up another point. I believe in your testimony, if I read it correctly, the contract with Louisville Water Company and Camp Dresser, is it McGee?
Yes.
Is just for the Jefferson County portion of the pipeline. Is that correct?
That's correct. And
so there's no design studies underway at this point from the Jefferson-Shelby County line to Shelbyville. Is that
right.
correct?
Let me correct because I misstate. Let me restate. The scope of work in this RFP would do the design all through Shelby County, from the Jefferson County line through Shelby County to the Franklin County line, and then in Franklin County to the Frankfurt Plant Board water treatment plant on the Kentucky River. And so that is what the request for proposal that went out that was prepared. And so that contract has not been signed yet, and so that work has not commenced at this time.
And under your proposal, how many months do they have to complete that study, once it is awarded?
I don't know if there was a specific time deadline. There may have been a range in there. We could look at the exhibit, but I'm recalling in the, there's different stages of the design element. It's over the next 3 to 6 months.
And let's just go to there. That's Exhibit 7. My reading of this is that it doesn't really call for a detailed design of the water line itself. It's more of a feasibility study. Is that correct?
Essentially, it will look at the route, what is the ideal route, confirm the hydraulic need or the capacities that are needed by all the participants, and it will, what I would term is get into the preliminary design elements to identify any environmental issues, potential easements that are needed to be obtained, et cetera. So, yes, I think you can characterize it as the first step in the design process.
Right, more of a pre-design. And on page 3 of Exhibit 7 to your pre-file testimony, under paragraph 5 time frame, I believe it says the draft report. I'll wait for you to find it there. I'm sorry.
I'm looking, see which tab I've got it here.
Tab 7, I believe.
Let's see. Tab 7 I have. I don't have it here. That may be, do our attorneys have a copy of it?
Would you mind sharing that with him?
Okay. I now have it.
Tab 7, page 3, and I want to identify this. This is the request for proposal for engineering services related to the I-64 pipeline feasibility study.
Yes.
Then on page 3, paragraph 5, I believe it says that the draft report shall be complete and submitted for review within 120 calendar days from the notice to proceed.
That is correct.
So first you have to select the firm, correct?
Yes.
Then sign a contract with that firm, then issue the notice to proceed.
That's right.
Then the 120-day clock will start.
That's right.
So that's 4 months once the notice to proceed is issued, correct?
Yes.
And then the final report, the next paragraph, the final report shall be revised and submitted within 30 calendar days of receiving final comments. So it could take a month or so for final comments to be received, and then after that, another 30 days before it's in final form. Did you get the last portion of that? And then another? Okay, thank you. Is that correct, Mr. Eisen?
Yes.
Okay. And then, after that is done, then either this same engineering firm or a different engineering firm would have to be selected to do the actual design of the pipeline itself.
Finalize the design and advertise and bid the project. That's
And
right.
how long do you anticipate that would take from that point forward?
I would estimate that that would be another 6 months or so.
6 months from the time the final design firm is selected and the notice to proceed is issued.
Yes. Any more questions about that exhibit?
No, thank you. Let's now go to the Georgetown letter dated February the 26th, 2008, which was attached as part of your amended testimony and identified as Louisville Water Company Exhibit 1.
Okay. I have them.
Okay. Now, I'm a little confused now. Earlier this morning, I believe, at the outset of your testimony, you retracted your statement in your original February 11 testimony where you asserted that Frankfort could wheel 2 million gallons of water a day through Georgetown to benefit Kentucky American Water Company in the Georgetown vicinity. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then, under cross-examination by Mr. Ingram, I thought you sidestepped that, and I wrote down that you said, although it is physically possible to move the water through Georgetown's system, the Georgetown Water and Sewer Georgetown Municipal Water and Sewer Service does not wish to do that. Is that what you stated earlier?
Yeah, that is my understanding from this letter.
Has the Louisville Water Company done any independent investigation of Georgetown's capabilities of wheeling water through its system?
Only through the discussions that my staff, Jim Smith, has had with Billy Jenkins to confirm that it is possible to get water from Frankfort, 2 million gallons a day. As an example, that occurred this past summer, from Frankfort to Georgetown, and then there's an interconnection. There are 3 interconnections between the city of Georgetown water system and Kentucky American. And the best way I would characterize this is that my understanding is that Georgetown, city of Georgetown, is concerned about their existing capacity of the system, and they do not want to commit 2 million gallons a day flowing from Frankfort to Georgetown and then on over to Kentucky American. So my judgment after receiving this letter is to then extract this 2 million gallons out of the proposal, extract that out so that we do not commit in any way Georgetown to a 2 million gallon per day supply.
Yes, and we appreciate that, but what concerns me is your statement earlier that despite what Georgetown has said in the letter, you still believe that they can physically move or wheel 2 million gallons of water from Frankfort to Kentucky American without having done any independent investigation of their system or their capability.
Based upon what the staff of Georgetown, through Billy Jenkins, has talked with my staff, Jim Smith, that's my understanding.
Are you aware that when Georgetown uses that interconnection right now, that there is a significant bottleneck in that between Georgetown and Frankfort, and that 2 million or maybe 2.5 is the maximum amount that can be moved through that line each day or on any day into the Georgetown system?
Right, and that was the basis for us coming up with the original 2 million gallons per day to begin with.
But that's it. Georgetown cannot utilize its own needs, the 2 million a day, and then...
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object if Ms. Talley has someone here who will testify as to the capacity of that system. Otherwise, I'd like him sworn in so we can cross-examine him. But we're getting beyond what that letter says. If he has an independent basis, I'd like it to be submitted by way of rebuttal testimony.
I'd like to move on because Georgetown has indicated they're not going to do it, and from the commission standpoint, that's all that we really care about. So why don't we just move on?
Thank you. Mr. Heitzman, do you have your testimony, or really it's your proposal that was a part of your testimony from the November hearing?
It would need to be provided that.
Mr. Talley, why don't we do this? It appears that you have several more questions for Mr. Heitzman, and it's 12:15. Why don't we go ahead and take our lunch break, and then we'll come back and let you resume your cross-examination of Mr. Heitzman, and then we'll get to Mr. Fitzgerald and others. So the commission has a meeting that we need to attend to here in the office for a little while, and so I'm going to give everybody a little longer lunch break. We're going to go 1 hour and 15 minutes instead of the normal hour. So that would get us back at 1:30. So we'll be adjourned until 1:30.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be back in the record in case number 2007-134. Let the record reflect that all parties are present or appear to be present and are represented by counsel. Mr. Talley, I think you were questioning Mr. Heitzman at the time we took our lunch break, so why don't you go ahead and proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and let me say this, just so everybody will know, this commission is going to give the parties until approximately noon tomorrow to get their proof. I heard a laugh there. To get their proof in and done, and because we have other things that have already been scheduled, and so to the extent that you all can add a little energy to the questions, and the answers could be maybe a little more succinct, the commission would appreciate it. Certainly, we don't intend to cut anybody off, but just be aware that we're laboring under that sort of a time problem.
Chairman, I
Yes, sir.
have an obligation tomorrow from 10 till 11. I have to be over at the legislature,
Okay.
so I apologize in advance if I'm not able to hear the whole morning.
Legislature takes precedence over the public service.
This is a separate.
Yes, they do.
powers issue.
I'll admit they do. Because we are a creature of the legislature. and so-
Let's just say, Mr. Chairman, that having thrown Senator Jones into the middle of a mix, I don't want to abandon him.
I understand.
To try to explain the resulting bill.
That's not your nature, and I appreciate that. Okay. Okay, Mr. Heisman, you'll be reminded, sir, that you're still under oath, and again, I heard a cell phone or two go off during the last session, so everybody, if you would, please be reminded to put your cell phone on vibrate. We'd appreciate it. Go ahead, Mr. Talley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Heitzman, during the lunch break, did you have an opportunity to talk with your CFO so that you could verify that the debt service coverage for the Louisville Water Company is in fact 1.3?
Yes, the minimum required coverage by bond covenant, by current bond covenant, is 1.3. And he advised me our internal target or goal is to maintain it above 2, and currently it is well above 2, close to 3.
You said close to 3?
Yes. And he also advised me you can calculate it a number of different ways, and he had some information that provided that it's in the 2.5 to 3 range.
Now, let's turn to new evidence and whether there is in fact any changes into the Louisville Water Company proposal that is contained in your October 1, 2007 testimony in front of the Commission. You may need to refer to that. Do you have a copy of that in front of you?
Yes.
Let's start on page 4 of your October 1, 2007 rebuttal testimony. Am I correct that that's where the formal proposal that the Louisville Water Company made to all the parties in this case and to the Commission occurs?
Yes.
Now, what I want to do is to just quickly highlight some of the major elements of your proposal and see if there's been any new evidence since then to modify any of those terms. Now, at the bottom of page 4, the Louisville Water Company proposed to build a water line to Shelbyville. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was going to be the termination point as far as Louisville Water Company is concerned.
Yes.
Has that changed?
What has changed, and we provided in the supplemental, is the partnership where we're working with the Shelby County water providers and Frankfort Plant Board to build the section between Shelbyville and Frankfort. And so we felt we clearly outlined that in the supplemental pre-filed information that came in February of this year.
But at this point, Louisville Water Company's commitment is to design, build, pay for, and own up from Jefferson County just to Shelbyville. Is that correct?
That has not changed.
Okay.
That is correct.
Page 6, I believe, is where the pricing is mentioned, and at that time, the price of the water was $1.71 per thousand. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has that changed?
No, it has not.
And that is at the delivery point at Shelbyville.
That is correct.
Then, on that same page, in that same paragraph, at the top of page 6, Louisville Water Company freezes that price until December 31st of 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
At that time, there will be, has that changed?
No.
Okay. At that time, there will be a step up in the wholesale price to catch up, so to speak, for the increase in the consumer price index from now up until that time. Is that correct?
Yeah, between December 31st, 07 and December 31st, 2015.
Are you changing that in your, or have you changed that in the additional testimony you
No,
filed?
that remains the same.
Then I believe future rate adjustments after that one-time step-up or catch-up would be, according to your cost of service study, but a guarantee that it would not exceed the CPI-U adjustment plus 2%.
Yes, and that's important to understand. That's a worst-case
Of
scenario.
course, I understand.
It may be less than that amount.
But has that changed?
No, it has not.
Now, at the bottom of that page, midway of that page, in order to get that $1.71 price, there's an understanding about reserve capacity and the 2-to-1 demand, peak demand to average day ratio is,
Yes.
and that was 2-to-1.
It is on line 15, subparagraph A refers to the reserve capacity ratio of 2-to-1, and that has not changed.
And as I understand it, in the next paragraph, down about line 31, it talks about reserve capacity. Your proposal was the reserve capacity is defined as the pipeline capacity, and that's what you would allow the parties who purchase water to reserve is reserve in the pipeline. Is that correct?
That's correct, up to the capacity of the pipeline.
Has that changed?
No, the only thing, recall that there was an error in the statements at our previous November meeting that I corrected. On the copy I have here, it says current year over the reserve capacity rather than the minimum monthly purchase. So the example given was correctly calculated, but the description was incorrect. So we corrected that at the last hearing.
My main point is, has Louisville Water Company reconsidered to allow the purchasers to reserve capacity in the water treatment plant itself?
No. What we have, and that's covered, let's see, on that same page, line 39, knowing the concern of the parties, the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission and Kentucky American, we provided that paragraph on line 39 to 45 that talks about our commitment to maintain a 15% reserve production capacity above our maximum day.
There's been no new evidence about that.
That's correct.
Now, the next thing, on line 47, a minimum purchase of 5 MGD. As I understood your testimony at the November hearing, and it's contained in this proposal that we're talking about, Louisville Water Company would build this line to Shelbyville if and only if the purchasers collectively would agree to buy 5 million gallons of water per day.
That is for the proposal to be able to deliver a 25 to 30 million gallon per day pipeline capacity. In our discussions with the Shelby Franklin Water Management Group, we're not talking a 36-inch line, we're proposing a 24-inch line. So we have provided them scenarios of where they would have to provide in the range of 1 to 2 million gallons a day to be able to justify that investment. So you have two different size facilities, and this proposal remains the same. For a capacity of 25 MGD, we would need to have 5 million gallons a day to justify our investment of a 36-inch line to Shelbyville, whereas if it is the Shelby and Frankfurt only, it would be a 24-inch with a 10 MGD capacity, and we need a 2 million gallon per day minimum purchase.
Am I correct that in order to persuade Louisville Water Company to build a 36-inch line to Shelbyville, the purchasers would have to agree to purchase at a minimum 5 million gallons a day?
If the Louisville Water Company finances that full amount, yes.
That has not changed in your proposal?
That's correct.
Now, on the next page, page 7, about line 17, it talks about the delivery point, and we discussed that. The delivery point in your proposal at that time was Shelby County at the intersection of Highway 53 and I-64. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has that changed?
What would occur with the Shelby Franklin Water Management Group, working together to build and own, of which the Water Company could be a member of. That delivery point would then move to the east.
But I assume in order for it to move to the east toward Frankfurt, someone else would have to step up to the plate and agree to make a financial commitment.
That's right. So in the context, there may be one delivery point at Shelbyville transferring between the Louisville Water Company and the Shelby Franklin Group. And then there may be a second delivery point that would interface between Frankfurt and the Kentucky American or the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. So there actually could be two delivery points in this wheeling of water through the transmission main.
But with respect to changes and new evidence, we left here at the November hearing, Louisville was willing to build a large 36-inch pipeline to deliver 25 million gallons of water a day to Shelbyville if and only if someone or a group of people would agree to buy 5 million gallons a day.
Yes.
And no one has stepped forward at this point to make any firm financial commitment to buy 5 million gallons of water a day. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then in order to move that delivery point closer to Frankfurt, presumably someone else would have to step up to the plate and agree to buy water. And that, no one has done that yet, have they?
That is correct.
Now, and then in order to get it from Frankfurt to Lexington, then, of course, someone would have to step to the plate. And earlier, before lunch, you talked about several parties that could potentially do that.
Yes.
Has any one of those parties stepped forward and signed any commitment to pursue that alternative that you suggested?
Not at this time.
Now, I believe in your list of entities that could step forward, you mentioned the Kentucky River Authority and the Kentucky Infrastructure Authority. I know you and I and Ms. Bridwell serve on the KIA, Kentucky Infrastructure Authority Board of Directors. Are you aware of any finished water lines that the Kentucky Infrastructure Authority owns?
No.
Are you aware of any particular statutory authority that the Kentucky Infrastructure Authority has for acquiring or building any such water lines?
No. Likewise, there's nothing that I'm aware of that would preclude them or prevent them from owning infrastructure.
You're not prepared to tell the Commission that the Kentucky Infrastructure Authority has the legal authority to do that, are you?
No, because I'm not an attorney.
Likewise, with the Kentucky River Authority, are you aware of any statutory authority that the River Authority has that would enable it to own, build, and operate and maintain finished water lines carrying finished water?
No, I am aware that they own and operate infrastructure assets. And
pertaining to raw water supply on the river.
Right, and they have jurisdiction for the water resource throughout the Kentucky River watershed, so.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, Mr. Fitzgerald, I think you're next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Heisman. Tom Fitzgerald, representing the intervener, Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions. I've mentioned this during the first round of the hearing, but if there's anything that I ask that is inartful or confusing, please ask me to rephrase it. I'd like to start where Mr. Talley left off, because I'm a little bit confused, which is Iambian State, so that's not surprising. But I didn't see anything in your testimony indicating that KIA would own a pipeline. Rather, the testimony that I read, and I presumably it's the same one that all the other parties received, indicated that because of the public nature of the ownership of Louisville Water Company and of the partners in the water management group, that there was access to low-cost capital through the Kentucky Infrastructure Authority. Am I right in understanding your testimony?
Yes, that's part of the testimony. What I believe he was referring to is my comment earlier today, where I did mention that when asked about what other entities could consider, I had mentioned the Kentucky Infrastructure Authority.
Okay, but your testimony is not indicated that your written testimony did not speak to that point. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, to your knowledge, what entities comprise the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission? Do you know off the top of your head?
I could name most of them, but I'm...
Frankfurt is a member, is that
obviously
correct?
Frankfurt and Winchester, Paris, Lexington, or Lexington Fayette Urban County Government is a member.
You were here-
Nicholasville, and so on.
You were here for the entirety of the first hearing, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall that there's an April 1 deadline for Bluegrass Water Supply Commission to indicate whether they intend to participate in the Pool 3 project?
I do recall that.
Any information that you have would indicate they're any closer to getting the $60 million that they were looking for in order to allow them to buy into that part of the project?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you, assuming, well, I'd like to just clarify the issue of Georgetown. As I read your testimony, it didn't indicate that you were committing Georgetown to wheel 2 million gallons of water from Frankfurt to Lexington, but rather that they could. And is that based on the size of the lines and the connections that Mr. Smith had indicated were extant?
That's correct, and that's what I attempted to clarify this morning, that it's physically possible to do that.
Has anybody looked at what necessary upgrades would be in order to relieve what Mr. Talley indicated was a bottleneck in that line now?
I do not know if Georgetown has specifically looked at what would be required to upsize their facility to allow that flow-through capacity.
Do you know whether whether Kentucky American is engaged in that conversation with Georgetown about the possibility of some selective upgrading of lines in order to access that water?
I'm not aware of any review.
Do you think before Kentucky American proposes a Pool 3 project that will essentially double the residential rates for a generation of its ratepayers, that those sorts of things should be looked at?
Yes.
Mr. Talley characterized the testimony and the documentary evidence that you put in as nothing new, and I, frankly, I'm not going to go through and have you identify all of the documents that have dates that are after the date of the last hearing. I think they speak for themselves, but I would like you to describe in a little more detail for me this working group that I understand has Frankfurt Plant Board, North Shelby Water, West Shelby, and Shelbyville Water. Is that and the U.S. 60 Water District in addition to?
Yes, there are 4 water suppliers, West Shelby Water District, North Shelby Water Company, the U.S. 60 Water District, and the City of Shelbyville. Also participating in the discussions is Shelby County Fiscal Court, as well as the City of Shelbyville, the county judge and the mayor. And then we also have the participation of the Frankfurt Plant Board. Georgetown, the mayor's office of Georgetown, has also participated in some of the meetings.
And there are a number of questions that tended to suggest that it is very preliminary in nature, and I guess my question is, when did the group decide to become a working or a water management group?
It goes back to about a year ago. Mr. Spenard had a map that was earlier entered as an exhibit, and it was dated in March, and that was one of the early meetings. I don't know if that was the first meeting, but that was one of the early meetings that to introduce this concept. So it's been about a year.
Okay, and since that time, there has been a commitment of $75,000, am I correct, to the feasibility study?
There's $85,000.
$85,000, okay, and there has been RFP that has been issued?
Yes.
Can I presume that legal counsel for some entity have reviewed that before the RFP went out?
The RFP was prepared by David Billings at the Frankfurt Plant Board, and I don't know if their general counsel reviewed it or not. I suspect they did, but I can't speak for David.
Okay, and has this work group retained counsel to assist in both in the design of the governing structure for the work group?
We have one committee that is a working committee for the engineering. We actually have a meeting next week to begin to deliberate the governance process. And what we did receive a presentation from Mr. Talley several weeks ago related to the options available to us for exploring governance for this group.
Okay, and Mr. Talley, was that a voluntary effort, or was he asked to be there by the group?
He was. I invited him to the group on behalf of the Shelby Franklin Water Management Group. That was one of my tasks about over a month ago to come in, because he has done similar type of work for the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission.
Any reason to believe that he would be unsuccessful in similarly helping to craft the governing structure for this working group?
I think our assumption is he would be successful because he's done it in the past, and that's why we asked him for his services.
Okay. To your knowledge, has there been any, and this is just to update, since the last hearing, has there been any study, to your knowledge, that Kentucky American Water Company or any of the other parties have done to update what the actual deficit would be in Pool 9 under various climatic and various flow conditions after the operation of the valve system?
I'm not aware of any. I've met with Steve Reeder, as I mentioned earlier, with the Kentucky River Authority, and Dr. Linda Ormsby to get, for myself, to be able to be educated since the last hearing in November, and I'm not aware of any update on the Pool 9 capacity, and neither were they.
Okay. And to your knowledge, has, since the last hearing, has Kentucky American Water Company submitted any additional documentation or any study concerning the costs and the rate impacts, as well as any engineering issues associated with purchasing 2 million gallons a day under exigent conditions from Versailles?
Not that I'm aware of.
Regarding the dam safety, or the issue regarding Pool 3, you had been asked to look at Kentucky American Water Exhibit 7, which I believe is actually part of the response to staff's first set of data request number 6. I think I got that right. And I would ask you to pull that back out and take a look at it. I just have a couple of questions on that, and then just a couple of questions other than that. Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to...
Oh, you're doing fine. Yes, sir. Thank you.
I have it.
Do you have it in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Would you look, if you would, at... well, let me ask you, before I have you look at it, do you understand that am I correct that the Pool 3 project is designed at 20 MGD, scalable to 25, or scalable to 30?
If I recall correctly from previous testimony, it's scalable up to 30.
Okay, and that Gannett Fleming, in fact, indicates that on page 23 of the selected portions of the study that you were given to review?
Yes.
Okay. If you would look at page A1, which is, I assume is part of Appendix 1, estimation of safe yield Lock 2 of the Kentucky River. Do you see the third paragraph where it discusses the release valves?
Yes.
Okay. And what the suggestion here is that water can be released from the upstream reservoirs using these low-level release valves at each lock. Did you see that?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that was included in there because Gannett Fleming believes that that has some relevance to what water availability might be at Pool 3?
Yes.
Would that same water have to have already gone through the pool that Versailles draws from?
Yes, since Versailles is at pool number 8, I believe.
So then the same system of low-level release valves can be used to augment the available supply in low-flow conditions in the event that Lexington were to go to Versailles?
Yes, and my understanding that's the ultimate plan of the Kentucky River Authority is they rebuild all of these various dams to create the flexibility to move water from the various storage pools for maximum flexibility.
So then the constrictions that are on the water withdrawal permits that have been established by the Division of Water are not necessarily indicative of what the availability of water would be in that pool.
I would think they would need to be updated. I don't know the context of which they were administered or authorized, but they would need to be updated to be able to reflect the ability for the flow-through capacity. Or that's an additional submittal for consideration.
If you would turn to the summary page at A9 of the Gannett Fleming, this portion of their report. Does it indicate whether they used any other data besides the USGS gauging data from Lock 2 to determine the safe yield of Pool 3?
Let me read this real quick.
Sure.
from the summary, it looks like their data is all pulled from information related to Lock 2 and Pool 2.
Okay, and so does it indicate that they used, if you look back at A4, did they use anything other than river flow data to determine the safe yield, or what they said was the minimum yield that would be available?
That appears what they have done is looked at the historical flows at lock number 2, where the gauging station is.
And do you know whether they, have you seen any study that was either done by or commissioned by Kentucky American that has looked at the structural stability of lock and dam 4 and 3?
No, and I mentioned earlier when we met with Steve Reeder, he had updated, that was one of his concerns, is the stability and the condition of both dam number 3 as well as dam number 4, and that's why he has under commission a study to review the condition, the facility condition of dam number 3 and dam number 4, and that was, he was expecting to get a draft within the coming months, and I had testified earlier that that information would be important information before a sizable investment would be made on pool number 3.
Okay. If, for example, I were to lower the water level due to withdrawal from pool 3, would it, based on your experience as an engineer, could it potentially have stability impacts by changing the hydrostatic pressure or the back pressure from the pool on Lock and Dam 4?
Yes, it could. By lowering the downstream side, it could create a toppling effect.
Okay, so completely aside from the river flow, there may be constraints on the ability to withdraw that need to be viewed based on the necessity of maintaining some balance in the pool?
Yes, especially as Mr. Reeder had relayed to me, and I would agree with him, the way in which the dam number 4 was constructed as a monolith concrete structure, not being pinned.
Do you think it would be prudent prior to investing the sort of money that's being requested in this case to do that stability analysis with respect to both Lock and Dam 4 and 3?
Yes, both the upstream and downstream from that pool.
The conclusion of this, the summary of this water supply study indicates, if you look at A9, alternatively that, and I'm reading the second half of the first sentence, it appears that pool 3 has a safe yield significantly greater than 30 MGD. And then at the end, based on information reviewed, pool 3 has a safe yield in excess of 30 MGD. Do you know whether the Division of Water has approved this report and concurred with the analysis done by Gannett Fleming?
No, I'm not aware if they have a copy of this report or have reviewed it.
And do you recall that did you have occasion to review the responses to data requests that were filed by Kentucky American Water Company?
Which specifically?
I'll withdraw that. I'll have to come back to it later because I don't have the chapter and verse in front of me. In Gannett Fleming's report, at least the portion of it that you were given to review, did they identify what the safe yield was for pool 3?
Did Gannett Fleming identify?
Yeah.
No, not that I recall.
Just a couple of additional questions. Sir, are you aware of any evidence that Kentucky American has considered the alternative of partnering with Kentucky River Authority to install crest gates on Lock and Dam 9 or 10?
Am I aware of any? I'm sorry, repeat the first part.
Are you aware whether Kentucky American has considered that alternative or investigated that alternative?
No, I'm not aware.
Are you aware whether they've considered or investigated the alternative of partnering with the Kentucky River Authority to help fund the upgrading or replacement of Lock and Dam 10?
I'm not aware of any discussions.
Or of any participation that they would have in the completion of any environmental studies necessary to determine the impact, if any, of the elevation of Pool 10?
I'm not aware.
I just have a couple of additional questions. One is that I would like you to walk me through, if you would, the steps that are necessary for Louisville Water Company to increase the available excess treated water capacity. I understand from your testimony that you have reaffirmed, or you have asked, and I believe it's been reaffirmed, that you have a firm capacity of 240 MGD.
Yes.
And you had previously testified in response to a question, I think, from Mr. Ingram during the first hearing, that there were 35 MGD currently available, scalable to 65 or 90.
Yes.
And you mentioned that in your supplemental testimony. My question is, what actual steps are necessary for you to scale up that additional capacity?
Mr. Chairman, I think the record would reflect that we've been through this. It seems to me it is certainly not relevant to any new evidence that's been introduced.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
That's fine, Mr. Chairman. I was just trying to get a handle. It was referenced that it is scalable, that they had had additional work done regarding what would be necessary to scale that up, and I was just trying to get a finer point on what actually is necessary. We spent a lot of time with a lot of questioning on commitments that, on the fact that there aren't firm contracts and firm commitments. They actually did have some additional engineering work done, and I was just trying to find out if he has any additional information on what is necessary to upgrade that capacity. I think it is directly relevant when we're talking about wasteful duplication of facilities, where we have one with excess capacity and the additional ability to scale up capacity at a modest cost relative to construction of a new plant and 31 miles of pipeline. But I'll withdraw the question.
I was going to direct you the answer.
Oh, I appreciate it. Well, then, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we can go ahead and...
No, it's too late now.
We'll all just have to wonder then.
Can you answer the question fairly quick? Go ahead.
What we have the ability at both of our treatment plants is for a small, modest incremental cost. We can upgrade those existing facilities to eliminate the bottlenecks or add additional capacity. I mentioned earlier that with today's technology, you can get greater flow through existing filters. We've identified through the capacity study that has been part of the exhibits that have been submitted that we can upgrade our chemical feed system and adjust gears within the existing treatment complex to free up the additional capacity, expand our clear well, et cetera. So your point that you made in your question is true, that very cost effectively we can increase that capacity of our true treatment plants, and generally we increase that in 15 MGD increments on a very cost effective basis with modifications to the sub-processes as opposed to building an entire new treatment complex or facility.
Did you say a modest cost? Have you projected, or do you have any new information regarding the projected cost of upgrading?
We do, and we believe we submitted that. I don't recall the exact numbers, but it's, I believe, part of the testimony already of what was included in our revised capital plan that our board just approved in November.
Okay, so it's part of the...
Yes.
Okay, then I won't ask you to go into it any further. Two final questions. And this goes back to the first document that you were handed, which I assume is Kentucky American Water's Exhibit Number 1, that made reference to minutes of, I'm sorry, it's the executive, which committee?
Executive Leadership Team minutes.
And there was something kind of left hanging out there that I just wanted to clarify. To your knowledge, has Louisville Water Company destroyed any documents that are relevant to the case that is before the commission today?
No.
Okay. Last question. Mr. Turner noted in his opening statement that you had testified that Kentucky American Water Company's proposal at the first hearing was a reasonable one. In light of the additional conversations that you've had, in light of the additional documentation that you have provided, in light of the additional investigation that Louisville Water Company has made regarding the availability of increments of water to the Kentucky American water system, do you still believe that the Kentucky American Water Company proposal to build a new treatment plant at Pool 3 and the 31-mile associated pipeline is a reasonable one?
I would change my position, and I'd like to explain why.
If you would briefly.
It's two major factors. One is that 2 months ago, it was uncertain whether there would be public financing available for the project, and we've done a lot of homework with various funding agencies, including the Infrastructure Authority, League of Cities, and so on, that there is publicly available financing that generally is 3% or less that could finance a significant portion of this project. May not be 100%, but it could clearly be 50% or 60% through a partnership with a public entity. And entities such as the Louisville Water Company, the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, Lexington Fayette Urban County Government are all public entities that are eligible for public financing. So that, I think that is a major finding from my perspective with respect to being able to reduce the ultimate total cost, capital, and operations associated with the Pool 3 project or the pipeline project to Louisville, the Louisville pipeline project. And so I think that's one significant factor. I think the other is, in my mind, is the availability of water supply on an interim basis. And I'd probably characterize it this way, is we're looking for 10 million gallons a day is the demand need of record from Kentucky American by the year 2010. And I would explain it this way, is there's three ways to be able to get that 10 MGD increment. One, which we talked about earlier today and I provide in testimony, is to take the one way is to take 5 million gallons a day from Versailles and 5 million gallons a day from Frankfurt. And again, to clarify the point earlier, Frankfurt doesn't have available 5 MGD capacity in their existing treatment plant. They get that through a connection with the Louisville Water Company. So the Louisville Water Company provides Frankfurt 5 MGD, which then in turn wheels it through their existing infrastructure to free it up to put it in a pipeline that would go to Kentucky American at Newtown Pike. And so those two fives add together to give approximately 10 million gallons a day available by the year 2010. The second component would be the information that after meeting with the Kentucky River Authority representatives, after also seeing various communications from Steve Reeder as a director that are part of the public domain, as well as meeting, I met with Dr. Lyndall Ormsby because of his various studies over the past 15 years related to the available supply on the Kentucky River, that dam number 9, which is currently being constructed, will be finished at the end of this year or in the first quarter of next year, has been designed to accommodate a crest gate. And that crest gate can hold back an additional 4 feet of water, or between 900,000 or 900 million and a billion gallons of water that would allow an additional supply. And if you would stretch that over either 90 days or over 180 days, you get between 5 and 10 million gallons a day increment of supply. So that's the second component that is new information. And then in companion, there's also the pending upgrade of dam number 10 as well, but that is less certain within this 2-year time frame. The third component would be through demand-side management, whether it's improving leak detection or whether it's conservation, improving practices. Generally, it's been demonstrated, and I think Kentucky American was able to do that successfully this past summer with the drought of 2007, to be able to impact your water demand or your water usage between 10 and 15%. And on a 70 MGD day, 10 to 15% on 70 MGD is about 7 to 10 MGD. So therefore, there's three ways that in combination could be successfully used on an interim basis to be able to solve the 2010 need at the Equestrian Games time. And then with that, coupled with the Louisville pipeline proposal to be able to bring water in, the bulk water from Louisville over to Kentucky American by the year 2012, and then looking at the overall cost associated with this from the evaluation that R.W. Beck has done that will be testified later today or tomorrow. When I gather all that information together, my judgment is that the Kentucky American proposed Pool 3 plant is not reasonable when you consider all of that information. So that's why I would change my perspective after the new information that has been provided.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Bain, do you wish to question?
No question, Your Honor.
Mr. Hughes?
Yes, sir. Mr. Heisman, my name is Jack Hughes. I represent the River Authority. I've got a couple of questions. They all relate to your testimony on page 9. I'm not sure if the testimony you updated today is the same page or not, but on your original testimony, it's 9.
The original or from October 1st?
No, your supplemental testimony for this
February 11th testimony.
Okay, bear with me here. Which page?
9. It should be the same. I didn't see any changes, but just to make sure. You refer on that page of some meetings with the KRA and discussions about its engineers Fuller Mossberger on the stability and the condition of certain dams. You recall that? Specifically as to Dam 3, which is the dam associated with Pool 3, did Mr. Reeder provide you with any documents related to the status of that project?
No, he had indicated that he is under contract with Fuller Mossberger to conduct that stability analysis, and that he had not received the final version at that time. So I did not have a document, so it was through verbal discussions with Mr. Reeder.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a document. What I've handed you is a letter dated May 12, 2006 from Mr. Reeder to Lieutenant Colonel Ogden of the Corps of Engineers, basically requesting authority to refurbish Dam 3. And attached to that is the letter from Colonel Ogden to Mr. Reeder accepting that proposal. Have you seen this letter before?
No.
Do you have it? Did Mr. Reeder give you any information to indicate that there was any problem with the Corps' acceptance of the replacement of that dam?
No.
Did Mr. Reeder provide you or discuss with you a letter dated December 6, 2007 from the engineers Fuller Mossberger as to the current status of this project?
I don't recall that he referenced the letter, and I didn't see the letter, but he did advise me that he was under contract with Fuller Mossberger, expecting a report that would review the condition of the dams.
While I'm handing this out, I failed to indicate that the first document was KRA Exhibit 1.
Any objection to its being admitted? All right, hearing none.
This would be this December 6th letter is KRA Exhibit 2.
KRA Exhibit 1 would be admitted into evidence.
Yes,
we could. Thank you.
As you read that letter, does it indicate that the progress on Dam 3 is proceeding and that there is expected to be a Phase A design package ready sometime in January of 2008.
Let me read this real quick. Yes, it indicates that.
All right. Now, are you aware that that the Plan A or Phase A design has been completed and provided to Mr. Reeder?
No, I was not.
You want to pass this out for me, Jack?
Scan, make sure I got enough to get everybody up here. While I'm doing this, Your Honor, I would move to introduce, it's a two.
Is there any objection? All right, let it be entered. Yeah, here, Jack, let me have marked ones. Those aren't marked, those have marked.
I didn't get them all. I ran out of exhibits.
That's fine.
You want a mark?
I'm okay, I'll mark.
Okay, have that in back then. Thank you.
We're fine. Thank you.
Now, I'll represent to you, Mr. Heisman, this is the Phase A report that's referred to in the letter we just discussed. Would you turn to, I believe it's the 5th page from the back. It's not numbered, but it's the first schedule of Appendix B. The 5th page back, it says schedule for base bid.
Behind Appendix B?
Yes.
Okay, I have it.
Okay. You see under, there's 4 or 5 numbered section under section number 4, bidding and contracting.
Yes.
That the bidding, there is a green line indicating that the bids are to be let in April or May of 2008. You see that?
Yes.
Did Mr. Reeder indicate to you that that was not an accurate schedule?
He did not provide me any information on the schedule, so this is the first time I've looked at any schedule information.
If you'll look down in the next column, base bid, Dam 3 constructor.
I'm sorry, say again?
Under Section 5, the base bid.
Okay, I have it.
Over in the far right column under 2010, you see that site restoration, which is essentially completion of the project, is scheduled for June 2010.
Yes.
You have no information, do you, that would conflict with that proposed schedule?
No, the only statement I would make is I don't know the funding status of the project, so I clearly understand the schedule. So.
Yes.
Any objection to KRA Exhibit Number 3? Let me enter the record.
Can I just, it's long, can I just look through it a little bit? I mean, he can continue his question, I've never seen it before.
We'll assume it's admitted unless you tell me otherwise, Mr. Slant. If you have an objection, then we'll consider it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Here we go.
Thank you.
Mr. Heisman, what I've given you is a page from the 2006-2008 biennium budget. And if you would turn to page 22 of 284, which is the only attachment to that, the last literary paragraph indicates that the authority is authorized to fund the reconstruction of Dam 3. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to introduce that KRA Exhibit 4.
Any objection? Hearing none, let that KRA Exhibit number 4 be entered into the record.
All right, Mr. Heisman, I want to, on line 18 of your testimony,
What page she asked?
oh, it's page 9, I'm sorry, that I referenced earlier. Do you see that? Beginning on line 18, the KRA is, however,
Yes.
You seem to be saying that the KRA is doing Kentucky American's due diligence to determine the structural soundness of Pool 3. What information do you have that the KRA activity on Pool 3 is in any way related to the Kentucky American project that we're here discussing today?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. What information do you have that the KRA project related to Dam 3 is related to the proposal of Kentucky American that we're dealing with today?
My understanding is that Dam 3 holds back the reservoir in Pool 3. And the Kentucky American is proposing to build a water treatment plant on Pool 3, which would pull the water out of that pool, of which that very dam that this report that has been submitted proposes to replace. So that's the reason that I link the two. Without a reliable dam on Pool 3, you don't have a reliable supply for Pool 3 for the intake structure for the proposed treatment plant.
My question goes more to the issue of whether the reconstruction of Dam 3 is contingent on the approval of the project that Kentucky American seeks today from the Commission.
And what I would believe, in my opinion, is scanning through this, I just scanned through, and the first thing I went to look for would be is what's the structural condition of the dam. And what I noticed in here, if I can find it,
Page 2, is that what you're thinking?
well, looking here. No, it's not page 2.
Page 1, facility condition. About about 5 pages from the front.
Yeah, skipped over page 1. On page 1 of your exhibit, KRA number 3, says Dam 3 is currently in a state of progressive failure. considerable length of the apron has broken away from the downstream side of the dam. Underwater inspections have revealed substantial undermining at the toe of the dam and deterioration of the timbers and the cribbing that remains. The deterioration of the dam is expected to continue over time and may accelerate. The stability and integrity of Dam 3, which defies analysis with standard engineering methods, cannot be assured in the short term. Eventually, the dam will be unable to support the sheet pile cut off along its upstream face, leading to the breach. The observed existing conditions indicate that the existing dam may not continue to retain Pool 3 for another 50 years. So this is the first time I've seen this report from the engineer. This was the concern that Mr. Reeder relayed to me in the meeting, and therefore I concluded that it would be prudent for any engineer or any owner, before making a large investment such as a $160 million investment on a treatment facility on Pool 3, that you would have a reliable dam structure that holds back that pool.
I guess I haven't been clear. Let me try it this way. You understand that KRA would replace Dam 3 even if there was not a proposal by Kentucky American to construct a treatment plant on Pool 3.
With that statement from you, I assume that is correct. Up until that point in time, Mr. Reeder didn't relay to me. He relayed to me his concern of a whole wide variety of dams along the Kentucky River, not just dam number 3, but 4, 9, et cetera, and that funding is limited, and that funding in some cases has been authorized by the governor or the legislature, but then has been pulled back, et cetera. So one of his large concerns was the priority of the dam replacement schedule. And I'm not familiar, I know dam number 9 is currently under construction, so obviously that's a priority and that's funded. I'm taking it that dam number 3 may be the next priority in the schedule, but I don't know that. I'm concluding that from the information that you're providing here today. And I think that is part of the frustration that we had before in the previous hearings, is not knowing specifically what the priority of the improvements along the Kentucky River were and where the funding status was. It is good to see that this due diligence now has been done by the Kentucky River Authority. I'm very happy to see this and see this information, because it clearly links that an investment needs to be made on dam number 3 before the type of investment would be completed on a treatment plant, from my perspective. So I'm happy to see this report.
Okay, so you understand now that the Dam 3 project is going forward, and according to the latest engineering report, the bids will be issued soon and construction will...
Based upon the information you just provided me today, yes.
Okay. Again, on page 9 of your testimony on, let's see, line 22, you asked the commission to consider the KRA's dam condition assessment, indicating that may involve some delay. Now that you've seen the assessment or the engineering study for Dam 3, there really is no other dam condition assessment related to this project which would be necessary for the commission to review, is there?
I think there's information here for dam number 3. I haven't seen any information submitted for dam number 4, which is upstream. And I recall Mr. Reeder had expressed concern about the stability of dam number 4. Apparently it's in a similar condition with respect to stability as dam number 3. And we've got to be careful here that we're looking at both the downstream dam as well as the upstream dam. So from that perspective, I'd like to see the same comprehensive report completed for dam number 4 that we now have in hand for dam number 3. And that's very important, because that obviously holds back the water supply for the Frankfort Plant Board.
Okay, look at line 18 of your testimony on page 9. the sentence that says, however, the KRA, however, is presently doing KWAC's due diligence. Do you have any information to support your statement that the KRA is in any way involved with Kentucky American Water Company in doing the water company's review of this project?
Only in the context of, my characterization is this is the due diligence, or what the Kentucky River Authority has had their engineer perform with respect to the stability of dam number 3. It is now documented and provided today to everyone is that that dam is in serious need of replacement, and that you provided information to us that it is scheduled to be replaced, which is all very positive information that we received for the stability of that pool.
But that was done completely independent of anything related to Kentucky American Water Company, wasn't it?
Mr. Chairman, let me interpose, if I could, an objection at this point. I can appreciate that Kentucky River Authority would like to get some of these documents of record with a witness who's never seen any of them and can't authenticate them or talk about the contents, which is the first time he's seen them. Kentucky River Authority had the opportunity to put a witness on the stand and chose not to. They had the opportunity to put a rebuttal witness and to list one and chose not to. The report that's been submitted regarding Lock and Dam 3 and Lock 4, the mechanical improvements on Lock 4, doesn't indicate whether or not the engineering analysis has considered the withdrawals in Pool 3 and the potential impact that that would have on the stability of Lock and Dam 4. If we're going to continue down this path, I would like the ability to put together a very brief set of supplemental data requests, since we don't have anyone from the engineering firm or from Kentucky River Authority here who can talk about the extent to which these studies did or did not consider the stability of Lock and Dam 4 in light of this project. And finally, that we already have of record from the first hearing that there is in fact a difference in what the Kentucky River Authority would do whether this project is approved or not approved. There are certain base things, and it's already of record, that they are going to do regarding Lock and Dam 3, and then there were additional monies that they might spend, which might otherwise be reprogrammed, and that's a matter of record. So when Mr. Hughes, with all due respect, is questioning about this, his questions are at variance with what is already of record in terms of evidence. And I would hope that we would limit it to the additional material that's been submitted, and that if we're going to introduce, you had asked if there were objections from Mr. Salent, and I, at that point, probably should have said something. If we're going to introduce the engineering studies, I would like the ability to very quickly put together a set, and say in the next 7 days, and it shouldn't affect the filing of the post-hearing briefs. I'd like to know whether that engineering analysis, in fact, has looked at Lock and Dam 4 in light of the Kentucky American project.
Your Honor,
yes, sir.
Every question that was presented to Mr. Heitzman directly relates to his comments in his testimony that the engineering study was not complete. All I did was provide documents to show that the KRA has completed that study, which rebuts Mr. Heitzman's conclusion in his testimony on line 14. Now, why that is objectionable is unclear to me, and I don't believe that it's necessary to bring in engineers to discuss the study when the issue is whether the study was complete. So the purpose of all of the questioning was just to clarify the comments that Mr. Heitzman made about his discussions with the KRA.
Well, that was my understanding. I mean, the Bergman report, which is KRA Exhibit 3, if I'm reading it correctly, is dated January 21st, 2008, which is just barely 2 weeks ago. And that's certainly something that has come up since we had our November hearing. It says it's a design report. I'm not sure if it is the type of study that Mr. Heitzman refers to on line 14, page 9 of his current testimony. I suppose that's something that the commission will have to consider. What do you say to Mr. Fitzgerald's request, Mr. Hughes, that he be permitted to issue DRs to KRA for, to try to ascertain some of these issues? I mean, is that something that KRA is willing and
Well,
can
Your Honor,
comply
at this-
with in 10 days?
No, at this point in the proceeding, discovery is closed, and the issues in the report are not what the commission is considering. The purpose of submitting the report is to indicate that the study was completed. Now, we're not here to determine whether that report is in any way satisfactory to Mr. Fitzgerald, but to simply show that there has been progress made since Mr. Heitzman's discussion with Mr. Reeder, and that the progress includes preparation and completion of that Phase A report.
Are we really talking about two studies on page 9? Are we talking about the study of the condition of the dams as well as the study of the safe yield analysis for Pool 3 that Mr. Heitzman complains has not been done, or complains is maybe not the right word?
The study that I provided is not a safe yield study. It's the study on the structural condition of the dam.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, if I could very briefly respond. Mr. Hughes has suggested that Mr. Heitzman is wrong and that this rebuts his assertion that the stability studies have not been done. The study that has been produced talks about refurbishment of the mechanical equipment on Lock 4 as well as replacement of Lock 3. It does not address the stability of Lock 4 and certainly does not address the stability of Lock 4 with respect to the withdrawal of additional water from Pool 3. I would hope that before we consider and entertain approving the Pool 3 project, that we would get to the bottom of the question of whether there has been an appropriate stability analysis done on Lock and Dam 4 that would take into account the possibility of a withdrawal of 6 million gallons a day up to 20 million gallons a day from the pool immediately below it. I think that is a relevant issue. I think it's a significant issue. And before Mr. Hughes suggests that this report, which on its face doesn't rebut the evidence that or the suggestion of Mr. Heitzman, that we could find out the scope of this report. It is, on its face, it is not at all clear. And I think it's an appropriate request. It's a very limited request. And I can appreciate that discovery is closed. But we now have, after having asked virtually no questions up until this point, KRA is bringing in a number of pieces of new evidence.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
this issue was raised in the November hearing. In fact, staff raised it with several witnesses, with both Kentucky American's witness, with the Attorney General's witnesses. It was something that could have been subject to any type of post-hearing data request at the time. The record was actually closed, or was supposed to be closed, in December. It was opened up again in January to consider additional evidence. And Mr. Heitzman's testimony doesn't really address the condition of the dams except to make an allegation that Kentucky American has not conducted due diligence. As I understand this, at least as I understand the gist of Mr. Hughes' question, it was in response to the suggestion in Mr. Heitzman's testimony that KRA was in some way doing the work of Kentucky American rather than KRA independently doing what it was statutorily required to do. And in fact, if you look at Exhibit 5 of Mr. Heitzman's testimony, and I assume that all these exhibits Mr. Heitzman's standing behind, there's a quote on page 2 where Mr. Reeder is quoted stating that the dam will be replaced regardless of what the PSC decides. That's because the stability of number 3 is linked to the stability of number 4, which holds Frankfurt's water supply. So to the extent that Mr. Hughes was simply asking a question to say that these two events are not connected, Mr. Heitzman has already spoken in his pre-filed written testimony. And I don't see that there is a need to open up the record for additional discovery, which may require even more discovery. This case is tending to be like every other case I'm assigned at the commission, lasting forever and ever. And those
Is that
issues...
just a coincidence, Mr. Lucher?
All I can say, Your Honor, is I'm sure the commission is glad that I won't be here after the end of the year. It'll reduce some of the processing time. But to the extent that that issue that Mr. Hughes has raised, at least addressed, has already been addressed by Mr. Heintzman's pre-filed written additional evidence testimony, there's really no need to delve into it any further.
Mr. Ingram, did you wish to say something?
There is nothing I could add to what Mr. Butcher has said, Your Honor, except I strenuously object to any additional discovery proposed by any party in this proceeding.
Your Honor, may I just point out one thing?
Yes, sir.
The, unless I'm reading this wrong, the study to which Mr. Heitzman refers to and what he was advised about by Mr. Reeder does not appear by name to be, in other words, it was by Fuller, Mossberger, Scott, and May engineers. This appears to be by another organization entirely.
If you refer to the letter from Mossberger, it refers to the Phase A design package and schematics, and that's what KRA 3 is, the Phase A design report referred to in the Mossberger letter.
Your Honor, all I'm just pointing out is that this does not appear to be the study that Mr. Heitzman was referring to, and about which his statement, the study is not yet complete, appears to me to refer. In any event, my point would simply be this. I would agree if, with Mr. Fitzgerald, that after we've had a chance to look at this, we may very well want to ask a very few short questions, post-hearing data requests, which will not delay the filing of the brief now due on May 20th.
Well,
March 20th.
I mean March 20th.
I think the purpose, it appears to me that the purpose for introducing this is merely to counter the current witness's statement that on page 9 of his testimony that there had not been a completed study. It appears to me, both with regard to the condition of Dam 3, although it doesn't say specifically Dam 3, it just says certain dams. I presume 3 is the one that everyone's most concerned with, along with Dam 9. And then the second issue involves the failure to do a safe yield study. I think the purpose, at least the commission, will only give weight to this report as it regards the what Mr. Heisman has said on page 9 of his testimony, and that is that the study is not yet complete. And it appears that at least from what I can tell, that not only is there been a completed study, but there's been an actual design, which is what KRA Exhibit 3 is, to actually begin working on Dam 3, which appears needs quite a bit of work. So the commission is very reluctant to allow any further post-hearing discovery because, as has been stated, this case has sort of developed a life of its own, and a good part of that is the commission's fault. The commission, as everyone knows, has endeavored to try to make the best possible decision that we can make and leave no stone unturned, and that's the reason that we're here in the early part of March still taking testimony. But as regards Mr. Fitzgerald's and Mr. Salent's objections, I'm going to overrule those objections. Certainly, gentlemen, once you get back to your offices, if you believe, and after you've had time to look at this Exhibit 3 in greater detail, if you believe that there is some extraordinary reason why you should be permitted to inquire further, then you can make a written motion to the commission and explain the reasons why you believe that you should be permitted to offer post-hearing data requests. But for the time being, I'm going to overrule the objection, and Mr. Hughes, I'm going to allow you to go ahead and question.
Mr. Chairman, with the limitation
Yes, sir.
so stated, we have no further objection.
Okay. Thank you.
I have no further questions, Your Honor, but I would move to admit any exhibit that I didn't previously.
Okay. I think, I kind of lost count myself. I think maybe we didn't get 4 in. If we
4 was
didn't,
the last one.
4 was the last one. I believe we got all the rest of them in. Now, they'll be subject to, certainly to the objections that Mr. Slint and Mr. Fitzgerald have made with regard to KRA number 3. But if there's no further objection, all 4 of the KRA exhibits will be admitted into evidence. Okay, Mr. Barbary, do you have any questions? Let's see, I guess Mr. Bain, is Mr. Bain next? I asked Mr. Bain already. Yeah, okay, Mr. Barbary, you can question. Sure, yeah. I think I just said it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Heitzman.
Good afternoon.
Hopefully this will be short. You've testified quite a bit today about the 10 million gallons a day, up to 10 million gallons a day of temporary water availability. I wanted to clarify that essentially all of that 10 million gallons would be a short-term proposition. Is that accurate?
Yes, that would be an interim solution that I would characterize to be available over the next 3 to 5 years.
And after that time frame, it would no longer be available?
A portion of it may, just depends on the growth of the need of Versailles, as an example.
Do you have an opinion about what the portion of that would be?
No.
Does the group of municipalities and water districts that you've referred to earlier, does that have a name? The Shelbyville, Frankfurt group you've referred to earlier?
We refer to it as the Shelby-Franklin Water Management Group.
Okay. With respect to that group, you testified, I believe, earlier, as well as your pre-filed testimony, that requests for proposals were sent out, but you all have, and there's been a recommendation made, but you all have not pulled the trigger on, paraphrasing, pulled the trigger on hiring someone to do that work for you all yet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion about why that has not taken place?
The process to, essentially the process to finalize the evaluation, because we just issued the RFP in the last month and a half, review the proposals, and then get consensus among the evaluation team to make a recommendation to the full group. So I would expect that would be forthcoming within the next 2 weeks.
I believe your testimony that you pre-filed, as well as your testimony earlier today, is that you don't believe, okay, it's your testimony that there is an apparent lack of public opposition to the Louisville pipeline route. Is that accurate?
Yes, I'm not aware of any opposition to the Louisville pipeline proposal.
And I'm not exactly sure. This is I'm looking at a copy of one of your exhibits to your testimony. It's a map of the A, B, and C alternatives.
Yes.
The actual size of the map is fairly significant. Yes, it's that one. Exhibit. It's number 8. Okay, it's exhibit number 8 to your testimony. When you make that characterization about the public opposition or lack thereof, which alternative route are you talking about?
When we look at alternative, on the map I have in front of me, it's color. Do you have a color map in front of you? Color-coded map? But there's three alternative routes between Frankfort over to Kentucky American. One is alternative A, it's shown in green. There's a second alternative that is shown in blue, and a third that is shown in purple. The purple route is the same route as Kentucky American currently has designed along Ironworks Pike, and we're aware of opposition along that route. I'm not aware of opposition for either alternative A or B.
And your basis for that belief is pretty much as you previously articulated to the Attorney General's office?
Yes.
In your testimony on page 8, I believe, as well as in some of the exhibits to your testimony, there's an indication that there were some discussions with the some environmental people as well as some cultural discussions about the impact of the proposed. With respect to your testimony on page 8, I believe that you indicated that there have been discussions that have taken place with respect to the Louisville proposal with respect to environmental and cultural concerns. Let me ask the same question I asked you earlier about the public opposition. Have those discussions focused on a particular alternative, A, B, or C?
At this point, these meetings that have taken place are for the portion that goes from Louisville over to Frankfort. So we have met our engineers, staff engineers and consulting engineers have met with the Kentucky Nature Preserve as well as the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife for the route from Louisville Water Company over to Frankfort. And at this point, there has been nothing that has been identified as a concern.
You've also testified, and I'd like to get some more information on this. How many times have you met with Steve Reeder on the dam situation we've discussed at length today?
I met with him once in his office.
And that was post-November?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to Dam 9 and the crest gates, I believe you testified for the Attorney General earlier that it's your belief that the crest gates are going to go on, it's going to happen and there's going to be crest gates on Dam 9.
Yes, that is my understanding.
Okay, could you give me the entire basis for your belief that those crest gates are going to go on Dam 9?
There was an article that I believe we included as an exhibit that was written by Andy Mead that summarized an interview with Mr. Reeder. And then there was also a letter that Mr. Reeder provided to, I believe it was Senator Carroll, Julian Carroll, regarding a summary. He had inquired on behalf of the legislature what the status was, and I believe that that was not included as our testimony, but I've seen a copy of that letter that also talked about the crest gates on Dam number 9.
In your discussion with Mr. Reeder that you referred to, did you specifically discuss the crest gates on Dam 9?
Yes.
Did he indicate anything in addition to what's in this newspaper article or what's in his letter to Carroll, to Senator Carroll, as far as a basis for your belief that the crest gates are definitely going to go on to Dam 9?
When I talked to him in person, that was before that news release and before that letter, the discussions were more general in nature, that what he had confirmed that Dam number 9 is currently being rebuilt. It was designed to accommodate the crest gate, and that from his perspective that should be pursued. And then the documentation that he provided to Mr. Mead, as well as in the letter to former Governor Carroll, seemed to validate that with more certainty from my perspective.
Getting back to this concept of the 2-to-1 take-or-pay, I believe you referred to a concept or a terminology earlier today called a demand charge. What is a demand charge?
If as part of the November submittal and discussion, if water is held within that demand factor of 2 to 1 or less, there would be no demand charge. But if it exceeds that for an extended period of time, over a 30-day period on average, then one option is to apply a demand charge for a period of time, and what we proposed is 24 months.
Okay, what is the demand charge? Do you have any idea?
The demand charge, yes. Let me get the original testimony and... And here a second ago, and all the stack of papers, bear with me. I hate to ask, our attorneys might be able to provide the original submittal, because I had it earlier and can't place my hands on a copy of it. Here's my proposal. Okay, yes.
That demand charge, has that demand charge changed from your prior testimony back in November?
No, it's the same. I'm just going to read.
Well, all right, read it quickly. We're playing old ground again.
On line 22, paragraph sub B, an additional demand charge will be applied for a period of 24 months after the 2 to 1 reserve capacity ratio is exceeded. The additional demand charge will be calculated using the ratio of maximum monthly consumption of the current year over the reserve capacity quantity. For example, if the current reserve capacity is 10 million gallons a day and the most recent monthly consumption average is 12, the water rate for the next 24 months would be the standard rate, which is $1.71, times a factor of 1.2. That 1.2 would be the demand factor.
I don't have any other questions.
I didn't mean to cut you off. You go ahead. Okay. All right. Mr. Butcher, you have questions?
Just a few. Good afternoon, Mr. Heitzman.
Good afternoon.
Let's talk about the safe yield analysis for just a moment. Am I correct when I state that your principal, or one of your principal objections to, or one of your reasons for Kentucky American having failed to done proper due diligence is its failure to have a adequate safe yield analysis of Pool 3?
Yes. In making that statement, at the time I made the statement, I saw a gap in the structural condition of Dam 3, in the structural condition of Dam 4, and the safe yield analysis for Pool 3. I saw those as three elements.
Okay. When we talk about safe yield analysis, are we talking about the amount of water that a utility can safely withdraw from the Kentucky River?
And from my perspective, without adversely impacting, I would say first, number one, the safety of the community. You don't want to draw the pool level down so low that you impact the stability of the upstream dam, and what we talked earlier about, that toppling effect. So safety, public safety would be number one. The second would be draw it down below a level that would not adequately support aquatic life or recreation, because that's also a mission of the Kentucky River Authority and the purpose of the river itself. So you have to take into consideration public safety, aquatic life, as well as recreation, as well as any other uses of water for public drinking water purposes. Typically, it would be the level of the intakes on the river. In this particular pool, there is no other intake that I'm aware of, so that's not a factor.
So it would be correct to say the amount that they could safely withdraw without affecting the public interest? Would that be?
That's a very good way to put it.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, as I understand it, the Division of Water has issued a withdrawal permit to Kentucky American to withdraw 6 million gallons during most of the months of the year and 20 million gallons during, I guess, the seasonal summer month. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that was provided to us at the previous hearing.
And do you agree that the Division of Water or the Environmental and Public Protection Cabinet is required to make a determination as to the effect of withdrawals before issuing a permit?
I would think they would. I just saw it as a glaring gap that none of that information was provided.
Okay, well then, I'm trying to understand, are you saying, or am I misreading your testimony to say that not only did Kentucky American not do due diligence, but that the Division of Water failed to properly perform its statutory duty by issuing the withdrawal permit?
I'm not stating that. I'm stating that, from my opinion, that a safe yield analysis on Pool 3 should be performed in order to assure that the public interest is not compromised before the building of this plant.
But did you have any discussion with the Division of Water or review its records in preparing your pre-filed additional evidence testimony?
No, I did not.
Okay, do you know what documents that it reviewed?
No.
In issuing the permit? Okay, do you know, well, in the course of preparing for your testimony here today and preparing previous for the testimony in November, did you review the report that was prepared by, or prepared for the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
Which report are you referring?
The Gear O'Brien report.
There's a number of different reports, which you recall.
This was the final report that was issued.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and were you aware, or do you recall reviewing the exhibit, which is a letter from the Director of the Division of Water stating that you could withdraw up to 67 MGD from Pool 3?
I recall that, but in all that correspondence, I did not see anything that related to the safe yield, considering all the other factors associated with dam stability and aquatic life, et cetera.
Well, do you think that he would have made that statement without taking those things into account?
I don't know. I would assume he should have, certainly should have. The other concern I had, if you recall, is that there's 6 million gallons a day permitted for certain months of the year and 20 for certain other months. And if I recall correctly, the 6 million gallons a day is a limit on the months of September and October. And as an example, with 2007, those were drought months. So part of the concern that I would have is, do you have a 20 million gallon a day permit available for the duration of a drought condition, which oftentimes can extend well into October or November?
I'm not quite sure I understand. Are you saying that if you had a drought situation that the Division of Water perhaps would limit the amount that Kentucky American could withdraw despite?
I'm suggesting that could be the case. If not, I would have concluded they would have issued a permit for 20 million gallons a day, every month of the year, instead of a two-step level.
Well, and I don't have a great deal of understanding this area, so please bear with me, but isn't it a general rule that Division of Water will only issue a withdrawal permit for what is needed, even if the availability of the supply may be far greater? It's only going up to the amount the utility would need?
Yes, need or requested, and what I saw in the previous submittal was it was odd that typically when droughts do occur, they linger into the months of September, October, November. That occurred this past year, occurred in 1999, 1988, et cetera. And so I saw it it was an interesting point from my perspective that it didn't have an answer of why the 20 million gallons a day was limited to the summer months only.
Let's take a step back to the partnership between the several utilities. I was a little bit confused with your statement earlier today that the design phase for a portion of a pipeline, well, the RFP that was issued was going to cover not only the pipeline from the Shelbyville point to the Frankfort point, but was actually going to come from the Jefferson County line to the Frankfort delivery point.
Yes.
Now, does that mean that the group that is being formed will have control or be responsible for that entire area? Not just from a Shelbyville point, but we'll go back to the Jefferson County line?
No, the delivery report, the delivery point, as I was asked earlier, did that change? That still remains at Shelbyville.
Okay. The $85,000, how was that? Was that an equal commitment from, or an equal contribution from all the study members?
No.
Okay. What was the allocation of the contributions?
It's $10,000 each from 6 members, and that is the 4 water providers in Shelby County and Shelby County Fiscal Court and the Frankfort Plant Board, and then the balance, which is $25,000 from the local water company.
You stated that, well, am I incorrect in saying that the group has retained Mr. Talley to at least work with them in terms of the governance of the management group?
We retained Mr. Talley to come in and give us a presentation of different governance options, and he made that presentation, and at this time that work is finished. So we are not under an ongoing arrangement with Mr. Talley at this point.
Okay. Is the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission going to be the model for this group?
We haven't made that decision yet. It's one of the models that could be considered by the group, along with a number of others.
Okay. Now, you are aware that the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, one of their objectives in choosing their form of governance was to escape Public Service Commission regulation.
I have not heard them say that, but if you say that, then...
Well, isn't it in the report that that was one of the objectives to, or one of the drawbacks to other forms of organization?
When it was presented to us, that's one of the features, is that there are certain aspects of a regional water supply commission that are not subject to Public Service Commission regulation.
The feature, I like that word.
I prefer to use the word drawback.
What about blessing? What about blessing? Would that work?
Depends on which side of the fence you're on.
That's very true. In terms of the actual ownership of the pipeline, the governance group, whichever format it ultimately comes down to, has there been a decision, or is there some type of preference now as to whether it will own the pipeline or be a customer of the Louisville Water Company, then selling water to its individual members?
We haven't made that decision yet. Your point is well taken. We've got a couple different options, that there could be different ownership elements, and the commission could play or the entity, I should say, could play an operating role or an ownership role. We just haven't made that decision yet, and we'll have to go through those exercises to determine what is best for the benefit of all the parties involved.
So in terms of the ownership, let's assume for the moment that the partnership proposal becomes reality, and that there is a pipeline on the east side of Frankfort, from Frankfort to Lexington, and Kentucky American is purchasing water or receiving water from this organization. Ultimately, it's receiving Louisville Water Company water. Is the Louisville Water Company going to be selling water directly to Kentucky American, and Kentucky American transporting that through all these pipelines and systems, or is it going to be buying water on the east side of Frankfort?
We haven't made that determination yet. I think theoretically at this point it would be that the Louisville Water Company sells water to the entity, and then the entity in turn then would sell the water to Kentucky American as a proposal. That's likely how it will lay out. And again, that entity could be a group or an individual utility. So one example, Mr. Butcher, could be the Louisville Water Company sells water to a regional water commission, and the regional water commission in turn sells the water to the Frankfort Plant Board, and the Frankfort Plant Board in turn sells water to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. So the point I want to make is there's a number of options that are available there to be able to distribute the water, wheel the water into central Kentucky. Very similar to what has been proposed by the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission in its proposed partnership with Kentucky American to be able to wheel water to all of its 9 members.
One of the issues that came up with the formation of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission was...
Richard, let me stop you saying, isn't that going to make a heck of a difference as to the ultimate cost? Isn't that decision going to make a real difference as to the ultimate cost of water that is received at Kentucky American's meter on Ironworks and Newtown Pike, if ultimately that's what happens in all of this?
But it certainly is going to be a factor in what the ultimate cost will be. Each step along the way, by leveraging off the existing infrastructure, you're going to be able to use the value of that infrastructure to be able to wheel that water through there. So part of the advantage is if you can use existing infrastructure, you can lower the overall capital costs.
Well, except that in the other side of the coin that there's going to be wheelage to have to pay, and if so, how is there any evidence that tells the commission what that's going to be, so that we can try to compare the cost of of that scenario that's out there blowing in the wind versus what Kentucky American has provided to us?
Probably the best way to answer that is in the R.W. Beck analysis, what we included is the cost to deliver the water from Shelbyville over to Kentucky American. Now, the assumption in the analysis was that Kentucky American would pay that operations cost and that capital cost. If there is another entity, then that entity would pay it, and then it would be recovered through the sale of the water to Kentucky American.
So it's $1.71 at the meter in Shelbyville, but if you get these other entities involved, depending upon how many and what the structure is, when it's delivered to the meter on Ironworks Pike, it's going to be a lot different than $1.71.
It can go up, but the capital costs can go down because they're contributing capital in order to be able to help build the facility.
All right, Mr. Woocher, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's quite all right, Your Honor. With the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, the way that such commissions work, a private investor-owned utility cannot be a member of the commission, and only the commission's members make the decisions. Do you see a problem to the extent that if all the facilities were deemed to be Water Supply Commission facilities, that essentially Kentucky American would have no say after the initial agreement is written in terms of what rate is charged, and it would have no recourse to any type of regulatory body to challenge or at least request a review of those rates?
What I would anticipate is that all the conditions of that agreement would be tied up with a contract commitment, much like was proposed 10 years ago between the Louisville Water Company and Kentucky American. And again, depending on the entity, if it is a sale of water that is going between an entity that is regulated by the commission to Kentucky American, it would have that review. So the point I think you want to make under one scenario, it may not have the review, but in other forms of governance scenario, it would have that it would have the oversight of the Public Service Commission.
And that would depend upon how the parties eventually come to a decision.
That's correct.
Going to the 24-inch pipeline that's already, is planned at this point for, to run from Shelbyville to Frankfort. Exactly, do you have commitments already from the, for lack of a better word, the group of 6 in terms of how much water they intend to take? Or how much water they want to reserve in terms of capacity for the 24-inch pipeline?
We have received from them some preliminary information that we received several months ago related to their estimates, but that'll be the first step in the engineering review will be to document that in a consistent standard format using a consistent methodology so that they'll go to each of the 5 water entities and determine what will be their projected 2010 demand, 2015, 2020, all the way up to 2030.
So the answer right now is it's under consideration?
Yes.
I'm sorry, under study. So there's, in terms, at the last hearing, we spoke about the differences between, or the need for a 36-inch line or a 42-inch main to serve Kentucky American. And I can't recall. Tell me again, that line, did that take into account these additional customers that were in between Shelbyville and Kentucky American's point of receipt?
Kind of yes and no. And the reason I say that is the case before us has a need of 20 million gallons per day, but the plan is proposed to be 25 to be able to accommodate the partners of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. Of some portion of that 5 was going to come from Frankfort. So the Frankfort component of the demand is considered in it, but the Shelby providers is not. So what we would do, ultimately, we know that from my perspective, is that a 36-inch line will be able to handle 25 million gallons a day. And what we would do is then, once we get the sizing determined, what is the need of record for Kentucky American, for the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, as well as the Shelby County providers, then we would finalize the size based upon that demand of record. So in one case, it's at least a 36-inch line if it includes Kentucky American, maybe as much as a 42-inch line, which is the next nominal size if it would include the Shelby County providers, Frankfort, the Bluegrass Water Supply members, and Kentucky American.
Let me see if I understand it. Let's take what might be deemed the, I don't want to say worst case scenario, but the scenario that requires the most water to be delivered to Lexington. In that case, are you suggesting that it's very likely that it would be a 42-inch main?
Right now, we're proposing a 36 because it would accommodate the 20 from Kentucky American and the 5 from the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. And that could be accommodated with a 36-inch line.
And I guess my question is, in addition to that load, if you have the group of 6, well, maybe the group of 5, since Frankfurt's already included in that
It's actually
load.
the group of 4, because they're only then, if you count Frankfurt's, was my point, over in the BWSC 5.
Okay.
Then what is remaining is the water supply need for Shelby County. And we've done some rough numbers. That's in the order of 1 to 2 million gallons a day over the planning period of 20 years. So what we would do is add that into the mix. And I think I had mentioned before is one example is we may have a 42-inch line that would go to Shelbyville, for example. And then from Shelbyville to Frankfort and to Lexington, it may be a 36. So we would size the line accordingly because there could be takeoffs along the way.
just a couple more questions. Have you had any discussions at all with any groups in Woodford County regarding the possibility of use of Route A?
Which county, Mr. Wutcher?
Woodford County.
I'm sorry, with
I believe
any groups?
Yes, with any groups, any citizen groups.
No, not at this point.
Has the Louisville Water Company or any of the other members of the management group made any attempt to contact those groups to determine if those groups may have some opposition to a pipeline running along the Interstate 64 corridor through Woodford County?
The only, I'm certainly aware of the opposition from the cause group related to Route C, what I'm calling Alternative C. What other groups would you be referring to make sure I'm covering all the bases?
Well, I know that there were some very vocal groups in Woodford County when the earlier pipeline option was discussed back in the late 1990s. Have you had any discussions with the Woodford County elected officials?
No, not at this point.
Okay. Would you agree that as option A, if it becomes more and more a possibility, that those that might now not consider it a possibility, as that option becomes more of a possibility, persons may begin to object to it?
Ultimately, that could occur. I want to remind everyone that the route that was reviewed 10 years ago was going through the middle portion of Woodford County and not this proposed route that we're showing as either alternative A or B. As I've driven along those routes and got out and reviewed them, alternative B uses a portion of the state right-of-way and Highway 421 where the right-of-way is fairly wide, which looks very constructible, from my engineering perspective. Using the I-64 route through that area is the advantage of using an already encumbered route because the interstate is there. And then certainly the alternative C is the route along Ironworks Pike. The best solution ultimately would be to get a public hearing in order to be able to determine what is the least offensive route, the least environmental impact from the broader perspective, because of the two alternatives that are being considered, it's going to end up in either Ironworks Pike or along 421 shown in blue or along green along Interstate 64. And so there's likely to be some opposition from any route, and ultimately what we've had experience with before, when you have alternatives like that, you conduct a public hearing and say that here are the 3 or 4 routes that are alternatives, which one has the least impact. And my belief, based upon the information I've gathered to date, is the I-64 route, which is shown as alternative A, would have the least impact from both the public perspective, disruption to property, owners, entrances, environmental, cultural, et cetera, based upon the knowledge to date, would be the least, would have the least opposition.
I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Heitzman.
Mr. Clay, you got any questions? No. I think all my questions have been answered. Mr. Slint, before we turn to you for redirect, let's take our afternoon break. We'll be out for 10 minutes. We'll come back in 20 minutes till the hour. All right, we'll be back on the record in case number 07-134. Let the record reflect that all parties are present and represented by counsel. Mr. Slint, we want to go ahead and engage in redirect, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Heitzman, I'm sorry.
May I correct something that
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wutcher asked me earlier about elected officials, if we have had any contact or I've had any meetings or contact with any elected officials in Woodford County regarding the pipeline routes and any opposition during the break. One of my employees reminded me that we did have a meeting with Central Kentucky legislators, including Representative Rollins, who represents the Woodford County area, and also Senator Carroll. And those individuals both supported the pipeline route that we had showed them, bringing water from Louisville over to Central Kentucky. So I wanted to disclose that I did have a meeting that I did not recall at the time with a state legislator that represents the Woodford County area.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Go ahead, Mr. Slim.
No questions.
You have no questions, okay. Recross. Let me get my order here. We're doing this kind of, yes. Mr. Ingram, you have recross?
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Spinard, do you have recross?
No, sir.
Mr. Talley?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't.
Mr. Bain, do you wish to ask?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hughes?
No, sir.
Mr. Barbary?
No, sir.
And Mr. Wutcher?
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. Heisman, you may step aside. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Salent, you want to call around Mr. Wetzel?
Yes, sir. Mr. Wetzel?
Wetzel, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Hey, Mr. Salent, anytime you're ready.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Wetzel, would you state your name for the record?
Edward D. Wetzel?
Mr. Wetzel, have you caused testimony to be pre-filed in this case?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any corrections, deletions, or modifications to that testimony?
We have one minor correction in our report, sir.
Can you tell me, please, what that is?
That's on page 4-2, table 4-1. Under the second column entitled RW Beck Model KAWC Pool 3 Project, the KRA withdrawal fee should be 88 instead of 110 as it is in the column next to it. And that would cause the numbers below the line to also reduce by $22,000 apiece. So the 6702 becomes 6680. The 23,538 becomes 23,516. And the 46.27% becomes 46.23%.
Any other corrections, deletions, or modifications to your testimony?
No, sir.
If I were to ask you today the question set forth in your pre-filed testimony, did the corrections, deletions, and modifications that you just indicated, would your answers be the same today as they were then?
Yes, they will.
Thank you.
Let me direct your attention to Table 2-1 on page 2.3 of the Beck report, please. In your 20-year analysis, am I correct that the difference you have in the net present value is $110,293,000?
Let me make sure I have this. This is table 2-1
Yes.
on page 2-3.
Yes.
$110,293,000, correct.
Now, what I have done is I have gotten the comparable numbers from what I call Beck Analysis 6, which was the version that Mr. Depp mailed to us on November the 21st, 2007, and on the front of it, it has a revision date that I assume you put on there of November 07. It's table 3.4 in that piece of work. Do you have that in front of you?
This is the previous, the other report?
It's the last one, that changed your previous report. It's the last edition I'm aware of.
Right, the November 2007 report, as opposed to the supplemental report which was filed for this testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what page?
I didn't say a page, I said a table, 3.4.
Okay.
Comparable numbers to the ones that we've just discussed on table 2.1 of your testimony in this case are your estimate of the Pool 3 option at $293,966,000, and for the Louisville Water Company option, $174,026,000. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
For a difference at that time of $119,940,000.
Yes, sir.
Now, I noticed that the difference in your present value estimate for Kentucky American's Pool 3 proposal is $10,977,000. Am I right?
Say that again. Sir?
I noticed that the difference between the two times you valued the present worth for Kentucky American's Pool 3 proposal is $10,977,000.
The difference. Yeah. May I
I'm sorry. Is that what I said?
you didn't say the difference.
I mean, is that the difference?
Well, may I explain what's different between these two reports?
Is that the difference?
It is the difference.
Now, is the only difference between the two the elimination of the ultraviolet costs?
There are two fundamental differences in this analysis, the current analysis, over what was presented in November. The first, as you mentioned, is the elimination of the ultraviolet costs because of the testimony that was presented concerning the water quality analysis on the Pool 3 surface waters. The second difference is that this analysis now mimics the Louisville Water Company proposal for the wholesale water rates as was articulated earlier today in Mr. Heitzman's testimony. And that was not, if you recall, the wholesale water rates in the previous analysis were increased from 2010 forward at 3% per year. This current proposal now identically mimics the Louisville Water Company proposal, which is fixed through the year 2015 and then accelerates at the rate of inflation beyond that.
So what is the difference in the rate of acceleration from 2016 on for the $1.71 rate?
Well, 2016, it becomes $2.07, if I recall the number, and then it accelerates at the rate of inflation, which is assumed to be 2.4%.
And in
Mr.
your
Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. I apologize. Can you please tell me what table you're on from the November Beck report? We're just
3.4.
3.4. So those are the two changes you made in your current estimate of the present worth.
Yes, sir.
For the Pool 3 cost.
Yes.
What changes did you make in the Louisville Water Company proposal?
Well, that was the Louisville Water Company proposal was for the wholesale rate. The Pool 3 difference is the elimination of the UV cost.
Mr. Ingram, can I interrupt a second there? On your change on the cost of $1.71, the inflation index, I think Mr. Heitzman testified earlier that for the pipeline that they were figuring in the capital cost that would be added to the $1.71. Is that correct? Okay.
In our analysis, part of the analysis is to figure in what the wholesale rate will be charged for the water delivered through the Louisville pipeline, and that begins at $1.71 today.
At Shelby County.
At Shelby County. And it's fixed through the year 2015, but in the year 2016, there's a step jump to account for the inflation from 2009 to 2015, and then it goes up at the rate of inflation every year from then on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ingram.
There were a number of changes suggested to your methodology, both at the previous hearing in this case and in post-hearing responses. Did you accept any of those recommendations other than the two you've mentioned?
what we did in some cases is, fundamentally, this analysis is a sensitivity analysis on some of those issues. There are 4 specific areas that we investigated from a sensitivity perspective. One was the rate of flow. The base case is 6 MGD constant flow. We also looked at 9 and 12 MGD as the base flow rate. The second is the increase in the wholesale rate from 2016 on. The base case looks at the rate of inflation from 2016 on, and the other cases, you need me to stop? The other cases look at the rate of inflation plus 1, 2, or 3%. The third bit of sensitivity we did was on the ownership of the pipeline. And the options range from 100% publicly owned pipeline to 100% privately owned pipeline, with various public-private partnership scenarios in between, 20-80, 80-20, and 50-50. And the fourth sensitivity was on the cost of debt. We recognize there may be some opportunities for lower interest debt from KIA and other sources that might lower the cost of debt for the municipal portion of this project from the 4.7% to something less than that, and so we looked at some variations of that. And that's basically what this report outlines.
The first scenario you ran was ownership, am I correct, and it's table 3.1?
Yes.
And your conclusion is, after providing those numbers on page 3.2, that even if the pipeline were owned 100% by Kentucky American Water Company, the Pool 3 project is still $50 to $55 million more expensive on a present worth basis than the Louisville Water Company pipeline option. Am I correct?
Yes.
And you did essentially the same kind of summary for each of the other 3 scenarios that you ran. Am I correct?
We did. Although some didn't specifically compare the Kentucky American Pool 3 project with the Louisville project. In some cases, it was looking at the sensitivity, the impact on the Louisville pipeline.
Do you agree with me that if I took the maximum amount of money available from your sensitivity analysis that would be in the interest of Kentucky American Water Company, that the Pool 3 option becomes cheaper than the Louisville Water Company option?
Could you say that again, please?
Sure. Of your 4 scenarios, if I pick the one from each of your 4 scenarios that is to the maximum financial advantage of Kentucky American Water Company and add the 4 numbers up, then the Pool 3 option becomes cheaper than the Louisville Water Company option.
Well, I'm not sure that that's correct to do that, but what you're suggesting is if you take from the Louisville pipeline perspective, sort of the worst-case scenario from each of these, and you run the model that way, it could come out that way. We did not run that scenario where we looked at sort of the worst-case scenario for all 3, but it could come out that way.
I have no more questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Spinard?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
With regard to your February 2008 supplemental report, section 1.1, it includes the following statement in the first italicized paragraph. Delivering water from the Louisville Water Company to Central Kentucky customers through a publicly owned pipeline from Shelby County is a more cost-effective alternative than constructing the proposed new intake and treatment plant on Pool 3 of the Kentucky River. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is your understanding as to who will own the segment of pipeline from Shelbyville to Frankfort?
As we stated, that is, by the way, a summary from the previous report, which I was simply including in the introduction to and background for this report. And as I believe I testified last time, we were nonspecific as to who the public owner might be. It simply assumes that it is publicly owned by some public entity.
So there have been no changes since the November 2007 hearing on that point?
That's correct, except to look at multiple options, including of public-private partnerships for the pipeline.
With regard to the segment that would run from Frankfort to Lexington, have there been any changes in terms of the identification of who would own that segment? Any changes since the November 2007 hearing?
No, once again, we're looking at the entire length of pipeline from Shelby to Lexington and are nonspecific about any sections of it that may be owned by any particular entities, only to look at some percentage of ownership, public versus private.
Okay. On 2.2, there is a, excuse me, this is page 2-2, and there is a paragraph, caption 2.3 LWC option. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The description of this option does not include the interim steps, the one interim step being additional water from Versailles, and a second interim step being additional water from Frankfurt. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the analysis that you offer in your February 2008 report does not include capital cost or operating cost associated with those interim steps.
No, that's correct.
Okay, with regard to the Crestgate facility on 9, your February 2008 report does not include any discussion of cost associated with Crestgate on 9. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Does your, earlier today, were you here during my cross-examination of Mr. Heitzman?
Yes.
And the record will speak for itself, but at one stage, there was a question about whether or not Kentucky American would need to how much additional treatment Kentucky American might need to add. I believe there was a statement to the effect that it could be, their treatment needs could be supplied by a mix. Since the November 2007 hearing, has the Louisville Water Company given you any indication or any, have they told you anything in terms of modeling based upon different levels of Kentucky American Water Company treatment build-out based upon the assumption that there's going to be a Crestgate on Dam 9?
The analysis contained in our report assumes a constant flow 6 MGD from the Pool 3 treatment facility and transmission main. There's nothing beyond that included in this analysis except to look at multiple flow options, as I indicated earlier.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Talley?
No questions on behalf of BWSC, Your Honor.
And Mr. Fitzgerald? All right. Mr. Bain?
No question, Your Honor.
Mr. Hughes?
No, sir.
Mr. Barbary?
No, sir.
Mr. Woocher?
I've got a couple. Thank you, Your Honor.
It's too bad your birthday's not tonight.
I don't want to get there too soon. Good afternoon, Mr. Wetzel.
Good afternoon.
Let me ask one item. In your earlier report, I guess it's the final report that was submitted prior to the November hearing, can you provide for us for work papers for each 20-year present worth cost scenario that's included at Table 3.1 and Table 3.2 of the February 2008 Beck report? And by work papers, let me refer you to the Appendix A of your final report from November, Appendix A1.
Okay.
Could we have work papers similar to that for the 20-year present worth cost scenario for Table 3.1 and Table 3.2?
Now, let me understand. This is Table 3.1 and 3.2 from the November report?
No, Table 1 and Table 3.2 of the February report.
Okay.
But when I say work papers,
you mean the model output?
I'm assuming similar to what you did in the November report at Appendix A1.
Absolutely.
Okay.
10 days, Mr. Woocher? You need them quicker than that.
How soon could you provide it to us?
Well, the person that developed this model happens to be here, Mr. Lane, so I'll let him answer that question.
That would be fine.
Can't you get them any quicker than that?
Yes, we'll take it in PDF.
They're in Nashville, aren't
Who should that be sent to, Mr. Boucher?
They have computers in Nashville, Mr. Salent.
I've always thought Kentucky is the only place to
Mr. Boucher, who should we send those to?
If you will, why don't you have your
Provide them
counsel-
through our attorney, through the
your-
attorney?
Your counsel can file them with the commission.
Okay.
I'm sure you know where.
And may I just clarify, just figure 3.1 and 3.2, those model runs?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we're actually looking for the 20-year present worth cost.
Okay, so that,
So, I'm sorry.
the 3.2
Council, 1 second. Council for LWC is going to send those PDF to everybody or just to
Yes, sir,
you?
to everyone.
To everybody, okay.
So the 20-year present worth costs are simply in figure 3.1. The
believe
figure
that-
3.2 is a 30-year analysis.
If I can help
There
you
is
for a
a-
minute, if you
there
look
is
at
a-
Table 3.2, it has a 20-year analysis. There's a mix-up here between tables and figures.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I know what he wants.
Okay, is that, do you have Table 3.2?
Table 3.2.
Okay, and Table 3.1 also has a 20-year present worth cost.
Okay, now I understand.
Okay. That's all we have.
Okay, Mr. Salent, do you have redirect?
No, sir.
Okay, anything further then, Mr. Wetzel? Okay, Mr. Wetzel, thank you. You may step
Thank you.
aside. Okay. I'm sorry?
I'd like to know what happened to Frank. They must have talked.
I didn't understand you.
They must have talked to Frank because nobody had questions.
Oh, I know.
Maybe we need another break.
They shot other bullets at Mr. Heitzman. Okay, now, Mr. Salent, I think that completes the additional evidence in this supplemental hearing that your client has offered. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, Mr. Fitzgerald, are you prepared to go ahead, sir, and put on Mr. Solomon?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Would you, could we make room for Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald, go ahead and call. Is it Mr. Solomon or Dr.
It's Dr. Solomon.
Dr. Solomon. I apologize, Dr. Solomon. Could you call him forward, please?
Tom, did he have prepared testimony?
He did.
You have a copy for me?
Yes, I do.
Dr. Solomon, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Could you state your full name for the record, please?
Martin Solomon,
And where is your current business address, Dr. Solomon?
Lexington, Kentucky.
Okay. Have you caused testimony to be pre-filed in this case?
I have.
And if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Do you have any corrections or changes or clarifications that you want to make to that?
Not that I can think of.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Ingram, do you wish to question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Solomon, when the issue of government ownership of Kentucky American Water Company came up several years ago, were you in favor of such government ownership?
I was neutral. I felt I shouldn't be involved on either side because I had an official role in that, and which was to totally objective and unbiased.
Did you take any position on whether the issue of government ownership of Kentucky American Water Company ought to be put to a referendum?
No, sir, I did not.
So, I'm sorry, it's number 9.
Oh, my goodness. I did sign a petition, but I totally slipped my mind.
Are you sure it's not 8?
Yes, I am sure, because I think I failed to move the admission of Kentucky Americans Exhibit 8, which I believe was the letter from the mayor of Louisville to the...
Okay, that'll be... Mr. Chairman, before you rule on the admissibility of that, it's a letter and a half. I would like for, if somebody could produce the other half of the letter. I doubt that the Mayor Abramson is in the habit of putting two, of signing letters twice. And I'd love to have the rest of the story as the case.
You're welcome to try to get it, Mr. Fitzgerald.
If you could identify your source, possibly I could go back to them with an open records request and get that.
Well, let's do this. Mr. Salent, your client appears to have been carbon copied on both those letters, and indeed, I think his testimony was that he assisted the mayor's office in preparation of the February the 11th letter, and I don't know if he did likewise on the other letter, but he is certainly carbon copied. Could you have Mr. Heitzman to check his records and see if he's got?
We would be more than happy to do that, sir.
Got this letter, the first part of this letter, that's the third page of exhibit number 8. Is that the best way to do it? I suppose we could call City Hall in Louisville and they'd say, what are you talking about?
I suspect this is much ado about nothing, and I'm glad to cooperate in any way.
Well, I don't know if it's much ado about nothing. It's having the second letter missing that you're attempting to move into evidence. Your Honor, I have no problem with that approach to addressing it.
You want to just take the third page off?
Yes,
That would be
fine.
That would be fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's reflect in exhibit number 8 is now a 2-page letter. Okay, let it be admitted. And then,
Do we still need to do anything?
no, sir. No, you've been relieved of that obligation now, Mr. Cement. Okay, so we have KWC Exhibit 9, which has been identified, and that's as far as we've gotten. So go ahead, Mr. Ingram, question.
I think where we left off, Dr. Solomon, was you had told, you testified that you did not sign the petition for...
I didn't say I didn't sign. I said I did sign a petition.
I must have misheard you. Connor, you will...
Didn't you hear me say, oh, my goodness?
Yeah, he said, oh, my goodness,
Okay.
but... so-
I didn't hear anything
Oh, I said, well, I think what I said was, oh, my goodness, I didn't recall, but I did sign a petition. A woman came around the door, and I signed it. But after that, I was very careful not to, because then I got involved in the evaluation of Kentucky American, and I got several phone calls from, I think, one from the newspaper and one from the citizens group asking me my opinion, and I told them that I had to remain neutral and I could not take sides on this. I refrained from writing an op-ed for the Herald Leader, specifically because I didn't want to appear to be one-sided on this, because I really felt a sincere obligation to be totally open and unbiased.
Is your signature on Kentucky American Exhibit number 9 dated January 26, 2005?
That's my, oh my God, yeah.
So at least as of January 26, 2005, you were in favor of a referendum on the issue of whether the government should own Kentucky American Water.
I suppose.
Your Honor, I hate to interrupt anyone's cross-examination, but I'm questioning what the relevance is of that issue to the current proceeding.
I'll move on, Your Honor. Doctor?
I think we all recognize the purpose of it, and he's going to move on, so let's leave this subject. You going to move for admission of this?
Yes, Your Honor. I move for the admission of Kentucky American Exhibit Number 9.
Objection. Hearing none, let the exhibit number 9 then be entered into the record.
Dr. Solomon, how many pieces of public comment have you submitted to the Public Service Commission in this case?
Probably half a dozen or so.
Would you agree with me that you feel strongly about the issues in this case?
Yes.
Before your participation in this case, had you ever prepared a water demand forecast analysis?
Not an analysis, but I was involved in the assessment of the value of the Kentucky American Water Company.
Have you ever provided sworn testimony on the issue of water demand forecasting?
No, but I've done forecasting for dozens of companies in various categories, and that's part of what I've done as a consultant.
Does that mean you've never provided sworn testimony on the issue of water demand forecasting?
That's true.
Are you familiar with Public Service Commission case number 93-434?
No, I'm not.
Thank you.
Dr. Solomon, you've been handed what I will refer to as Kentucky American Exhibit Number 10. In the second page of that exhibit, there's a caption at the top setting forth the style of the case. Would you read to me the caption, please?
Where do you?
Well, let me ask it a different way. Do you agree with me on page 2 of Kentucky American Exhibit Number 10, at the top, the style of the case is in the matter of an investigation of the sources of supply and future demand of Kentucky American Water Company?
Do I agree with what?
Do you agree with me that the style of case number 93-434 in front of the Kentucky Public Service Commission is in the matter of an investigation of the sources of supply and future demand of Kentucky American Water Company?
I don't know. I've never seen this before.
Do you agree with me that's what it says on page 2?
On page 3?
Second page.
He's talking about the name of the case.
He's talking about the first sheet or page number 2.
He's getting confused with the facts page number, I believe.
The second page of the exhibit, Dr. Solomon.
Okay. Second page, this one. Now, do I agree with what it says here? If you read it, I guess I agree that it says what it says.
Are you aware that Public Service Commission case number 93-434 was established by this commission to explore on an in-depth basis the issues surrounding Kentucky American Water's demand projections and sources of supply?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that Public Service Commission case number 93-434 was incorporated into this case that we're here for today?
I did not know that either.
You would turn to
any projections that I did by taking the submission of the Kentucky American Water Company and supplemented that with data from annual reports and did my own projections.
If you will turn to numbered page 4 at the bottom of the Public Service Commission order that I have just given you, Kentucky American Exhibit number 10. Would you agree with me that on that page, second line from the bottom, it states, Kentucky American has used reputable sources for data and nationally accepted methodologies in developing its demand projections. Over the years, Kentucky American has made numerous revisions to its methodology for projecting water demand, resulting in a state-of-the-art dynamic process.
I'm not saying that, well, you know, projections, it's hard to project the future.
Would you agree with me that that's what the order says, Dr. Solomon?
It says that, but
do you disagree with the order of this commission?
I don't agree with the projections that were submitted with the Kentucky American Public Service Commission submittal 00134. Or at least I have serious questions. Let me put it that way. And I can demonstrate that for you.
I'll move for the admission, or at least as a hearing exhibit, Your Honor, Kentucky American Exhibit number 10.
An objection. Just for the clarification, Your Honor, that the commission, when this order was issued, was talking about the range of demand projections that were in case number 93434 and was not ratifying in any future sense the projections for this case.
Right, sir. We will then admit it and consider the weight to be given in light of Mr. Fitzgerald's suggestion. It's the same thing.
Dr. Solomon, you've been handed what we'll call Kentucky American Exhibit number 11. And I will represent to you that it is an order from this commission in the same case we've been discussing, case number 93-434. If you would turn to page 6 of the order. It doesn't have a number at the bottom. It's the second to the last page of the exhibit.
Okay.
Would you agree with me that the second to the last paragraph on that page says, it is therefore ordered that Kentucky American shall take the necessary and appropriate measures to obtain sources of supply so that the quantity and quality of water delivered to its distribution system shall be sufficient to adequately, dependably, and safely supply the total reasonable requirements of its customers under maximum consumption through the year 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Did you review either of the orders that I have given you prior to submitting your sworn testimony in this case?
No, I did not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any objection to this exhibit being admitted? All right, let it be in then.
Okay, Mr. Slant, you have a question?
Just a few, Your Honor. Dr. Solomon, your testimony at page 5 indicates, and I'm reading from it, in conclusion, the water need projected by Kentucky American seems higher than existing demand trends would suggest. That's on page 5 of your testimony, lines 2 through 3. Do you have your testimony there in front of you?
No, I don't.
Well, that's all right. Okay.
But I remember that.
Okay. With respect to that part of your testimony, I wanted to ask you, what is your conclusion as to the demand that Kentucky American will experience in 2010?
Well, you know, demand projections can't really be precise. You know, I don't care whether you measuring demand of water or electricity, or whether you're demand for the stock market or whatever. And the way you want to look at projections of demand is to look at sensitivity analysis, where you look at a variety of assumptions behind those, because every assumption creates a different set of demand points. So what I've done is I've looked at what they've done, and I've looked at some alternatives, and I think what they've done is probably on the high side of reasonable projections. I'm not saying that they're necessarily wrong, but I have very serious doubts about, because of the analysis I've done, very serious doubts about how accurate those projections really will be.
And that's what I'm trying to understand is what, let me ask it this way. Why do the demand projections, why do you believe the demand projections of Kentucky American are erroneous, or, as you put it, on the high side? Can you answer that question?
I've got a series of charts that I can show you step by step why I believe that.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I could, these are, we like to mark these as cause Exhibit 1 for illustrative purposes.
Not for evidence?
We may move them for evidence, but at this point, for illustrative purposes, for his purposes of illuminating his testimony. I'm going to establish the foundation.
I guess, Connie, go ahead and mark it as cause number 1.
Mr. Slint's asking questions?
Yeah, but Mr. Fitzgerald's, this is Mr. Fitzgerald's witness. And that's not the normal way of doing it, but we're...
Your Honor,
I'm just a little slow. I've been on vacation.
I would like to object to the admission of these exhibits. Rebuttal testimony, or the supplemental testimony, the direct testimony from Dr. Solomon was due February 11th. That's what he submitted. There was no opportunity in the existing procedural schedule for any supplementation to that. He had every chance by February 11th to submit whatever he wanted this commission to consider. This is information that is clearly in addition to that. And I think the opportunity for him to submit it has come and gone.
Your Honor, this is not in addition to it. This is merely a way of illustrating in a graphic sense the testimony that he's already provided and providing the basis for it. We have had a significant amount of new documentary evidence moved for substantive purposes. This is for the purpose of illustrating his testimony. He's here. The basis for his assumptions are identified. They are actually all from Kentucky American's records. And it is a matter of illustrating, I think, in a clear sense, what is the basis for his belief that their demand projections are a little bit optimistic.
If I may, Your Honor, the new documents that have been admitted so far were submitted under cross-examination of witnesses who were offered as direct testimony on February 11th.
Right.
Can I?
These are not Kentucky American documents, Your Honor. They may be based on Kentucky American information. There was a graph attached to Dr. Solomon's testimony, his February 11th testimony.
There was, and this is disaggregated to better explain the basis for the testimony that has been provided. Again, Mr. Chairman, it's for illustrative purposes. We are not attempting to move it as substantive evidence, but it is a way of helping to understand the basis for his professional opinion regarding the demand projections.
Well, Mr. Ingram, he says he doesn't intend to offer it as a substantive exhibit for consideration by the commission. I'm going to go ahead and we've marked it. Let's mark it cause exhibit number 1 for identification.
I have one for you. I can't get back to it.
And I understand completely what you're saying, Mr. Ingram. He had
direct testimony that he offered, and he had the opportunity to provide and should have provided any exhibits as an attachment to his testimony, and he didn't do that, and the time has passed. I think, however, this is just, as Mr. Fitzgerald says, for illustrative purposes. The commission can certainly differentiate between an exhibit and something that's merely illustrative. So, I mean, it's in front of us. Let's see where this takes us, and if it appears as we proceed with his examination that this is somehow unfairly prejudicial to you or your client, then I'll reconsider even putting it into the record for identification purposes.
Thank you.
So just go ahead and continue to ask. I don't know if he's even going to refer to this, but he may.
Dr. Solomon, what I was asking you was to, do you remember my question?
Yes, you wanted me to explain why I differ from what was submitted.
You remember my question, so would you answer my question?
Well, first of all, as I said, projections are difficult and never exactly accurate, and so you want to look at a range of projections and based on different assumptions. One of the things that you have to differentiate among when you look at water projections is that we really have three kinds of numbers in water demands. If you look at you have maximum water demand in particularly wet years, which would be relatively low numbers. You have maximum water demands in normal years, and then you have maximum water demands in drought years. And these are three different things. And of course, in the wet years, you don't have to worry too much about it. In the drought years, you typically want to use demand management techniques because you typically don't want to build capacity to handle the very worst case, which might last 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, and tax all the ratepayers 365 days of the year for something that might happen 3 days a year, or 5 days a year, or even a week. So what's the key to this whole, to my mind, the key to projection, and that's really important in building capacity, is projection of maximum demand during normal years. The drought years you handle differently, and the wet years you don't worry about. So if you look at figure 1 here, and what people tend to do sometimes is just take all the past data and do a regression analysis on it and say, well, that's my projection. But the fact is, and as you can see in this figure 1, what I believe is we have three kinds of years here. We have normal years, which are 2000, 2003, and 2006. Then we have unusual years, where 2002 and 2005 were particularly dry. And then we have 2001, 2004, which were particularly wet. So what I want to do here with this is to look at the normal years, only look at the normal years for projections of maximum daily demand to start with. So if you look at figure 2, what I've done is done a mathematical statistical regression on the normal years. In figure 2, and what you see there, this equation, y equals 0.014 plus 64.5, means that this is increasing by 140,000 or 0.14 million gallons a day. Between 2000 and 2006, the increase was an average of 140,000 gallons a day. Okay? Now then, if you project that out on figure 3 to 2030, you'll see the lower projection is at 140.14 million gallons a day out to 2030. And if that were the increased maximum utilization on normal years, 2030, you'd only need about 68 million gallons a day. Now, if you look at the line above, you'll see that the Kentucky American's projection is considerably above that, 0.58 million gallons a day increase per year, which takes it out to the year 2030 requiring about almost 82 million gallons a day. So those are two different projections based on what I see as looking at normal years, and I believe that they might be looking at a mixture of normal and drought years to make that higher projection. Then the third chart, figure 4, is one in which I say, well, okay, suppose 0.14 is really low, which I think Kentucky American would argue is low. Suppose it's low, and suppose we doubled that. And if we doubled it, you'd see the line in the middle on figure 4. Everybody with me? Figure 4? That would be an increase per year of 0.28 million gallons a year. And that doubling of the past projection of normal years would only take us to a requirement of 73.5 million gallons a year, a day, by 2030. So you can see the wide range of possibilities here for what the actual utilization might be. But it seems to me it would take some extraordinary changes in either the population or the industry or something to jump from 0.4 million gallons a day increase per year to 0.58. That's a quadrupling of past rates of increase. But, anything's possible. I just don't think I don't understand what the dynamics would be to make such a huge jump in the requirements for demand for normal years. Now, the next chart, figure 5, shows that if 10 million gallons a day were additionally available without building a treatment plant and a pipeline and pump stations on Pool 3, let's suppose it was available from some other source, then under these three different projections, you can see that the line at 75 million gallons a day is 10 million gallons a day more than the existing plant capacity of Kentucky American, which is 65. It's 65, but actually they can go higher than 65. And as you can see in the very first chart, they went to almost 72 million gallons a day in 2002. So apparently there's some flexibility there between what's really maximum and what's possible. But anyway, just assuming it's 65 is if you can get another 10 million gallons a day without a new treatment plant, what this chart shows is that using Kentucky American's larger projections, that you don't need any new capacity until at least 2018. Using the doubling of my maximum demand from the second chart, you wouldn't need any new capacity until 2030. So there's a real question about, number one, how necessary or needy is a new treatment plant at this point in time, and for how long could you do without it? And as I say, even with their own projections, you go out to 2018, which I think is, as I said, I think that's high. But even if it's accurate, you're out. You got 11 more years before you hit a bump in the road. Now, how do you get 10 more million gallons a day without a treatment plant and without the Louisville pipeline proposal. Well, there are a lot of ways you can get that. Now, this has been controversial today, and nobody will agree on exactly what the numbers are.
Hold on 1 second.
Yes, sir. Nobody will agree on what the numbers are, but let's just make a supposition for a minute that you can get 5 million gallons out of our sales. Make a supposition you can get, after the the Frankfurt connection, you can get another 5 million out of that by adding a pipe to Lexington. Make the assumption that you get, say, maybe 5 to 10 million gallons a day by implementing newer technology in the water treatment plant without expanding the footprint. Or you could expand the footprint. And in Kentucky American's submission, they show that the non-revenue water will be reduced from about 10 to about 7 million gallons a day by 2010, so there's another 3 million gallons a day. And then conservation, serious conservation measures, including education and financial incentives, could conceivably garner 3 or 4 million gallons a day of saved water. So if you add all those things that I've talked about, you get between 21 and 28 million gallons a day. That's more than the proposed water plant. But let's suppose that those are all high. Let's suppose they're double what is possible. We're back down to 10 million gallons a day. So I have confidence that we can get 10 million gallons a day without any new investments, which would last us probably till 220 or 230. Now, there's not just one way to make projections. In my last chart on figure 6, I want to show you an alternative way to look at the projections. Now, it turns out that if you look at past average water utilization compared to past maximum utilization for normal days, there's a ratio of 1.5. That is, on average, over the past, even if you go back to you go back to the year 1990, go to 17 years between then, the average of the, if you took the average utilization of water, which is like in the 40 million a day, and you take the maximum on normal days, about 65 million gallons. There's a ratio of 1.5. So on this chart, what you see is on the bottom line, well, first you see actual average daily demand from 2000 to 2006. Then you see, if you continue over to the right, you see what actual Kentucky American's these are their projections now for average water utilization during the year. And as you can see, in 2010, they're estimating about a little more than 40 million gallons a day, and it goes all the way up to about 47, 46 in 2030. Now, so if you take that trend line, which is their submission, and I'm not making this up, this is their projection, not mine, and you add 1 point, and you multiply each of those by 1.5, which has been the historical ratio between average and max utilization, then you see that by 2030, you still only need 70 million gallons a day for normal days, and you can see 10 million gallons is more than you need to accommodate that. So that's how I come to the conclusion that, in my estimation, it appears to me that the actual demand, maximum demand on normal days, is going to be considerably lower than what is shown. But the only real test is reality. The only real test is what is going to really happen. And since there's time here, since it looks like it wouldn't be too hard to get 10 million gallons a day, maybe even more, of treated water without huge multiple millions of dollars of expense, that there's time to wait and see what the actual maximum demand turns out to be over the next 5 or 6 years, and then see whether maybe their projections are correct, and if so, then so be it. But I think there's a lot of evidence here that shows that you're just not going to need a new water plant until after 2030.
Dr. Solomon, I just want to be clear. What do you project, what is your projection as to the demand that Kentucky American will experience in 2010?
Well, if you look at the last figure 5, if the demand continues on its historical pace since 2000 to 2006, by 2010, if you look at that, you'd need about 66 million gallons a day. Maybe 67.
Say 66 million gallons a day.
I'm sorry. Wait a minute. What am I thinking? Yes, 66 million gallons a day. If you look, if the projection is, if the actual growth is twice that, which is the middle line, then they'd need about 68 or 69 million gallons a day. And if their projection is what their projection is, they say they need 71 million gallons a day.
Let me ask you this. If actual demand is higher in that year, 2010, or in any year, how should Kentucky American meet that demand?
By getting water, get this 10 million gallons of water, treated water from all these various sources, Versailles, Frankfurt, technical improvements in the water supply, non-revenue reduction, and conservation measures. So if you can get 10 million gallons a day, I think you're home free for 20 years. There's a good chance of it, let me put it that way. Good in my mind, a good probability.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Spinard?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
With regard to raw water supply, do you believe that it is appropriate to utilize drought conditions for considering the amount of water, let me start that again. Do you believe that it is appropriate to utilize drought conditions for considering the amount of raw water supply that will be available during an extreme drought?
For two reasons, I don't believe that it should be. Because, number one, as I think I alluded to earlier, it seems to me totally uneconomical, or at least not in the public interest, to overbuild facilities for something that is just a very rare occurrence and make people pay for it 365 days of the year. We had a pretty serious drought in 2007, and through demand management, it worked very well. People watered every other day outside. Outside watering is really the enemy of water peak demand. And people watered every other day, and nobody died. Grass grew, and all the golf courses are still in business. So I don't think it's economical to try to build to that capacity when it's wasted money that could be, which isn't needed because demand management can handle it. But the other thing is, with the potential of crest gates, which I haven't mentioned yet, none of these analyses even take into consideration the possibility of crest gates, which could give 900 million gallons of reserve, albeit again if they could technically improve the water treatment capacity without footprint enlargement, which might be possible, or with some footprint enlargement, then they could use the crest gate water during drought times without huge, and again, without a $160 million investment.
Mr. Chairman, I know that Dr. Solomon is testifying for the first time that I've cross-examined. His answer goes to issues relating to the appropriate size of treatment facilities and the appropriate amount of water that a utility should produce during the drought. And I'm going to ask the question again, because what I'm seeking is with regard to raw water supply, and ask him to confine his response to the question. With regard to raw water supply, do you believe that it is appropriate to consider the actual amount of water during a drought conditions during drought conditions for determining or predicting the amount of raw water that will be available during an extreme drought?
Oh, you mean the raw water versus the treatment capacity?
Yes, sir.
Well, it depends on the costs. I mean, if you can get enough raw water for very little money and handle droughts without impacting customers, and it's not going to cost them a lot, and then maybe that would be a good thing. But if it costs a lot of money to provide that extra raw water, obviously you have to treat it. It's a double-edged sword here. You can have all the raw water you want. If you can't treat it, then it doesn't do you any good, and vice versa. If it costs a lot of money to handle droughts to their fullest extent, then it's not a good idea. This order that I've never seen before, but it's intriguing, this order 93-434, the last sentence says that the Public Service Commission wants adequate, dependable, and safety water supply, the reasonable requirements to the customers. And reasonable requirements, to me, means not only availability, but a reasonable cost for that availability. If the cost is too high, then I don't think it's reasonable. And so you don't want to, as I said, you don't want to spend a lot of money handling the very worst possible case, because it taxes the customers at a very high rate for a very rare situation.
Let's move on. Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? By the year 2018, the Kentucky River Authority will install a crest gate on Dam 9.
I have no idea. I've heard statements by Mr. Reeder that seems to imply that that's very likely. I don't know.
Okay. With regard to, do you agree or disagree with the following statement? By the year 2018, the Kentucky River Authority will install a crest gate on Dam 10.
Again, I can't predict what Kentucky River Authority is going to do.
Okay. That's.
But even if they don't install crest gates, I think that there are ways to handle excess demand. In the early years, if you get 10 million gallons a day, you can handle any drought possible. And as you get past about 2020, then it becomes more difficult. And you have to start to either use education, management, mandatory curtailment techniques, or whatever. But that's a long time off.
Thank you, Dr. Solomon. We have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Spinor. Mr. Talley?
UWSC has no questions.
Okay, Mr. Bain? Mr. Hughes? Mr. Barbary?
No, sir.
Mr. Woocher?
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Just a few, Your Honor. Dr.
Okay.
Solomon, am I correct in reading from your testimony that the proposed facilities are not required, nor is any type of pipeline connecting Kentucky American's facilities to the Louisville Water Company required, at least in the immediate future?
In the early years, no. Again, it depends on what the real actual maximum demand for normal days turns out to be. If it skyrockets, then by 2018, according to even if you get to 10 million gallons a day of treated water, by about 2020 or 2018, and if their projections happen to be accurate, then that's the point where you need to augment it with something else, either more treated water or additional capacity of raw water and treatment facilities.
Okay, and you were present throughout the testimony that was given today? Were you present in the hearing room throughout the...
I was here for almost all of it. I'm not sure I heard every word, but...
Okay. Do you recall hearing the testimony regarding the availability or the problems with the, potential problems at least, with the possible sale or delivery of water from Versailles to Kentucky American?
I heard all of that, and so what I did was when I told you about where the millions of gallons per day could come from, and I added these things up, I said, well, suppose that's twice what is possible. If it's twice what's possible, we're still going to get $10 million. A couple of things that weren't talked about in terms, I think the testimony I heard had to do with Georgetown, Frankfurt, and Versailles. But in addition to that, there are three other areas that are available for additional treated water without an additional treatment plant. And as I said, one is technology. It depends on the technology that exists at Kentucky American treatment plant, the existing treatment plants, and it's possible to implement newer technology if the technology, it depends on the plant, and I don't have information about what the feasibility is. Maybe Kentucky American could testify to that.
Do you have any specific technology you're referring to that Kentucky American can place in its current plant to expand its ability to produce water?
Well, there are various techniques you can use. There are tubes that you can put in there. There's extra sand you can put in there. There are ways to do this. Now, that's not my expertise, but I know just enough about it to know that there are techniques that could be employed under certain circumstances. And see, this is one of the problems here. This has never been investigated. It's never, at least in all the testimony I've read and heard and listened to, I have never heard testimony about improving the technology of existing water plants. I've not heard any discussion, well, just a little bit of discussion about conservation and what the potential there is. People have talked about conservation in general terms, and not really much specific on non-revenue water reduction. Those three are tremendous opportunities, which I think are between maybe even 10 million gallons a day just from those three, if you didn't get any water from Versailles, and if you didn't get any water from Georgetown, if you didn't get any water from Frankfurt, you still have the opportunities of potentials for technology improvements, non-water reduction, and serious conservation measures and incentives where the public wouldn't be impacted but would be encouraged to do a better job of using water. You know, don't let the water run while you're brushing your teeth. And also the other thing is, when you look at past projections of water demand, most of the houses in the United States today probably are still using outdated plumbing facilities. And I don't know what year it was, 89 or 92 or so. There was a new generation of plumbing, water-saving plumbing, showers, toilets, faucets. This makes a tremendous difference in the utilization of water. And as time goes on and more houses are built and older houses are torn down, the efficiency of the use of water per household, which is already going down, will continue to go down. So that part of it I didn't even put any of that into my calculations, assuming that there was a static thing. But it really isn't. As time goes on, the percentage of homes with efficient plumbing will increase, and the homes that are razed and torn down will go away. So that's another component that would add to the ability to meet the maximum water demands.
In preparing your testimony, did you review any of the material that had been filed in the Commission's previous source of supply cases that were conducted back in the early to mid 1990s, or that was conducted beginning in 2001?
I used, the only data I used were the data that came from the Kentucky American submission for this particular case, 00134, and data that came out, that was for 2000, 2005, and 2006. And then for 2001, 2, and 3, 4, came out of their annual reports to the Public Service Commission.
So you did not review any of the testimony or studies that were filed in those two previous cases? Okay. Did you review any of the studies or reports that is listed in the final report that O'Brien and Gear prepared for the Bluegrass Water Supply Consortium?
Yes, I looked at Bryan and Gear, Garrett and Fleming, and Beck, and also Mr. Rubin.
Okay, now, I didn't ask you if you reviewed the report. I asked you, did you review any of the primary sources that are cited in the O'Brien and Gear report?
No, I read those 4 reports.
Did you review any population projections, or did you take that into account in preparing your demand?
Yes, I did. In my figure 6, my figure 6 is based on Kentucky American's projection for average water utilization per year, and their projections, as stated in testimony, were based on population projections. I guess population projections, possibly industrial projections too, I don't know, but I know they were based on population projections. I think the question was asked at one of the hearings, how did you make your projections? Did you increase by a percentage per year? And I think the answer was no, it's based on census population projections. So my figure 6, I guess you'd say, is based indirectly based on population projections.
That's all we have. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Fitzgerald, can you read the rest? Okay. Any further cross of Dr. Solomon? Okay, Dr. Solomon, thank you, sir. You may step aside. Okay, now, counsel, I think that concludes the additional evidence witnesses, if you want to call them that, and that leaves us with rebuttal witnesses. Now, Kentucky American has identified Linda Bridwell, Richard Vinland, Harold Walker III, and Michael Miller. Mr. Ingram, do you all still intend, and if you do, that's fine, just so I can get some idea of logistically how we should proceed for the rest of the day and tomorrow, do you all intend to call all 4 of those witnesses?
Only 3 of them will be called, Your Honor.
Okay. And can you give me some rough estimation as to how long your direct examination on rebuttal might take of those 3 witnesses? Are we fairly extensive or fairly short, or can you give me some idea?
I think Ms. Bridwell would probably be 30 minutes.
Okay.
I would like to think that Mr. Miller would be 20 minutes, but I've had him before. And I might suggest 25 minutes. I would feel Walker, probably 15 or 20 minutes. I don't think anyone, and I will endeavor tonight, or if you want to go ahead and take Ms. Bridwell today, I'll endeavor to make them as brief as I can.
Well, no, and
No, that's a fair request from you.
I appreciate that. I don't want you to, you can be as certainly as brief as you can be, but I want you to be able to feel like nobody's, that we haven't cut you off.
Part of my quandary, of course, is that there was some testimony here very recently that I don't think any of us except Mr. Fitzgerald anticipated, and I feel obligated to have Ms. Bridwell address that in her rebuttal testimony, and that'll take a little while longer than I anticipated.
Chairman, I certainly don't want to cut off the time that Mr. Ingram has for rebuttal, but everything that was testified to concerning the average and the maximum daily yield is all contained in the chart that was submitted with Dr. Solomon's testimony. The rest was simply illustrating that, and you can look back on that chart. You will see 0.14. You will see the ratio of 1.5 between the average and the maximum yield, all charted out on that same document.
I think he's just gigging you a little bit.
I know he is.
I hope I was gigging him a lot, and it obviously worked.
That I have not destroyed any of Dr. Solomon's charts.
All right, well, I mean, you know, best case, it sounds like probably on direct exam for those three witnesses, we're looking at close to an hour, and then we'll have the rest of council wanting to ask questions, and I'm not sure it makes a whole lot of sense for us to plow on the rest of the evening. Why don't we, Mr. Fitzgerald, let's talk about your scheduling issue tomorrow. You have to be over in the legislature between 10 and 11. Of course, we don't know if they'll take you on time and those kinds of things.
I will talk to Senator Jensen and make sure that the two bills get called up first.
Okay.
So that and I hate to do that here, but
Well,
I apologize. If we want to start at 8 rather than 9, I'm not sure what everybody's schedules are. We can do that, but I'm sorry to disrupt everybody else's schedule.
8 o'clock would suit me fine, Your Honor.
How the rest of you feel? You know, if we started at 8, it's theoretically possible that we could. Do the rest of you gentlemen anticipate extensive cross-examination of these rebuttal witnesses, or that you feel like they'll be fairly short?
It should be fairly short from us.
What do you think, Mr. Woods? What about you?
Your Honor, staff will be here whenever you direct us to.
Well, I know that. Well, it's not the question. The question is how extensive will your exam be?
Your Honor, I believe we can, 8 o'clock is fine with staff.
Does anybody have a scheduling problem with getting here at 8 o'clock? I know some of you may be dropping children off, those kinds of things. Okay. Well, if there's no objection, then let's go ahead and take back up at 8 in the morning. You okay with that, John?
No, but I'll be.
Okay.
Your Honor, thank you, and counsel, thank you.
And we'll endeavor to try to get finished by 10. If not, we'll just take a brunch break, I suppose, at between 10 and 11. So we'll then be in recess till 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Mr. Chairman, thank you all very much for your hospitality.